never folded, not one time, huh? Even in an innocent state. The same, man. You dudes phony, man. You dudes is coming out, talking to shoot 'em up, bang, bang. How you swing with the bang, bang and all that, but you a rat. Huh? You a rat. Where's the honor in that at? Now I see why. Come back around first. Oh, I see why now. Oh, okay. This is what it is. Well, I want the New Yorkers to understand this too. A lot of them. How would I supposed to know all these rats are rats? Huh? What, I walked with these dudes? No. Anybody I know was a rat is because I was in a can with them, or when they came home, their paperwork dropped in my hand, but from somebody that I might love, that I was in a can with, that we may have honor or duty to. But you dudes are the worst, man. You dudes are was kind of like, when it came down to me, he was waking up every morning trying to figure out when will my honor be snatched? When would everybody know? When would it be a big thing? When would King Ernest specifically snatch you? Come on, man. Good dudes, Muslims, man, that's around, man. Swinging with you dudes, man. You dudes' honor ain't intact at all. Y'all going state to state repping Philadelphia with stains on your jacket, man.
He ranted for a long time about that situation, but here's my thoughts on it, right? And I'm gonna make y'all listen to the phone call afterwards. When I was growing up, right, I really thought like Beanie Siegel, you know, he was really a nigga that you better not fuck with. And he's older now. He's much smaller. He's much weaker.
So that takes away from what he was when he was young.
I heard stories. Don't get it twisted. I'm not trying to play Beanie Siegel.
You are.
I heard stories that he was the enforcer on Rockefeller Records back in the day. He was physically knocking niggas out, fucking niggas up. That's who. Some people grow, some people mature. Maybe the whole time it was a facade. You got to remember, Beanie Siegel is not only an actor, but he's an entertainer. He's a rapper.
He's not only, so he started out acting?
And an artist at the end of the day. So can we hold an artist accountable for certain things? Mind you, the situation is this. Beanie Siegel was shot, right? Somebody tried to take his life.
See,
cops was involved.
That's back to the motherfuckers so in to an artist's personal life instead of in to an artist's art. Mozart played the motherfucking piano. I want to hear the music. I don't give a fuck that he like wearing red on holidays 3 times a year because he felt it was good luck against his bad luck from wearing it. I don't give a fuck unless it's a song. Nigga, like, you know what I'm saying? If that nigga caught a case and he got denied bail the first time, but the second court date, they gave him bail. Like, I don't give a fuck. It's not my business. Did he record a new song? When is the video dropping? When's the album coming? That's all I need to know. You went to court? You skipped it? Is it in a song? I'm going to hear about it. It's not in a song. None of my business. I don't give a fuck. He got into a fight in the 3rd grade and spilled his apple juice. And he fought the dude that he fought in the 3rd grade, in the 9th grade. And now they best friends and he married his. I don't give a fuck. It's none of my business. Is it in a song? Okay, I'll hear about it. Like, serious. Motherfuckers is. And it's only hatred that a motherfucker would have the nerves to, oh, that artist ain't this, because to my niggas. I'm talking to y'all right now. Am I lying or am I lying? Is there not one nigga? Make sure I'm talking to my niggas, my black boys, my banging niggas. Nigga, bruh, it's 10 of y'all. Out of all 10 of y'all, is there not one nigga that's with y'all that do all the shit, but he don't do all the shit? He don't sell dope. He don't go on the missions. But he, man, in every hood there's somebody that's just he's and just as with the shit, but he don't partake in some them niggas that partake. They don't know how to rap. He rap, he speak on the shit that the squad do, but in code, telling the story of the squad. That's his job. That doesn't mean just because he ain't the nigga that get to go in the car on the missions, that he ain't one of the niggas out there with them niggas that if the niggas put that, like, there's so many, again, as I always say, different angles and so forth. Like, it's one thing Slim Jesus is. No. Fully fabricated, I'm a gangsta ass, like, and you're not, none of your niggas are, and you're not from the, I'm not talking about those. But I'm talking about there are I don't know. There are motherfuckers that are members, not bangers. Official members, not bangers. I'm not talking about niggas that's paid, motherfucking artists, celebrities that are paying to be members. I'm talking about there are motherfuckers that don't even have to participate because they are that far in part, related to the hood or so forth. Like, they don't even have to. But guess what? They rap and they be outside with everybody, but they don't participate. Ain't that damn near? That's Kendrick Lamar's story. Like, wait, but I think that's some bullshit. I think he just was saying that shit for, record label, pop industry, interview. Same as like with DJ Quick, nigga. For the longest, it was basically a guesstimation because the way DJ Quick went about repping his hood in the music, like, to the outside niggas who wasn't from Compton, who didn't know, who was just a fan of DJ Quick, hearing his music, like, it was a guessing game about his gang affiliation. Same with Snoop. But who else? Many of them. There's a lot of motherfuckers that, like, I don't give a fuck what nobody say. And I don't want to say this as to be the one that's like, I'm not, but niggas that know. Niggas that don't know. But like that nigga Nick Cannon. That nigga Nick Cannon is a gang member. That nigga is a blood, bro. That nigga, and he's not on the Chris Brown type shit. Like, that nigga's dad is the motherfucking founder of a well-known, notorious blood neighborhood and so forth. And Hollywood Nick Cannon, you know, and everybody made sure that I, didn't have to part. Why you think that nigga is always on the red scot, stay flamed up, so forth, taking care of him just like they take it. There's always a motherfucking spokesman, a mascot, or somebody that's the spokesperson and when it comes out to somebody speaking against and saying all that, that's just a hatred or somebody who's wants to try to undercut that motherfucker now or some shit. Like in many different ways. But then there's many cases of motherfuckers that just really ain't never been in that shit and wasn't really with it or so forth. But that don't mean that. So I'm just saying, for him to say that Beanie Siegel might have been a facade, what the fuck you mean, bro? In no shape or form do I have any type of feeling that Beanie Siegel was a facade. There's many niggas. I mean, I don't think the fake gangster rappers came about really until I don't know. There's always somebody to oppose somebody. Period. Somebody's always a sucker to somebody. You know what I'm saying? You could be the realest nigga in your motherfucking hood, but somewhere somebody thinks you a bitch. You did? Period. Not every single motherfucking person likes you. Yeah, like, so no matter how real you are and all the shit, there's somebody that's like, nigga, that nigga ain't shit, that nigga fake as fuck that nigga, he a bitch. Ooh, I don't like that nigga, he ain't never been, but knows damn well you was right there, and nigga, that's why he knows you and thinks you was a bitch, cause you was right there all the time and whatever y'all, you know what I'm saying? Niggas need to mess me with everybody personal, like, get the fuck out their business. This internet shit, bro. This internet shit is wild, Cuddy. It went from a different level than what it was when it first, was MySpace and yeah, and it was just MySpace cracking basically. It was never in thoughts that it would become this shape.
In every state, getting money in every state, spending money since 88, getting money in every state, getting money in every state, spending money since 88, whole team, we all straight, nice watch, fast cars, getting money in every state, getting money in every state, spending money since 88, getting money in every state, getting money in every state, they get money in every state, way back since 88, NC, SC, Lone Star, yeah, major states, high break, take major papes, act up with each your face. dick. I'm talking about I would hurt one of you niggas bad, bro. That little sexual shit you just did, nigga, I would kill one of you niggas behind that shit. I would play no shit like that with me again, bro. You got the right one. I'm not Mel Cross. I'm not Cat. None of them. I will blow your brains out, bro. With that bullshit. Don't ever play me like that, nigga. Ever respect me like that, nigga. You got niggas who really a part of that life and see me and say, what's up, CK, what's up, and don't play them games. Don't ever disrespect me like they play the game with me again, boy. Ever. You know what I mean? I know England ain't all blood. I can tell you all about California, nigga. You know what I mean? They talk about the 20s, the 60s. I can tell you blocks lower than the 20s, nigga. That's loped out and all that. In between there, it's flooded out and all that. So I don't really give a fuck about the blocks over there. What I care about is a man being a man. If you a man, be a man, man. We don't do that. All right, family. If you a man, be a man, bro. All that sexual shit that niggas doing online now, showing body parts and all that, that shit ain't Gucci, bro. You don't even get a pass for that. That was corny right there. Word of none, salute. You know what I mean? That shit ain't even Gucci, bro. You know what I mean? So go back to the wall. That ain't even Gucci, bro. You know what I mean? Like I said, if you a real nigga and you wasn't a part of that, you need to check his old ass. He's an old great nigga too. Like, come on. A man saw me in the face. I'm like, yo, what the fuck? I don't know. They say he was home, man. Yeah, but I'm not sure. They said this. I don't know, bro. At this point, bro, I'm pissed off, man. Niggas done started something. Ford. Niggas done started something. Outside, man. Outside, man. Mackin', man. Let's see where I'm at. Look. Outside, man. We outside, nigga.
Oh, I want to be outside. These goddamn scary ass white people. It's just no fun to be outside for me out here.
Man.
Like,
how do niggas get right if motherfuckers is not trying to teach them the right way?
But that's because I'm not out here trying to
get some air and all that, man.
Run the streets and have fun.
You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You see my little man is giving it up? I mean, he hopped out that whip to hop in that whip with his man, you know what I mean? That niggas is giving it up, man. You know what I mean? We outside, man. We ain't on highway screaming, pull over, all that noisy, loud shit. Nigga, just relax, man. You know what I mean? Gangsters don't scream and yell and all that, man. We don't do all that shit, man. Screaming and yelling and trying to show out to the people, to impress upon people conscious that we gangster and all that, man. You know what I mean? Niggas do what they do. All that screaming and yelling this and that, man. We don't do that, man. You know what I'm saying? We don't do all that, man. I'm in the heart of Brooklyn. I'm in Bed-Stuy right now, man. We up the block from 5 PJs.
I wonder how this shit goes.
Yeah, B-word right there. All right? So we're not going to do that. You know?
Very much so. All this gangster talk on the internet is weird to me. You got motherfuckers openly admitting on video
look, all my little man is getting ready for summertime. Let me show you how this shit go down right now.
Starting a criminal organization. What
a part of the gang is that? About to get painted and all that sprayed down.
The rest of these motherfuckers would just have a conversation offline and agree to disagree. I get it. This is about respect, but what the East needs to
that's my little man Lincoln right here.
Been gangbanging for a living.
You know what I'm saying? That's what niggas do. We go to all fair shit that we buy with. That's the Lincoln right there. Alright? The Lincoln right there. That's the Infinity my other little man just brought. Auction shit, man. You know what I mean? It's a pickup truck I just got. You know what I mean? Excuse the garbage. You know how New York City is. Garbage get piled up till they come grab it. But look. You know what I mean? Pickup truck shit and all that. You know? So what we doing around here, right? We don't know who green truck that is. And that's my man Maserati right there, man. You know what I mean? Official shit, bro. You know what I mean? We out in the hood, man. Niggas in the hood do hood shit. You know what I mean? Shit, the Mazo. You know what I mean? That's my man shit. You know what I mean? That's the other little man, Benji, both of them. Okay, he can get fixed up and all that. Salute, man. Yeah, just vibing, see on my YouTube shit and all that, man. You know what I mean? So don't get it twisted. This is how we giving it up, yo, all right? So in a minute, you're going to see me pushing that pickup truck right there. Put some 24s, maybe some 26s on that. You see how deep? You see how deep the fender is? So I can put what I want under that bitch. You know?
Man, on this nigga Nino, bro.
What up, y'all? It's your boy Popcorn back in this motherfucker with another one. Hey, I did my last video I did on about Nino Cappuccino in his hand, and fucking up his hand and stuff. One of my followers, he posted a comment and it made sense. I didn't even think about it. I can't believe I missed this. Hold on real quick. You see the dude right there? He says, the second comment right here. It says, say his left hand but holds up his right. What the fuck? He's right about that. Listen, watch this.
But I'll still get a nigga up off me. This shit gotta stop, man. You know, I'm on a mission, man. I gotta go get my x-ray done, man. Knock this x-ray out. I told them to get surgery done tomorrow, man. On my left hand, man. About to have surgery. I broke these knuckles right here, these two knuckles, man. You know, mixing, man. That's what happens when you're mixing. But yeah, I broke my knuckle, man. And then I actually, when I was in car accident.
Like, I don't get it, my nigga. Nino, when you be talking, bro, you just sound like you don't be knowing what you be talking about, my nigga. You just be up here just saying shit. I'm still stuck on the whole Staten Island shit. When you said Stratton, I've been out to Staten Island. Then you say you used to fuck with Wu-Tang, nigga. Ain't no way in fuck you fuck with Wu-Tang. You run around talking about you Staten Island. Then the gun, who I forget who you was talking to with the GKB, which stands for Gangsta Killer Blood. You said, yeah, I know the GK Blacks. I know all about them.
And he did call them El Rukins or Al Rukins.
Hey, Nino, you gotta stop freestyling, my nigga. Stop getting up and freestyling, bro. Even with the Taekwondo shit, how the fuck are you a third-degree black belt in Taekwondo? But your first time saying that, you said Taekwondo. Like, who does? I'm pointing out small things. These are small things. Don't get me wrong. They're very small. But at the same time, my nigga, if you study the art, like I said, I be telling y'all, I told y'all that I played chess since I was 7 years old.
Pay attention to detail.
You know what I mean? I'm not gonna mispronounce that shit or say some, you know what I mean? Like, certain things you just don't fuck up. You just don't, my nigga. Naturally, like, you just don't. Like,
all I know is they not letting up off of Cappuccino.
Shit you be saying, I be listening, my nigga. You a funny nigga, too. That's why I'm like, I'm not even, you know what, I'm not even gonna.
And I ain't heard nobody
try to humiliate this nigga.
make no videos to back him up.
Stage presence and shit. You know what I'm saying?
I hear him because I know and understand what the history about this banging shit is from the West
really,
to the
good
East.
actor and none of that. But I think when you be up here like freestyling, that shit be funny.
But as far as these niggas'
like
situation about getting back and forth at each other and it turning into a beef,
you ain't like these young niggas. You more like
I ain't got no sides on that.
Type shit. You know what I'm saying? But that shit funny though, my nigga. So I don't know. I don't know, my nigga. I don't know if
Nino
as far as like
shit's gonna get active
really
on their side.
Your left hand,
but I ain't seen nobody
but you trying to say
you know fall behind
like, I don't know
Nino
if
and
conflating your stories like the right one is fucked up now.
You got a few niggas on the East Coast that's
you
on
using
his
a story
line.
that you using a real story that happened to your left hand and shit a year ago. I don't fucking know, my nigga. That shit just looks crazy though. You know what I'm saying? Strange. It looks strange. But anyway, let's get into it.
TV land. I still got my lawsuit going on. As y'all know, those out there who are aware, I was in a June 2019 accident, a major accident on the 405 freeway. I got wing damage smashed from behind. So I'm at the doctor's office right now, in the ortho office, the specialist. I got to take my hand out again. They told you I got to get the finger, man. It's the boxing hand, man. The squabbling hand. So I mess my hand up. They check you shouldn't even come in the door, boy. They check your ass. buzzer go off. You got a fever, anything, that buzzer go off. Hey man, that's too close, man. She said you gotta be 6 feet. You gotta get over there, homie. Yeah. Spread the love.
My bad, y'all. I did all of that shit in the introduction. I didn't know his hand. I'm just now paying attention to his hand, my nigga. So I just threw this little part in here so y'all won't waste y'all time letting me know that the nigga, it was his left hand and none of that shit. So yeah, alright, my bad.
You guys help me. Because you got some rude people in here right now.
Ain't nobody. Say, man, don't catch no complex. Ain't nobody been rude. You not finna sit your ass right up under me, fool. They said 6 feet. What you fucking crying about, man?
What you guys say? What's up? Why are you talking so loud?
Because I told him, hey, brother, I just told him, man, hey, man, they said 6 feet apart. He jumped up with an attitude.
What?
Oh, whole ass nigga.
Just 6 feet. You don't know what 6 feet is? 6 feet apart. Man, just have a seat. Calm down. Where? Anywhere. 6 feet apart from the man. Just calm down.
It's different. 6 feet from one person to another. I'm pretty sure I speak. That's the thing.
I'm not speaking.
No, yeah. Yeah. Can you tell me what you said? So there's no issue.
Baby ass motherfucker. Shit really changed, boy. Usa, Usa. Usa, cap. Usa.
It's woosah, man.
We ain't gonna slap nobody today, man. Not under this distressed time, big cap. Give him a pass. Don't back him. Talk all loud and stupid, man. Dumbass bitch. You don't know what 6 feet mean? Fool. You don't come sit there right there in the seat next to me, right here. Get your ass up. Boy, soon you walk in the door. Soon you walk through that front door, man. That buzzer go off, it's a wrap. They come up in here, so back up. Back up. 30 feet apart. The hell was 6 feet.
What up, y'all? Hey, Nino drive a Mercedes-Benz 500 GL 4MATIC 2017. Hold up. About to go look the shit up. Oh yeah, by the way, that's his other cars too. He feel the need to keep saying how many cars he own and shit. You know what I'm saying? He got Range Rover, BMW, Cadillac, Volvo, Sequoia. Which I ain't, you know what I mean? Hey, he worked for it. To each his own. I just noticed. I'm just saying I noticed that you like to brag about all your possessions repeatedly and all your videos. You constantly saying in all your videos, and I'm talking about a lot. That you do everything on your own. You ain't got nobody behind you. You doing charity and all this shit. Like, why do you need to keep saying that, man? You don't need to keep saying that. It's almost like you want. I don't know. That shit just sound like ego. To a certain point. You know, it's good to let motherfuckers know, like, yeah, we here. I ain't got no financial backing. Which I don't even believe you on that, man, because I didn't edit out. I've edited a lot of your videos. You shouting out all these motherfuckers back at you. 5 to 6 minutes of editing your videos, my nigga. Not 5 to 6 minutes that I'm editing out of your videos. But I'm just saying though, okay, when you tell me you doing shit on your own, without no financial backing, then say that. Let motherfuckers know. You know, I understand. You can get more respect there. But I'm just saying, you got to keep saying it. It's almost like you trying to, I don't know, you looking for external validation. I don't know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Same thing. My nigga, if you gonna do this internet shit, and you gonna be flashy, this flamboyant dude, you gotta do it the right way. What I mean by right way is you gotta go all out. You gotta go stupid with this shit. Like, you bragging about this Mercedes, but you don't got no pictures of you standing outside of your Mercedes, my nigga. Well, at least not that I've seen. Like, only you got the 30-second clip of you taking the covers off of it, like the tops, whatever. I mean, not the top, you know what I mean, the interior shit. Like, I don't know, man. I'm just saying. even with the money, you showing 20s and shit. You showing a stack of ones, you showing 20s. It's like, come on, my nigga, you on some kid shit. A few of them you got like 100, but we don't, like, it's the internet. You do understand that it's people to get on here that be frauds. Like they have put $100 bill on top of a stack of ones, and niggas be really believing that shit. How we know you not that type of dude? I mean, we done already caught you on different lines and shit. You know what I mean? We done already caught you perking the fraud. Man. So you gotta look at it from our standpoint. But hold on right quick. Wow, my nigga. I'm not no hater at all, bro. That's what you're doing. I'm just stating. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, though, hey, you gotta go off.
The inside track is open, and the excitement is addictive. Pick your horse and cheer them on to victory.
Hello. So, no rush.
Coming off, I didn't even start it. What's wrong with you all?
That's my name, Matthew Stillman, right there. So
I don't know if you can see it.
It's counting that way.
Yeah, you're Alex.
I got another one for you. Got a sealed envelope.
So I just got the envelope. Hasn't been opened.
Just got a knock at the door and got a package in the mail.
From Coach Kevin. Here it is. I'm going to open it up. I got some proof. Going to do a quick opening of this.
our first check, so we're super excited.
By UPS. And just
so let me open this up.
But again,
I'm going to go ahead and open up.
We're live on. Open this up for you guys.
$3,500 and made out to me.
$7,000. That's our first sale.
Go. This is the check that I received.
This business is crazy, I tell you. This is the most...
America is locked in battle, waging war against novel coronavirus while fighting a disease that has plagued the country for centuries.
Black people are just tired of having to protest for the same thing year after year after year. It's just like consistent and nothing's changed.
With more than 1.7 million confirmed COVID-19 cases in the U.S., the numbers continue to rise. But so do the crowds, protesters gathering from city to city, doing exactly what health officials have spent months urging them not to do.
We're in the middle of a pandemic right now. We have two crises that are sandwiched on top of one another.
All of it leaving little room for social distancing. Now health officials are bracing for a possible spike in cases.
These protests are almost an incubator for coronavirus for a few reasons. Number one, people are in contact with a lot of other people in very close quarters. And number two, they're in contact for a good deal of time, which means that virus can spread back and forth. On top of that, a lot of yelling, a lot of screaming and spitting.
The growing unrest is complicating efforts to control the virus. In LA, testing centers were closed over the weekend as protests raged.
The volunteers who staff these centers still do not feel safe coming back to them.
It's a harsh reality. Thousands pleading, value black lives. The very group COVID-19 is hitting the hardest.
You were out protesting last night. You probably need to go get a COVID test this week. Because there's still a pandemic in America that's killing black and brown people at higher numbers.
How much of a risk is it for people who are out there, even those who are wearing masks?
This is a huge risk, whether you wear a mask or not. Even though it does give you a little bit of protection, it doesn't give you full protection.
But many say they're left with little choice.
I can go home
clean myself up, go get tested, make sure I take proper precautions, and do that. But police brutality, I don't know. I don't know what I can't do to not be harassed.
And tonight, Lester, as we look among the crowd, many of the people that I've talked to say they share that feeling. Yes, they say they are concerned about that pandemic. In fact, some people have put on masks trying to protect themselves. But they say that it's equally important that they're here raising their voices in this moment.
Hey, NBC News fans, thanks for checking out our YouTube channel. Subscribe by clicking on that button down here, and click on any of the videos over here to watch the latest interviews, show highlights, and digital exclusives. Thanks for watching.
I want to take you straight to breaking developments in the US right now, where rioters are burning down Minneapolis. Our US correspondent Tim Arvia is in the thick of it. He is right there. Tim, someone has just been attacked moments ago.
Yeah, Alex, this happened about 10 minutes ago, just as we were coming past, actually, up there on the hill. A man has been stabbed in the upper chest. At the moment, people are trying to render him first aid. No anyone official on site yet. You can see people standing around trying to protect him. Now, after that happened, there was a big brawl that broke out. Now, the person we're told who stabbed him is over here, but you can see behind these crowds, it was a young white man who stabbed a young black man, and that's really got the crowd aggro. Now, the only reason he is still there is someone has actually accosted him and is holding him there at gunpoint, hoping the police will arrive. But at this stage, we've actually seen some police come down the street. They came down about 2 minutes ago and turned the wrong way, and sitting there, protesters and looters started sprinting everywhere. But at this stage, they still haven't come down here. Of course, we also have police. There's a police station that's only about 100 metres that way, but no one's coming out of there either. So at this stage, you've got the injured man sitting there on the hill, no one from an official capacity helping him when he really needs to be in hospital, and a really ugly situation happening over here with growing anger. A lot of people surrounding this man who's done the alleged stabbing.
The police, are they coming towards you at all? Are they on their way?
No, they came down here and they actually turned left. They turned the wrong way. Now they're sort of blockading down the end of the street, and they're not actually coming down. You know, it is an uncertain situation. We've got a choppers overhead looking at what's going on, but yeah, these people were involved in the fight before. But I think they're going to try and take him to hospital, perhaps, because at this stage there's no one else here doing anything. So I think this is what looks like going to happen. They're going to probably try and drive him to hospital because the police are obviously possibly too nervous to come down here. See no one from any paramedics coming in here either because it is such a volatile situation. The police are now coming down here. We'll turn around. Here come 4 police cars. So they're going to come in and we'll wait and see what happens now. But this is the first time we've seen police all morning in hours. They have not been game to come down here, obviously with the tensions. So there's a man there who's allegedly done the stabbing. They're holding him at gunpoint. We'll just wait and see what happens here.
And Tim, are you okay? Are you safe?
Yeah, they're ready to move in. Yeah, we're safe. No one's concerned with us, but here we go. Things are starting to be thrown at the police officers as they deal with this guy. He's already been had eggs thrown at him. More objects are coming in, and the crowd is yelling to help this man over here. Because at this stage, the black man who's been stabbed is still lying there with no assistance being given to him. So the police are understandably reluctant to go over into that crowd. But the crowd is really getting aggro because they haven't been helped. It's really, really a tense situation. The police yelling at everyone to get back so they can have some sort of certainty when they go in. Oh, jeez, that's a massive brick has been thrown at the police. There's stun guns being thrown.
We are watching live pictures out of Minneapolis in the United States. Tim Arvia there in Minneapolis where...
They are firing on the crowds. Sorry about the language there, but this is a really intense situation. Okay, so the police are now trying to set up a protective ring around the man who's been stabbed as they can render first aid. They have fired on the crowd.
It's getting spunky out there, man.
Move them back. Now, as hopefully these things, that was a massive brick that came over. You can just see it in front of the police van there. Someone threw that at the police car. It narrowly missed the police officer. And that's what they started then began firing. So now we're seeing reinforcements also move in. So this is really the escalation of a morning of chaos here in downtown Minneapolis. The police were prepared to stand by while the looters were going ahead. But this is something more pressing they're having to really focus on here.
Tim, can you see the man that's been stabbed right now?
Oh, I can now, working on him, trying to save his life.
How do I?
Now, police have just fired They're
How do I
firing
get a
stun guns
motherfucking room by
and
myself?
tear gas into the crowd to try to disperse them. Everyone's sort of moving back, and that is unfortunately only firing the crowds up a bit more. The firing of the gas in there, they are retreating, but you can see a lot of people getting ready to hurl objects back if they can. The unfortunate thing is this man here is fighting for his life, and it's a really ugly situation. We do not actually know what started this altercation. We were actually just driving into this car park and we heard the man screaming and saw a brawl with about 5 or 6 people throwing punches at each other. That is immediately what's kicked this off. Now that was about 15-20 minutes ago, so that's how long he has been lying there.
Tim, can you get a number on the crowd?
Is the fact that this is a
rough number on the crowd there. It looks like hundreds at least.
Oh, at least 500 people, at least. That has been conservative. And there is, of course, even as I look further down the street, there's a couple of hundred more people still waiting outside that police station. So, you know, whether they come down or not, because there is a lot of outrage. The people are actually chanting at the police now. But
that's over south.
This is a grave situation.
That's off of Broadway.
You can see over here the smashed police car window from the bricks. And now police are trying to set up a blockade and push people a long way back. Still firing those stun guns. You can still see things being thrown here at the officers. And the real tension is actually a bit down here. So it's still a really ugly situation. So at this stage, they have still not yet moved that man. They're still not moving him. We continue to hear explosions around here. So, yeah, well, here comes, this is tear gas coming towards us now. So, yeah, what we're really waiting for now is the paramedics to get in. Here we come. The paramedics is now starting to arrive in the terms of, you'll see a fire engine come down, but they double as paramedics.
I'm just getting incredible pictures there, Timmy. I know that.
Hey, stay away. Stay away, stay away, stay away. Okay, so we're getting a fair bit of aggro here. But obviously what the fear is now, how this is going to kick things off even further. They're now picking this man up. They're taking the stabbing victim away, obviously to try to get him to hospital. So I think things are looking pretty... Attention to the crowd. They're all coming down now to the police station where they've been gathering all morning, and you really feel a shift in the mood of the crowd. There's a lot of anger here.
Timmy, we appreciate you being on. We know how difficult and dangerous it is for you.
You feel so weak now saying Yankee, because now this nigga Mozzie be saying it, and it's yanking in this motherfucker. Like, it's yanking. How you guys say lit, it's lit. I say it's yanking. Or I got my Yankee, because what do you do with a pistol? You yank it up off your hip and you get the yanking. Nigga. Only a few of my GMB niggas ever caught on with it a little bit, but 9 times out of 10, motherfuckers didn't. Now this nigga just saying like, hey, mother, I can't stand that shit sometimes. Cause now I feel like motherfuckers will hear me say it and think I'm copying that nigga. Like, get that shit, no. That is my motherfucking word. But yeah, it's... Man, I wish I could find that nigga CD online. My homeboy once upon a time, Hollow Point.
Yeah, what's up, bro? Peace.
Man, bro.
Peace. Much love. Thank you, bro.
Can you say what's up, extra crispy?
Yo, what up, extra crispy? What up? All right. Calm down, chill. We go. You ain't gotta put your stick out, bro. You definitely in 4K. Which side is your good side? What's poppin'? Peace.
That's crazy.
Peace.
Good, boy. Crazy, bro.
What's good, y'all? Peace, bro. Peace. Watch out back. Yeah, how y'all busting head like that?
That's the other thing about it. See, when it's like that, I mean, truthfully, at the same time, what is your full purpose of being out there? Is it to be out there to see what's going on and to be and say that you're out there? Because if it goes, officers set it off, are you getting active? Or are you gonna run like, oh my God, what's going on? It's like, you should know already after the last few days, at this point, shit's spunky. So I'm saying, like me, if I was to get out there, I'm going out there not with intentions or nothing, but with ready and understanding that it can crack off. So if something flies my direction and so forth or whatever, not to be feeling as, oh, why did that just happen? Because your ass is here. You came here for it, you know? Like, not for that, but you came there to the situation, so whatever is there is what you came there for. Because with the police being in riot gear, pushing motherfuckers around, how can you just be standing around to take pictures? If they get to start billy clubbing everybody, are you gonna say, hey, I'm just taking pictures? Oh, they beat me and this shit isn't right. Like, now you gotta know at some point you gotta either get the fuck out the way or you're willing and ready to swing back because it's for justice. I don't know. This shit is so confusing.
We not looting. Ain't nobody looting. The stores is over. Look, ain't nobody looting no stores. We just out here protesting. NYPD just super aggressive. You know what I'm saying? Super aggressive. I know. He got that stick ready.
Come on, black officer. Come on, you ready to beat niggas up over here?
You got that stick ready, bro.
He blue. He's not even black, he's blue. It's not just hands. Boy, something happens.
Shit going crazy right now. Police is on hot. We're gonna go. I'll walk over here, bro. He look like he trying to hit somebody. I ain't trying to be involved with that. Cause if he hit me, I'm hitting him back.
So therefore, why are you down there? What is your standing there to accomplish?
What's going on over here?
If you're a soldier and you're down there with the people to stand against the soldiers, but the soldiers look like they're gonna attack, and you go to hide to the side, what is your purpose of being there? I'm sorry, like, And that's where with me, it's one of them things like, it's either stay my ass at home, or my dumb ass is gonna be down there and I'm gonna see we'd be trying to make our way from the back to the front. like, man, cause you're not finna trample over me, y'all trying to run and this and that, and shit's gonna hit me in the. I'd rather be in the front of the front line, and give y'all time to get on, cause I'm gonna either knock somebody the fuck out and get away, or I'm gonna get hit and took it. I don't know. Whatever the case, I know it's best I just don't be my ass down there, because I know I'm not gonna be on going high to the side or just standing on the side with a camera to look, because the fact that I'm here means something. No, the fact that I'm here is because I'm here because I want to see what's going on, and I want to catch the shit on film first and see this part that the motherfuckers over there are not seeing, so I can be like, yeah, nigga, I was there. Check this out. Look, this shit had happened. Yeah, bullshit. In my opinion.
That's just so nice, man. That's just so professional,
They already, they did it where they sitting down on the ground and all this shit. But I don't know. There's no way for it to be successfully done and maintain a peacefulness. Because you say everybody just sit down and they're in a bunch and keep the agitators, but you can't nobody guarantee what the next person's gonna do and all the shit and so forth. And just because they sit down and be hella peaceful, lock their hands, don't mean the police ain't finna run them over and hit them with the fire hose, like all kind of shit. So better be prepared for whatever happens.
No justice, no peace, no racist police. No justice, no peace, no racist police. No justice, no peace, no racist police. No justice, no peace, no racist.
And then it's like, how long do you think they're gonna allow these protests to go on before they get active and really active and be like, we're shutting this shit down? How long do you think these people are gonna protest until they reach it? In other words, nigga, they letting it go right now. A few nights, but they got a date. They got a date and a time that they, okay, if this shit isn't over in Motherfuckers haven't cleared out and calmed the fuck down by well, that's when they ain't finna let that shit just go on every day for weeks and weeks and weeks and months. Nope. At some point they're gonna be like, you know what, fuck everybody and fuck what y'all talking about. We run this shit. Shut up and get in the house. No. Or motherfuckers is gone. Yeah, we're protesting tonight. Work and but I'm gonna try to catch up with you guys tomorrow. Hey, yeah, I got to do something tomorrow night, and I have to do something the next night. But if you guys are going down there, I'm gonna be there again. I'll be back with you guys, and then next thing you know, it's just not gonna be anybody there, and shit's just gonna be motherfuckers then gave up, and shit's just gonna go back to the way it was. Just like with this COVID-19 shit right now, shit is just gonna. You think for a second it's finna be turmoil and turn the fuck up and motherfuckers finna turn shit over, and next thing you know, motherfuckers is just like the shelves wasn't empty a minute ago with no toilet paper. In about a week or two, motherfuckers will be talking about, man, remember 2 weeks ago, motherfuckers was protesting everywhere and setting shit on fire? Well, they almost got half the businesses back running and all that kind of shit. Dudes just wait to see what's gonna happen. Cuddy. Bored as fuck in this motherfucking house all day.
Police! No justice! No peace! No racist police! This shit, like, I don't know. They said, yo, what's poppin'? How you feeling? Peace. You safe out here, bro? Be safe, man. You know, they looking to beat somebody up, arrest somebody. Peace. What up, bro? You good?
Be safe out here, bro. Be safe. But but the whole situation itself is not a safe situation. How do you go to an unsafe situation willingly, knowing that it's an unsafe situation, and say be safe? There's no such thing as safe. And the place that you think is safest is damn near the most vulnerable. Well, what do I mean by that? Because safe would be stay your ass at home and mind your own and stay out the motherfucking way. But that doesn't ensure safeness, because wasn't Botham Jean killed in his home? So it's not be safe, it's be careful. Be aware. Be alert. Be cautious. Be mindful. Stay focused. Those are the true, like, what you should say to a motherfucker. Just be safe. That's like all day, every day, motherfuckers tell me, be safe, stay healthy. I'll do my best. I'm not gonna say I will. I'll do my best. Hey, shit. I can't guarantee nothing. Excuse you. Let's see, like this. Part of me that wants to.
Do you know what?
Are they standing in Portland? Hop on the freeway and get there, because a soldier is needed. But then there's a part of me that's just like, sit your ass down. Stay, what the fuck, you just. What? Why does it keep doing that? Why I can't get in a public session by myself? Video with no sound. Cuz.
Hey you and welcome. My name is Mike and in this old video we're going to talk about one Matthew Boynton and what happened to his wife Jessica Boynton. Cause it's one hell of a whodunit. As usual, kinda, not really though. This occurred in the city of Griffin, Georgia in 2016. And what this story is really about is a small-time police department cover-up. Maybe, I guess I should use my words.
Okay, now.
Like Utica, like Clarkson and shit. The McDonald's over there. Across from the old Mike's Diner. Big E, what's good, what's good, what's good? Salute, salute. Everybody just sit here, look. Everybody want this mask, man. I get a chance to stop by there. And I shout it out and see what he do. Then she charged like $4 for each mask. You know what I mean? No doubt. Shout out. From BK, what up? You know? Shout out to the brand. I'm gonna do from all the phone back. You ain't know who. What's poppin'? Yeah, this shit they wild inside there, so. So come get it, nigga. Tell that cheap ass nigga said buy the fucking bottle, man. What the fuck I got? Piggy bank to him? Tell that nigga go buy a fucking bottle. And he owe me some money. What's wrong with that nigga? He gonna buy one. I told him I can go buy it. He acting funny with y'all. I see get that nigga go get it right. I just shoot go get it. Yeah, let me go get it. Hey, no. You gonna go get it? Yeah, we ain't no East get away, homie. You know that. That's how we. Let me say something about that. Listen, there's no disrespect whatsoever to the West Coast, my nigga. Let me state the fact, my nigga. Your niggas don't even run your jails, my nigga. Alright? Let's stop comparing the East to the West. We go to comparison and say, we gonna win it though. When we just know y'all started it. And we ain't gonna never. He's not getting no dollars, he know better than that. Fuck your ass up. Tell me players are plucking fellas, alright? Hey, yo, let me tell you something, bro. We know it started in the West Coast. We salute the homie in the West Coast. We fuck with the homie in the West Coast. Bottom line, my nigga. The conversation was whack. Niggas fell into it because niggas was thirsty for whatever their reason was to entertain that bozo, man. You know what I mean? In New York, we run our jails, homie. And y'all think the Aryan Nation run your jail. You let them racist ass, boyhead ass crackers run your jail, nigga. Let's be real now. Alright? The Aryan Nation's up here too. They run nothing. They run nothing up here. Nigga. You know what I mean? Up top, beloved, you know what time it is. They run nothing up here. So why a nigga hating and calling niggas names and that, nigga? Y'all don't run your prison system that we do though, y'all. Huh? Y'all don't run your prison system, but we do though.
Good Lord above.
Understand that. Alright? So don't get mad at us, nigga. So we take it to another level. And in the streets, y'all the bomb. In the streets, hands down. Cali the niggas. But in the penitentiary, y'all have no power, no say-so, nigga. You know why? Because it's Chicanos and all them ever little motherfucking Mexican and Spanish sets wrong with the white boys. Let's be real. So y'all don't hustle mode in the penitentiary. That's why in jail and the street blood, the Crips don't fuck with each other. But in jail, they forced to. You know why? They don't have a choice. I mean, they don't have a choice. You know what I'm saying? They don't have a choice. We run this bitch. And the streets. Hello? You know what I mean? So let's cut the bullshit, man. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm a gangster. I'm a grown-ass man. So why you got niggas come out, I'm Nino Cappuccino, older brother, trying to send dick pics? What's up, y'all niggas was gay, my nigga? I thought we was men. I thought we was gangsters, man. Supposed to be some form of respect amongst men. Some form of respect amongst gangsters. But niggas are sending dick pics and all type of shit. What type of shit is that? Yeah. I should blow the post. I should blow the post of the nigga name and all that shit. How you gonna say, I'm Nino Cappuccino, big brother, nigga? Look at my dick. You know what I mean? When it came up, just so it happened, my little man, yo, CK, yo, this nigga, I said, yo, I don't know what shit deleted. He deleted it. You know what I'm saying? That's how look, that's how niggas moving, man. Yeah, nigga try to throw a frame. My little man here, CK, this nigga trying to show his little ass dick on to him. He Nino brother, this and that. And that's how niggas is moving. I know niggas in California don't move like that. I've been around Cali niggas all my life. They don't do that, man. They don't swarm fight, bro. So now tell me what's really going on with you, Nino Cappuccino, and that's really your older brother, this and that. Like, come on, bro. Like, you know what I mean? This is what it is. I gave you the call out mad times, homie. You ain't moving on CK because you know CK will bust that motherfucker ass. I'll bust you up. You know what I mean? You gonna fuck with everybody else because you think KK not gonna travel. You gonna call KK. KK travel. Why can't he travel with me, nigga? We come over there, nigga. We'll wash you up, nigga. Anybody else wanna throw their hands up? Alright, so stop having niggas do faggot, gay shit and all that shit. Trying to show their physical body parts and all that. Nigga, that ain't blood, homie. That ain't blood, homie. Come on, homie. How would you do real right, man? How are you real right? Yeah, Black go back with King Tone. Yeah, he did that. I ain't like it, though, because King Tone was my man. But war is war, bro. Like, when niggas is going to war, niggas is going for the head. We ain't going for the Indians. We going for the Chiefs, bro. You know what I mean? Yeah, niggas is booty snatchers, man. Booty bandit ass niggas. He gonna send a fucking dick pic. How you doing that, bro? I love it. How your niggas is moving over there, man? That ain't the Cali way, nigga. I've been around Cali niggas my whole life, nigga. That ain't the Cali way, bro. I told you, niggas 2 blocks over. Welcome to Inglewood, bro. I've been out there. We got a house out there. That's the food? Yeah. Thank you. Let me get that soda. That soda's mine? Thank you. Appreciate it. Nah, I'm just gonna take it. You know what I'm saying? It's bugging up, man. Let's be real, man. What is going on here, man? And you see, look, I'm in the style, look, and the homegirls make sure I eat. CK, what you want? Go get some fish, this and that. You know what I mean? Go get some fish, took the soda I can drink now. Hey, come on, homie. I see you in the car talking. Yo, move over, pull over. But I ain't see you in nobody hood yet, though. Let me see you amongst the homies, about the wolves, nigga. Amongst the thieves, homie. I'm Robin Hood, homie. You heard? I'm Robin Hood. That's why the homies come around me, nigga. You know what I mean? Come on, bro. Niggas online, I mean, trying to send fake dick pics and all that. Come on, my nigga, they cut it out, man. I mean, real niggas step to their issue, bro. You ain't stepping to your issue, nigga. I got a nigga out here that'll fuck you up and bone your bitch ass. You corny, nigga. We from Brooklyn, homie. We don't play certain games, man. You wanna pull up, man? Pull up, man. Cut it out, man. And I wasn't even gonna do no more YouTube getting that niggas, but I was just sitting here bobbing, chilling, and I just seen what was going on. Like, come on, Nino Cappuccino, if you was really gangster, my nigga, you wouldn't have niggas online doing little homo gay shit and all that, bro. We don't do gay shit, bro. That was extremely gay, bro. And I'm not gay bashing. What he did, if you're supposed to be blood, you're gay from the West Coast, he would just say, yo, pull up, nigga, all that, doing that shit online. That shit fake, bro. That shit fake. You know what I mean? That ain't the culture, homie. That ain't what we bang for. You know what I mean? So if you wasn't a part of that, I'd be calling my brother right now. You know what I mean? I'd be calling my brother right now and say, yo, bro, why you do some faggot shit? Why you do that to that man? That man ain't do none of that shit. If you wasn't with it. You know what I mean? But you're supposed to be the home of the gangbang. Yeah, I know he was capping. You know that. Come on, you pull over. I ain't see no car next to him, none of that. You know what I'm saying? That's what they do, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? I respect each man for what he stands for, but you gonna show your dick, nigga, come out the closet, nigga. You know what I mean? I ain't gay, man. At this point, nigga, I'm ready to fuck one of you niggas. You know what I mean? For real, you pussy ass niggas is pussy, bro. You know what I mean? Fuck with my nigga, somehow I hurt one of you niggas' ass, bro. That little sexual shit you just did, nigga, I will kill one of you niggas behind that shit. I
don't want to hear that shit. You just said what the fuck you just said. You can't even say that after you just said what you just said. What the fuck? Nigga show you a dick pic you had with you, you say I'm ready to fuck with you.
And don't play them games. Don't ever expect me to play the game when they get, boy. Ever. You know what I mean? I can think way off, brother. I'm telling you all about California, nigga.
Is just singing
you know what I mean?
Back and
Talk
forth
about
to
the
each other.
20s and
You
60s. I
niggas
can
got
tell
a
you
crush
block
on
lower
each
than
other.
20s, nigga. That's loped out and all that.
Shut the fuck up. Y'all niggas got a crush on each other. You niggas ain't beefing. You niggas are passing notes in class. Yes. I got a public motherfucking room by myself. Yay. That means I can get some money mission done.
We selling? Huh? Okay. The buyer wants it airdropped. The product's loaded and waiting at the helipad.
Huh. What? Where the fuck are you going? Okay. I'm starting to fall fucking asleep. And just when I get to motherfucking get where I need to get to make this shit happen. Alright, bro, get it done. Ooh, boy. See? Motherfuckers just letting me go to sleep. Knowing I need to knock this motherfucking mission down.
That shit ain't real. Shit, my damn pants. Brace up now, motherfucker.
I need to get there. I'm trying to.
Well,
He's out now with the booking agent. I think he might go with a big band on an East Coast tour. I hope he gets it. Band leaders want band members' wives to stay at home. Daddy, please figure things out fast. I want to be your girl as soon as possible. I was sucking her scented cheek. I flogged my skull for a quick plop to tear the yellow gold mine from Scarface. The phone rang. She got out of her nest. I rushed to the phone. It was the excited broad on the desk. She said, "Forgive me for goofing. 422 went up 2 minutes ago. I was having a hassle with the check. I saw him come in. It didn't register until the second that I called you. You better clean house fast." I ran into the living room. I snatched her from the chair. I pulled her to the door. I cracked it. We peeped down the hall. Scarface was 20 yards away from coming down the hall. He had a big stack of papers, maybe sheet music under his arm. He shifted the bundle to his other arm. A paper fluttered to the carpet. He stooped to get it. I saw her door ajar. I stepped aside. I slapped her on the rump. She blurred across through the doorway. Scarface was standing with his mouth open, staring toward his now locked door. He was sure he'd seen her. His face was puzzled. I shut my door easy-like. I stood with my ear against the door. A bomb of sound shocked my eardrum. Someone was punching his fist against my door. I ran into the bedroom and got my switchblade. I came back to the door. I held my open blade behind me. I opened the door. It was Scarface. He looked like Mr. Hyde, all right. His orange-brown eyes were spinning counterclockwise. I saw a bundle of papers in a careless heap in front of his door. His right mitt was deep in his coat pocket. I saw the faint outline of maybe a skinny lead pipe or a gun barrel. I gauged the moves for a heart stab to beat his mitt out of his pocket. I said, "Yeah, Jack, what is it? I'm on the phone with my bondsman. The court just raised my bond on a double murder beef. I'm in a bad mood. I don't want to buy anything." He just stood there, like a scar-faced zombie staring at me. He looked down at the carpet in front of my door. I looked down. A pink butterfly lay there, like a silent indictment. He heaved his chest and took a deep breath. It was like his last one. He stooped and picked it up. The eerie bastard took his other hand out of his pocket. Tears rolled down from his unblinking orange eyes as he stared at me. His scarred cheeks were quivering as he shredded the butterfly into pink lint on the carpet. He turned and walked away. I shut my door and got a beak load of cocaine. I took the lounging robe off. It was dripping sweat. I showered. I sat in Chris's chair at the window. Her sweet odor was still rising from it. For an hour, I heard a loud, sobbing whine across the hall. It was Scarface chewing out Chris. Mickey said midnight. I hadn't eaten since morning. I wasn't hungry. Cocaine was a strong con for the belly. I thought, I hope that jealous chump doesn't croak her. It would be like making a big bonfire out of $100 bills. If she wasn't his wife and I had a rod, I'd go over there and claim her. The phone rang. It was Silas. He said, "What happened, kid? Was she a whiz in the sack? Did the Joker catch her? I've been busy. I ain't had a chance to check with you until now. I was worried about you, kid. The broad told me she was late with the wire. I stalled him in the cage." I said, "He was very close, Silas. I'm a pimp. I didn't stick her. I'll take care of you and the broad this weekend when I pay my rent. Silas, if you get any news on the broad or Scarface, wire me fast." He said, "Yeah, kid, you know me. I stay hip to what goes on around here. I'll keep you plugged in, kid. Good night. I'm
Oh,
going home.
no.
I hung up and lay across the bed. I wondered if Max and Blondie had the runt hemmed up in the alley again. I smoked a reefer. I fell asleep. The phone woke me up. It was the runt. She said, Daddy, it's your baby. It's after 2. Can I come home? I said, bitch, what kind of lines you got? She said, I got 30 slats. I'm beat, Daddy. My tricks have been spades. You know how cheap and hard they are to turn. Can I come in? I said, come on in. Take a bath. Watch your jib, bitch. Don't irritate me. Got a lot on my mind. She'd been working more than 12 hours. She was beat all right. Within a half hour after her bath, she was snoring beside me. I was dozing when the phone rang. I switched on the light. I picked up. I said, hello. Chris whispered, Daddy, I can't talk now. Leroy's asleep. He found a butterfly that fell off my negligee. He's been raving like a crazy man. He knows I was over there. I got bad news for us. The band spot is out. He called and turned it down. He's going to keep the combo and go through Ohio. His agent had a slew of one-nighters booked for him. He's taking me with him. Daddy, I won't forget us. I'll keep in touch. Maybe he'll go out before we leave tomorrow afternoon. I may get a chance to kiss you goodbye. I love you, blood. I'm going to dream about Mr. Thriller until I heard the drowsy whine of Leroy's voice calling her name the instant before she hung up. I turned and looked at the runt. Her big mouth was wide open. Frothy slobber ran down her chin. Her sour hair had started to kink at the edges. She needed to go to the beauty shop downstairs. I thought, what kind of breaks am I getting? I'm sinfully good looking. I'm laying here with a lather-mouthed dog. The ugliest joker in the world is across the hall. He's in the sack with a pretty bitch whose nose is wide open for me. Something's got to be done. Maybe after I cop Chris, I'll have the brass ring in my mitt. I didn't sleep at all after Chris called. The runt woke me up at noon. She went across the street and got on lunch. At 2 in the afternoon, she was in the street. Silas called. He told me Chris was checking out. I saw Chris and Scarface put their stuff in the car and drive away. The runt came in at 2 a.m. with only 20 slats. She was shying away from white tricks. She was leery of Max and Blondie. I couldn't shake her out of it. She would rather turn spades for $3 or $5. She was afraid Max would catch her with a white trick. Chapter 10. The Unwritten Book. A week after Chris left, I copped another bag of cocaine from Top. It was almost gone. The runt was only making expenses. I had one lonely C-note and a double saw, plus the porker silver. The weather was getting balmy. I needed fresh clothes. I was going to the bottom, fast. In the 3 weeks after Chris left, I kicked the runt's ass a half dozen times. I only left the hotel twice in almost a month. I was expecting Chris to call me and say she was on her way. Things were getting worse. It had been 2 weeks since I saw Top. I decided to call him. Maybe he could hit me to a new spot to work for Runt. My bankroll was thin. At 10 a.m., I called Top. One of his broads said he was out of town. He wouldn't be back for a week. I got a sudden thought. I asked her if she knew Sweet's phone number. She said she did, but she'd have to call and find out if Sweet wanted me to have it. She called back in 10 minutes and gave it to me. I called him. He answered. He was in a good mood. He said, "Well, what do you know? If it ain't Grinning Slim. You still got that one whore, or have you grinned yourself whoreless?" I looked over at the runt. She was still asleep. She hadn't been in the street for 3 days. Her period had run 5 days. She claimed she was too weak and sick to go out. I had given her a terrible whipping the night before. I needed advice, badly. I said, "Sweet, my bitch is falling apart. She's playing dead. If you don't pull my coat, I'm gonna starve to death. You gotta help me, sweet." He said, "Nigga, you ain't cracking a nick me for scratch, are you? I don't loan my scratch to suckers who got whores and can't pimp on them. I ain't gonna support you in that lazy bitch." I said, "No, sweet, I don't want scratch. I want you to run the game through my skull. I got a tiny bit of scratch. I gotta get my coat pulled before I tap out." He said, "You got wheels? You know how to get out here? Now remember, you get aroused out here, crack my name. Don't repeat your boner." I said, "Yeah, I'm driving. I think I can find your path. When should I come out there?" He said, "Quick as you can get here. You get here and grin in my face, I'm gonna throw you over the patio wall. Say, kid, Peaches and me got a taste for some of that barbecued chicken down there in hell. Bring one with you when you come." He hung up. My ticker was pounding like Chris had walked in the door with $1 million. I shook the runt. She opened her eyes. I stood over her. I said, "Bitch, you better be in the street when I get back." She said, "You can't do anything but kill me. I'm ready to die. I don't care what you do to me. I'm sick." I said, "All right, bitch. Just hit me where you want your black stinking ass shit." I got in the Ford. I realized I hadn't put on a tie. I didn't have a lid. I looked into the rearview mirror. I sure looked scrounging. Maybe he'd be alone. Then I remembered the lobby. What the hell did it matter? I drove for about 15 minutes before I saw a clean, open barbecue joint. A black stud in a tall white cap was stabbing chickens into a turning spit in the window. I went in. I came out with 2 birds. Peaches might be really hungry for barbecue chicken. It made solid sense to brown-nosed Miss Peaches. After several wrong turns, I found Sweet's building. I parked the Ford in almost the same spot at the curb where Satan had sat me a month ago. A young white stud in a monkey suit was out in front. Crusader Sweet, doing his bit to reverse the social order. I went to the desk in the lobby. I felt like a tramp as I waited for the pass. I got on the elevator. A different broad was at the controls. The spicy scent of the chicken wiggled her nose. She wasn't as pretty as the ripe-smelling broad. She sure kept her crotch from advertising. Maybe it was just that she didn't get heavy action. I stepped from the cage. The friendly brown snake wasn't at his station to flop his mouth for me. I figured it was his day off. The odds were 100 to 1 he was in the sack somewhere with a 6-foot blonde. She was probably a little like the blonde coming from up the pit on her way to the cage. It was Mimi. She flicked her green eyes across my face. They were cold as a frozen French lady. She passed me. She looked like fancy French pastry in her sable stole. I wondered how I got the stupid courage to turn down her freak-off. I walked to the doorway of the pit. The stone broad was still in her squirting squat. Sweet was sitting on the couch. Miss Peaches beside him saw me first. She bounded across the carpet. I felt her choppers graze my hand. She snatched the bag of chicken. She flung it on the alabaster-topped cocktail table in front of Sweet. Sweet looked at me. I tightened my face into a solemn grim mask. I stepped down and walked toward him. He was wearing only a pair of polka-dot shorts. In daylight, I noticed a mole on the broad in the picture over the couch. I said, "Hello, Mr. Jones. I hope those birds are still warm. He said, kid, your map sure looks like that bullshit bitch you got is shooting you through hot grease. I like that look you got today. Maybe you're getting hip. The pimp game ain't for grinning jackasses. Get over here and sit on this couch while baby and me eat our barbecue. Run down you and your whore. I want to know where and how you copped her. Tell me everything you can remember about her and what's happened since you copped her. Run down your whole life as far back as you remember. It don't matter which is first. I ran down my life for him. Then I ran down the night I met the runt until the moment I left the haven. It took maybe 45 minutes. I even described the runt in detail. Sweet and his greedy girlfriend had devoured both birds down to the bare bones. Sweet was wiping Miss Peach's whiskers with a paper napkin. She put her head in his lap. She was jammed against my thigh. Sweet leaned back on the couch. He put his bare feet on the top of the cocktail table. He said, sweetheart, you're black like me. I love you. You got the hate to pimp. You a lucky nigga to get your coat pulled by me. You flap your horns and remember what I'm gonna spiel to you. There are thousands of niggas in this country who think they're pimps. The pussy weak white pimps ain't worth mentioning. Don't none of them pimp by the book. They ain't even heard about it. If they was black, they'd starve stiff. There ain't more than 6 of them who are hip to and pimp by the book. You won't find it in the square nigger or white history books. The truth is, that book was written in the skulls of proud, slick niggas freed from slavery. They wasn't lazy. They was puking sick of picking white man's cotton and kissing his nasty ass. The slave days stuck in their skulls. They went to the cities. They got hip fast. The conning bastard white man hadn't freed the niggas. The cities was like the plantations down south. Jeff and Uncle Tom still did all the white man's hard and filthy work. Those slick nigga heroes balled like crumb crushers. They saw the white man just on the plantation still ramming it into the finest black broads. The broads were stupid squares. They still freaked for free with the white man. They wasn't hip to the scratch in their hot black asses. Those first nigger pimps started hipping the dumb bitches to the gold mines between their legs. They hipped them to stick their mitts out for the white man's scratch. The first nigger pimps and short-shot gamblers was the only nigger big shots in the country. They wore fine threads and had blooded horses. Those pimps was black geniuses. They wrote that skull book on pimping. Even now, if it wasn't for the frantic army of white bitches, nigger pimps would starve to death. Greenie, the white man has been pig greedy for nigger broads ever since his first sniff of black pussy. Black whores con themselves the only reason he sniffs his way to them is white broads ain't got what it takes to please him. I'm hip he's got 2 other secret sick reasons. White women ain't hip to his secret reasons. The dumb white broads ain't even hip to why he locks all niggas inside tight stockades. He'd love it if the nigger broads wasn't locked in there. The white man is scared shitless. He don't want them humping bucks coming out there in the white world rubbing their bellies against those soft white bellies. That's the real reason for keeping all the niggas locked up. To show you how sick in the head he is, he thinks black broads are dirt beneath his feet. His balls will bust if he don't sneak through that stockade. Half savage, less than human black broads. You know, Greenie, why he's gotta come to him? The silly, sick bastard is like a whore that needs and loves punishment. He's a joke with scratch in his mitt. As great as he thinks he is, He can't keep his beak and swipe out of the stink of a black ass. He wallows and stains himself. The poor freak's joy is in his suffering. The chump believes he's done something dirty to himself. He slips back into his white world. He goes on conning himself he's God, and niggas are wild, filthy animals he has to keep in stockades. The sad thing is, he don't even know he's sick in the skull. Greenie, I'm pulling your coat from the bottom to the top. That rundown on the first nigga pimps will make you proud to be a pimp. Square-ass niggas will try to put shame inside you. Ain't one of them would suck a mule's ass to pimp. They can't, because a square ain't nothing but a pussy. He lets a square bitch pimp on him. You gotta pimp by the rules of that pimp book those noble studs wrote 100 years ago. When you look in the mirror, you gotta know that cold-hearted bastard looking at you is real. Now that young bitch you got is gone lazy. She's stuffing on you. That bitch ain't sick. I ain't never seen a bitch under 20 that could get sick. Your whore is bullshit. A whore's scratch ain't never longer than a pimp's cold game. You gotta have strict rules for a whore. She's gotta respect you to hump her heart out in the street. One whore ain't got but one pussy and one jail. You got to get what there is in her fast as you can. You gotta get 16 hours a day out of her. There ain't no guarantee you gonna keep any bitch for long. The name of the pimp game is cock and blow. Now this young bitch you got is shitty, alright. She knows you ain't got no other whore. I want you to go back to that hotel. Make that bitch get out of that bed and get in the street. Put your foot in her ass hard. If that don't work, take a wire coat hanger and twist it into a whip. Ain't no bitch, freak or not, can stand up to that hanger. Maybe your foot and fist can't move that young whore anymore. She's a freak to them. Believe me, Greenie, that coat hanger will blow her or straighten her out. It's better to have no whore than a piece of whore. Get some cotton and make her pack herself. The show can't stop when a whore bleeds. I'm gonna lay some pills on you. Give her a couple when you get her out of that bed. Don't give her any more reefer. And make some whores lazy. Don't worry, kid. If you do like I say and blow her, I'll give you a whore. Kid, don't hold that whore to one block. Tell that whore all the streets go. Turn her loose. It's the only way to pimp. If she blows, what are you lost? She stands up, you got a whore and some real scratch. You go back and put the coat hanger pressure on her. If it don't blow her and she stands up for a week, you ought to have $500 in a week. Take that scratch and drive to one of the whore towns close around. Go to Western Union. Send that scratch back to yourself at your hotel. Use some broad's name as the sender. That lazy bitch you got will think she's got competition. Watch the sparks fly from her ass. She'll try to top that bitch that doesn't exist. Greenie, you listen to Sweet Jones. You'll be a hell of a pimp. Never get friendly and confide in your whores. You got 20 whores, don't forget your thoughts and secrets. A good pimp is always really alone. You gotta always be a puzzle, a mystery to them. That's how you hold a whore. Don't get sour. Tell them something new and confusing every day. You can hold them as long as you can do it. Sweet is hipping you to pimp by the book. I'm the greatest nigga pimp in the world. Now, Greenie, is your skull gonna hold everything I told you? I said, 30 years from now, I'll still remember every word. Sweet, you won't be sorry you helped me. I'm gonna pimp my black ass off. I'll make you proud of me. I'll call you later and hip you to what the run did under hanger pressure. Oh yeah, don't forget to give me those pills. He got up. Miss Peaches stretched her legs. She jumped down and followed him. A sharp hooked nail in one of her rear claws snagged out an inch of cloth from my pants knee. I wouldn't have cared if she had clawed me naked. I was in a thrilled daze. With Sweet Jones on ready tap to pull my coat, I was going to set a record on the fast track. Sweet came back. He gave me a tiny bottle of small white pills. He put his hands on my shoulders. He looked down at me. His sub-zero eyes warmed to my maybe zero. He said, I love you, sweetheart. You know, kid, I don't ever think I'm gonna grin in your face. I love you like a son. Anytime I grin in a sucker's face, I'm gonna cross him or croak him. Call me anytime you need a rundown. Good luck, Greenie. I walked across the pit. I stepped up the doorway. I glanced back. Sweet had peaches in it. Chapter 12. To gain a stable. I heard Silas knock on the door. I went and opened it. Silas was a strange, beautiful sight. The slick sorcerer bastard had my breakfast on a tray. He had turned himself into a cute black bitch in a red knit suit. It was the Runt. I murdered the grin of relief in its jib wound. I twisted my face into a copy of Sweet when he bounced my skull off his John Wall. I said, bitch, I'm gonna croak you. Since 3 o'clock, I've been calling all the hospitals and jails in town. I even called the morgue. Speak up, bitch. What's your story? She looked up at me. She was smiling. She walked past me into the bedroom. I followed her. She sat the tray on the dresser. She ran her fingers deep into her bosom. She brought out a damp wad. Daddy, my last trick was a 50 slap. All night trick. I caught him at 2 this morning. Baby, I gave you 128 slaps. Silas had your breakfast on the elevator on my way up. With the 2 slaps I gave him, I made 130. Oh, Daddy, I found some good streets to work a couple miles from here. You were a sweet daddy to be worried about your baby. Oh, I almost forgot. Keep your fingers crossed. I may bring you a girl one of these mornings. She's wild about me. Her old man ain't nothing. He's a burglar. I said, Phyllis, there's more than one note in the song. You gotta string together 1,000 nights like last night. Now take a bath. I'm gonna treat those scratches. Remember, I don't want any junky bitch. Make sure she's clean before you cop. I forgot about my breakfast. I went out and got into the Ford. I drove to the drugstore and got ointments and salves. I called Sweet and told him the Runt stood up. He reminded me to send that scratch to myself as soon as possible. I went back to the Haven. I sent Silas for hot food. I dressed her wounds. They sure looked bad. Those gold pills she had taken died. She fell asleep while I was doctoring her back. I ate and took a nap. By the end of the week, I felt like a pimp. I had an 8-bill bankroll, not counting the porker silver. One night about 9, I got into the Ford. I drove less than 100 miles to Terre Haute, a small whore town. I sent 5 bills to myself at the Haven. I used Christine as the broad's name. Top was back in town, so I stopped on the way home and copped cocaine, yellows, and bennies. The Run came in that morning around 4. She had 105 slaps. She was on her way to stardom. When we were in bed, when I cracked on her, I said, baby, I think our luck is changing all around. I'm pretty sure Daddy's copped another whore. I met her in the bar about a week ago. It's a small world, all right. She says she just moved out of this joint not long ago. She went wild over me. She's a fine young bitch. She begged me to go to Terre Haute with her. She's working a fast house up there. I told her I'd run up there after she sent her first week's scratch. She gave me her phone number up there. I gave her my address. Tonight, I called up there. I asked her about my scratch. She told me 5 bills were on the way. Baby, if she's driving, we ain't hurt. If she sends it, and it's respectable scratch, your daddy got a small stable. She said, is she a white bitch? What does the bitch look like? I said, bitch, don't get shitty now. What's wrong with a white broad helping 2 spades? She's a boot. She looks like what she is. A scratch getting fine bitch in love with your man at first sight. It was a little after noon when the messenger brought the scratch notice. The runt went to the door and brought him into the bedroom. I opened it. The office was a half-mile away. I asked the runt if she'd like some air. She was eager to go. It was a good thing I had gotten that driver's license. I had to go through a long routine. They even made me crack the amount I was expecting. I got the cash. The runt was silent on the way home. Sweet sure knew the angles to put pressure on a whore's skull. In the next month, I made 2 more trips to Terre Haute. Twice, I went across town and stayed in a hotel overnight until around noon. I was conning the runt I was visiting her stablemate. The runt was really humping. She was averaging no less than $1 bill a night. 2 months after the hanger whipping, I took a furnished 3-bedroom vacancy in Tops Building. It was a gold and red dream after the haven. The runt really freaked this pad off. I guess she felt at home at last. It was on the 6th floor. I copped 6 $200 vines at 60 slaps apiece. The booster lived on the 2nd floor beneath me. The same week, Top cut into a stud who had a black LaSalle car in mint condition. He was out on an appeal bond, and his lip wired him he was joint bound. I gave the stud 4 bills in his mint. I paid off the last 2 notes on the wheels. I had 2 cars. I gave the runt her Ford back. She could cover and get down in a wider area. I started hanging around out at Sweet's pad, sucking up the pimp game. I got home from Sweet's one morning around 5. I heard the runt rapping to someone in one of the bedrooms. I pushed the door open. The runt was in bed with a tall, pretty brown-skinned broad. She looked 15. They were naked. They stopped kissing and looked at me. The runt said, Daddy, this is Ophelia. I told you about her in the Haven. Her old man got 1 to 3 in the joint for burglary. She wants to join our family, can she? I said, Ophelia, if you're not full of shit and you obey my rules, you're welcome. Have you bitches been in the streets working tonight? I hope you just got in that bed to freak off. Phyllis, get out of that bed and get my double action scratch. The runt went into the closet and brought me a roll of bills. She said, a bill of this I made. I fast counted a yard and 75 slats. I took off my clothes and got between them. I spent an hour quizzing Ophelia and running down my rules. She was 18. The circus started. I was circus master. I had become too much pimp to freak off with a new package. They were the performers. She had put only 6 bits in my pocket. How cheaply did she get me if she blew tomorrow? It was the night before my 20th birthday in August. I had gone to the west side to cop some dresses for Phyllis and Ophelia. I had left the booster's pad. I was loading the dozen or so pieces in the trunk of the LaSalle. I slammed the trunk lid shut and locked it. I heard screaming and smashing sounds coming from a cabaret just down the street. I saw a hatless gray-haired man come staggering to the sidewalk. He was holding his head. The side of his head looked shiny. I walked down the sidewalk toward him. He was bleeding from a deep cut in his head. He was moaning and trying to stop the flow of blood with his hands. A dark, thin joker ran out behind the old man. I saw something gleam in his hand, and he raised his arm again and again. I moved closer. The thin joker was savagely pistol whipping the old stud. He was beaten to his knees. He looked like someone had painted his face red. The thin joker turned his face. The light coming from the open door of the cabaret shone on it. It was Chris's Leroy beating the old man. 20 customers had come out. They formed a circle around the massacre. I moved to the outside of the circle. Then I saw Chris standing on the other side of the circle. She was screaming and tugging at Leroy's pistol arm. Leroy had gone insane. I moved around the circle closer to Chris. I stood behind her. I saw greasy stains on the back of her dress collar. Her hair looked frowsy and dull. Scarface was sure taking her to the dogs. I heard the screech of brakes. I saw 2 huge white rollers muscle through the crowd. Leroy was astraddle the unconscious figure, still pounding his pistol into it. They shoved Leroy's gun off and took the pistol. The other viced his neck in a stranglehold. They dragged him to the prowl car and threw him into the back seat. A short, middle-aged white broad stepped to the side of the fallen figure. She was wringing her hands. She was wearing a bar apron. She stooped and stroked the figure's brow. One of them got on the front seat. He turned sideways, guarding Leroy. He put a microphone to his lips. He was calling an ambulance, no doubt. The other roller came back and stopped beside the white woman. He said, "Anybody you know?" She sobbed. "Yes, he's my father-in-law." He said, "What happened?" She said, "Everybody knows Papa Tony loves to kid around the girls. He's got a heart as big as New York. Everybody loves and understands him. Papa Tony came in the bar. He started kissing the cheeks of all the girls at the bar. He kissed that one behind you. That maniac man of hers stopped singing. He leaped off the stage. He started to beat poor Papa Tony with his pistol. It's the first night the maniac has worked for my husband. If my husband Vince had been here, that jerk's brains would splatter the sidewalk." The roller looked back at Chris. He started making notes in a small book. He knew he'd quiz her after he got the full picture. I touched Chris lightly on the shoulder. She turned and looked up at me. She got weak in her knees. She slumped against me. I took her arm and steered her down the sidewalk. I heard the distant whine of an ambulance siren. I said, "Chris, you had better split. That's a white man Leroy beat up. The white folks are going to cross you into it. After all, you're the reason he nipped." We got into the LaSalle. I moved it down the street toward the prowl car. I put on the brakes. A couple came from the front of the prowl car. They crossed the street in front of me. I stopped beside the prowl car. Chris could have reached out and touched it. I turned my head and looked into the rear seat of the prowl car. Leroy was staring at Chris. His eyes shifted to me. He leaped toward the front seat. The roller backhanded him. I saw Leroy's head dip out of sight as I pulled away. I made book from that frantic leap of his that he remembered me. The LaSalle moved quickly away from the west side. Chris was crying. I stayed silent until I hit the fringe of the south side. Then I said, "All right, Chris, I got you away from the heat. Tell me where you live and I'll take you home. Don't cry. You can bail him out when they book him." She sobbed. "All right. You want to take me home? Turn around and take me to Leroy's Jalopy. It's parked behind the bar where he blew his silly top. We got into town broke this afternoon. He didn't get the settlement. Maybe he'll never get it. I'm so disgusted. He was to get paid nightly for the gig. He does a blues singing bit now." I said, "Bitch, you look like a bum. You conned me you'd keep in touch. You were going to be my whore, remember? I should have left you back there to go to jail with your sucker man. I realized I had a solid chance to cop her now. All I had to do was stay strong and bluff her. Leroy was a cinch to get a bit. He couldn't make bail. Chris had no out but me. She sure looked like my third whore. I coasted into the curb. I left the engine running. We were parked in front of a Fleabag hotel. I had maybe a 2,500 slat roll in my pocket. I flashed for her. I peeled off a saw buck. I held it toward her. She ignored it. She said, "Blood, it wasn't that I didn't think of you. I wanted to call you. I wanted to keep my word. Leroy never let me out of his sight. He would even follow me to the toilet. You don't know how much I hate him. I hope he gets life. Don't cut me loose, Blood. I'll keep my promises. I'm free now. I'm yours, baby. Tell me to jump in the river. I'll do it." I said, "No, Chris. I'm afraid of you. I think Leroy has made a tramp jive bitch out of you. I'm pimping too good to bring a headache into the stable. I'll always be your friend, Chris. My ticket is bleeding for you, baby. I gotta think of number one. My whores are humping 16 hours a day in the street. They love it. I don't figure you got the guts and heart for the street track. Chris, for the rest of my life, I'll be sad when I think of you. I'll have a lump in my throat when I think what might have been. Take this sawbuck, baby, and best of luck, always. Goodbye, Chris. Please split before I get weak and let you be my hoe." I reached across her and opened the car door. My skull was hitting on all 175 cylinders. I was cinching her. I remembered her name, Christine, on all those Terre Haute money orders I'd been sending myself. She was the runt's ghost gadfly come to life. She pulled the door shut. She hurled herself against me. She held on to me and wailed like maybe I was her dead mama on the way back to the grave after a brief visit. She blubbered, "Blood, please don't cut me loose. I'm not a lazy bitch. Give me a chance. I want to amount to something. Please take me with you. I won't let you down. I can hold my own against any bitch." I pulled out. I was headed home. I was a fox with a rare, pretty hen in my jail. I knew the runt no Ophelia were in the street. In the trunk, I had 6 dresses I'd copped for Ophelia. I was sure they'd fit Chris. I said, "Bitch, I'm gonna gamble on you. I'm taking you to your new pad. You gotta understand one thing. You can't bring in scratch under a bill of knife. You do, I may light my cigarettes with it or use it to wipe my ass. You're gonna meet and work in the street tonight with your sisters. I'm gonna give you a rundown. Flap your horns and remember it. It will bring you into the family with some stardust on your tan. Chris, you're lucky. A whore of mine croaked in Terre Haute just a week ago. Her heart stopped while she was turning a trick. She was a martyr. Her name was Christine. I went up there and blew a couple of $100,000 for her funeral. I guess I felt guilty about blowing all that scratch on the broad I had only for a couple of months or so. I didn't tell the stable about her death. Maybe I went all out on her funeral because she had your name. I just don't know. Anyway, the stable never met her. They sure have a lot of respect for that long scratch she sent me every week from the whorehouse. Chris, you're that great humping bitch reborn. A week before she croaked, she begged me to turn her loose here in the street. I turned her down because I knew she had a screwy ticker. So, Chris, I know you'll prove to the stable you are just as great in the streets as you were in the house in Terre Haute. I'm taking you home to get pretty for the trick people, baby bitch. Chapter 13. the iceberg. When she saw the pad, she flipped. A pink silk dress from the trunk fitted her perfectly. After a bath and a shampoo, she was again the gorgeous Chris I'd met at the Haven. I gave her 2 gold pills and took her to the street for the cut into Phyllis and Ophelia. It was midnight when I curved in the block where they were working. They were walking together across the street. They looked over at the side. I blinked my headlights. They crossed the street and came toward me. The runt stuck her head through the window on Chris's side. Ophelia was stooping down, pinning Chris. I said, "Both of you get in." They got into the back seat. In the rearview mirror, I saw them look at each other. Then, at the back of Chris's head, I said, "Phyllis, Ophelia, meet Christine. She's gonna work the street with you. She's tired of giving up 50% of her scratch. She wants Daddy to have all she makes." I pulled her out of the whorehouse. What the hell? The whole family should be together anyway. "Phyllis, I've told Christine 100 times how great you are in the street. She's hip, you know all the rollers and all the angles. I want you to take her under your wing out here for a week or so. I know there ain't a bitch out here that can pull her coat like you can. Now get out of the car and starve those other jokers' whores to death." I watched them walk away chattering and laughing. It was like they were real sisters. I looked at my diamond-studded Longines. It was 10 after 12. How about it? I was 20 years old. I was living in a 6 bill a month pad. I had 3 young, fine mud kickers. I was a pimp at last. I tilted down the rearview mirror. I powdered my face. I sat there gazing at myself. Finally, I pulled it off. I was going to Sweets to report my progress. I didn't get much of a chance to rap them. 2 rollers from Sweet's precinct were drinking and horsing around with 2 of Sweet's yellow whores. Sweet told them I was his son. It tickled them witless when Sweet told them what Satan and his demon had done to me. They told me not to worry. They would remember me and would wire the other precinct rollers not to rouse me. The rollers finally got cropped. The whores took them around the Chinese screen into bedrooms. Then I said, "Sweet, I copped a beautiful yellow bitch tonight. I got her humping on the track with my girls. Sweet, the bitch is crazy about me. I know I'll hold her for years." He said, "Slim, a pretty nigga bitch and a white whore are just alike. They both will get in a stable to wreck it. They'll leave the pimp on his ass with no whore. You gotta make 'em hump hard and fast. Stick 'em for long scratch quick. Slim, pimpin' ain't no game of love. Prat 'em and keep your swipe out of 'em. Any sucker who believes a whore loves him shouldn't have fell out of his mammy's ass. Slim, I hope you ain't sexed that pretty bitch yet. Believe me, Slim, a pimp is really a whore who's reversed the game on whores. Slim, be as sweet as the scratch. Don't be no sweeter. Always stick a whore for a bundle before you sex her. A whore ain't nothing but a trick to a pimp. Don't let 'em Georgia you. Always get your money in front, just like a whore. Whores in a stable are like working chumps in the white man's factory. They know when their sucker tickers they're chumping. They both gotta have horns to blow their beefs into. They gotta have someone to listen while they bad-mouth that goddamn boss. A good pimp is like a slick white boss. He don't ever pair 2 of a kind for long. He don't ever pair 2 new bitches. He ain't stuck 'em for no long scratch. A pair of new bitches got too much in common. They'll beep to each other and pool their skull, plot, and split to the wind together. The real glue that holds any bitch to a pimp is the long scratch she's stuck for. A good pimp could cut his swipe off and still pimp his ass off. Pimping ain't no sex game. It's a skull game. A pimp with a shaky bottom woman is like a sucker with a lit firecracker stuck in his ass. When his boss bitch turns sour and blows, all the other bitches in the stable flee to the wind behind her. There ain't more than 3 or 4 good bottom women promised to pimp in his lifetime. I don't care if he cops 300 whores before he croaks. A good pimp has got to have like a farm system for bottom women. He's got to know what bitch in the family could be the bottom bitch when mama bitch goes sour. He's got to keep his game tighter on his bottom bitch than any other bitch in the stable. He's got to peep around her ass while she's taking the crack. He's got to know if it's got the same stink and color it had yesterday. Slim, you're in trouble until you cop the 4th whore. A stable is sets of teams playing against each other to stuff the pimp's pockets with scratch. You got an odd bitch. You ain't got but a team and a hall. A young pimp like you has got to learn not to cop blind. Your 4th bitch has got to be right to pair with the 3rd whore. She can't be no ugly bitch unless she likes pussy. She can't be smarter than the pretty bitch. She could be younger, even prettier, but she's got to be dumber. Slim, all whores have one thing in common, just like the chumps humping for the white balls. It thrills them when the pimp makes mistakes. They watch and wait for his downfall. A pimp is the loneliest bastard on earth. He's got to know his whores. He can't let them know him. He's got to be God all the way. The poor son of a bitch has joined a hate club he can't quit. He can't do a turnaround and be a whore himself in the white boss's stable unless he was never a pimp in the first place. So kid, rest and dress and pimp till you croak. I ain't had no rest in a couple of days. I think I'll try to get some dots. Kid, these skull aches are getting bad. Good luck, kid. Call me tomorrow, late. Oh yeah, happy birthday, kid. That rundown was a birthday present. My skull was reeling from his rundown on the way home. It was 5 a.m. when I got there. The runt and Ophelia were asleep. They were locked together like Siamese twins. I picked up my scratch off the dresser. It was 2 1/4 bills. I went and looked in on Chris. She was in the bed reading a book. She looked up and put the book across her belly. She reached under the pillow. She gave me a roll of bills. I checked it. There was 6 bits. It wasn't bad for a new bitch who got to the track late. She held out her arms. She was naked. I had to cop her some sleepwear. To avoid her arms, I lit a cigarette. She said, "Daddy, did I do all right?" I said, "Chris, you made a start. It's like the first buck of that million you're gonna make. I ought to frame it like a sucker who's opened a new hot dog stand. I want you to put that book down, get some dollars. I want you to take a fan to Leroy tomorrow. Hit him, I'm your man now. The family is gonna cabaret tonight. It's my birthday today. I'll get you a rundown of your first night when I wake up. I'm gonna cop you a partner for the street real soon, baby. Good night, Chris." When I woke up, it was 1 p.m. I turned on my side. 2 big brown eyes were looking at me. It was Ophelia. She started kissing my eyelids. She said, "Daddy, you're so pretty. You got eyelashes just like a bitch's. Phyllis took Chris to visit that sucker in the shit house. Daddy, can I kiss my candy?" I said, Christ in heaven, ain't I got a whore in this family without a hot jib? Go on, bitch. Then get your kit and trim my toenails and paint them. We're all going to get pretty for my birthday party tonight. She said, how old are you, Daddy? I bet you're 19. I said, bitch, I'm 119. I just got a pretty baby face. Chris and the runt got back from Leroy around 3 p.m. Chris had a serious look on her face. I said, well, how did he take the news? Did he hang himself from the bars before your eyes? She said, Daddy, he fell apart. He would have killed me if he could have reached me. He cried like his heart was broken. He said he was going to kill you whenever he saw you. I feel bad, Daddy. He really upset me. I'm gonna lie down. I thought, that square chump is sure a wing ding. I'm gonna put the hurt to him fast if I run into him. We partied at a swank white joint near the Gold Coast. We got home at 4 a.m. I was sober. The whores were stoned. I went and got into my bed. I dozed. An hour later, I woke. The 3 whores were crowding into bed with me. They were stroking and kissing me all over. Mr. Thriller sure ached to be a circus performer. I was having trouble convincing Mr. Thriller. He had to take only one at a time. He was a pimp, not a freak. The ringmaster put the show on and stayed cool. It was 8 o'clock before I got to sleep. It was a month before I copped my 4th whore. She was a cute, tiny 17-year-old broad, about Chris's color. The stable had brought her home from a coffee joint at closing time. They took their breaks there. The little broad was a waitress in the joint. She was curious about the whore game. She was wild to wear flashy clothes. She thought I was rich when she dug the pad. The excitement in her eyes hipped me. I could make a fast cop. I took her into the living room. I cracked her into saying she'd be my woman and stop slaving for $30 a week. Then I gave her the pitch to tie the knot. She was sitting in a chair. I stood looking down at her. Her eyes never left my face. It was maybe like a rattlesnake charming a robin. I said, Joanne, I gotta congratulate you. You're not only lucky, you're smart. You knew when you saw me that I was going to be your man. I'm hip that you were just waiting to meet me. You have wanted since you were a little girl to live an exciting, glamorous life. Well, sugar, you're on blood's magic carpet. I'm gonna make your life with me outshine your flashiest daydreams. I'm a pimp. You gotta be a hoe. I don't have squares. I'm gonna be your mother, your father, your brother, your friend, and your lover. The most important thing I'm gonna do is be your man. The manager of the scratch you make in the street. Now, sweet bitch, have you followed me so far? She whispered. Yes, blood, I understand. I reached down and took her hand. I took her to the window overlooking the city. I held her against me. I said, look out there, baby angel. Out there is where you work. Those streets are yours because you're my woman. I've got 5 G's in fall money. If you get busted for anything, even murder, I can free you. Baby bitch, this family is like a small army. We got rules and regulations we never break. I am really 2 studs. One of them is sweet and kind to his whores when they don't break the rules. The other one comes out insane and dangerous when the rules are broken. Little baby, I'm sure you'll never meet him. Never forget this family is as one against the cold, cruel world. We are strong because we love each other. There is no problem I can't solve. There's no question I can't answer about this game. Tomorrow, I'm going to start filling your skull with everything about this game and street. I'm going to make a star out of you, Angel. Don't ask any outsider anything. Come to Chris or me. My little baby, I'll protect you with my last drop of blood. If any motherfucker in those streets out there, stud or bitch, hurts you or threatens you, come to me. He will have to cut my throat first, shoot me first. I take an oath to protect you for as long as you are my woman. Baby, I know that's for all. Now repeat after Daddy, baby. I slept with Chris that night. After the first week, I knew she was the perfect partner for Chris. Sweet was right. Chris and Joanne ran Phyllis and Ophelia into a panting lather in the street. I started wanting that fifth whore. Leroy got a year for the beating he gave Papa Tony. About 6 months later, Top and I were at the Roost bar. A loudmouth joker beside me was arguing with a stud on his other side. I had my back to him, facing Top. I was in his pad. I was so frosted with cocaine, I felt embalmed. It was maybe like I was at the Roost, and I really wasn't. I had raised my glass of coke to my jib. I was fascinated by the tiny bubbles popping inside the glass. I was trying to count them before they all popped away. I heard an explosion behind me. My skull was numb. It was maybe like the noise behind me happened a year ago on an ice floe in the Arctic somewhere. I saw a light gray lid that stirred a faint memory. It wobbled across the log and stopped in front of where Top had been. I thought, that's a Knox 40. I had one once that color. That crazy joker Top was on the floor between the log and his stool. His eyes were wide in fear. He was looking up at me like he thought I had gone bats and was going to croak him. I laughed at him. I heard running feet behind me. I looked over my shoulder. The joker who had been arguing with Loudmouth was running through the door with a rod in his hand. I looked behind me. Loudmouth was on his back, out cold. He had a long red gouge across his temple. Some of the frost melted away in my skull. The bullet that grazed Loudmouth had torn my lid off. The joint was still. Top was standing and dusting himself off. The joint had emptied. I reached over and picked my lid off the bar. I took a casual look at the entrance, exit holes, and the top of the crown. I stuck it on my head. Top was staring at me. I tilted my glass and drained it. I turned to Top. Loudmouth was groaning and coming to on the floor. I said, Jack, let's get out of here before the rollers come. I ain't got time for a quiz. You know, Top, if my skull had been pointed, I'd have had a bad break. Top followed me out the door. We got into his hog in front of the Roost. Top was still staring at me. His jib was gaping. He said, Kid, I saw it, but I don't believe it. I've seen some cool studs in my time, but I ain't never seen nothing equal to that. Kid, you were cold in there. Icy. Icy like an iceberg. Kid, I got it. You're getting to be a good young pimp. All good pimps got monikers. I'm gonna hang one on you. Kid, you've outgrown Youngblood as a moniker. How about Iceberg Slim? Kid, it's a beautiful fit. Iceberg Slim. How about it? And I thought it up. Cocaine sure chills you. I guess you picked the right high for you. Chapter 14. The Mistake. By the end of the year, I had copped a new 39 hog. I had blown Joanne 90 days after I got her. She was too possessive, and she didn't really have the guts for a long stretch in the street. I didn't cry when she left. While I had her, Chris kept her humping. I was thousands ahead of her when she slipped away from Chris in the street. A week later, I copped a young whore that was a whiz in the street and was hip to boosting. She went ape over Chris. She'd go downtown and come home with shopping bags loaded with fine dresses and underclothes for herself and her sisters. Later, she hipped Chris to boosting. I let them go down together with a stud who drove for them. They filled my closet with beautiful vines. Top got 5 years on a narcotics rap. The federal heat tricked him into a 4-piece sale to an undercover agent. I sure missed him. I hung out at Sweets more than ever. My name was ringing. The moniker Top hung on me stuck. Everybody was calling me Iceberg, even Sweet. Only I and the several peddlers I copped from knew that my icy front was really backed by the freezing cocaine I snorted and banged every day. I pimped strictly by the book for the next 3 years. I traded in a hog each year. I never had less than 5 girls in the family. I moved out of Top's building and let the family stay there. I took a suite in a swank midtown hotel. I had the privacy, the jewelry, and all the flash and glamour of a successful pimp. I hadn't managed to solve the fast track. I was fast becoming one of its legends. Top had gotten out. He was in Seattle with relatives serving out his short parole paper. Only one of his women stuck with him. The rest got in the wind when he fell. The runt was still bottom woman. Ophelia was still hung up on him. Chris was proving every day she had the qualities for a bottom woman. I noticed the runt was acting like she might be wearing thin fast. The other 2 whores I had been stablemates. I copped them when their pimp shot an overdose of H. I was at Sweets when Pearl Harbor was bombed. I stayed all night. I was still in bed. The friendly brown snake had brought me my breakfast. I was just finishing when Sweet walked into the bedroom. He sat down on the side of the bed. He said, "Berg, Uncle Sam just got his throat cut. The slant eyes just put the torch to Pearl Harbor. Whore's gonna make more scratch now than ever before. Berg, I got a feeling this Second World War is gonna hurt the pimp game in the long run." I said, "Sweet, how do you figure that?" He said, "You know a whore ain't nothing but an X square. A good pimp wears out a lot of whores in his lifetime. If there ain't no big pool of squares for the pimps to turn out, then stables gotta get smaller. The defense plants are gonna claim thousands of young potential whores. Those square bitches are gonna get those paychecks. They'll get shitty independent. A pimp can't turn them out. The older square broads are going into the plants too. Thousands of them got teenage daughters. They'll have the scratch to fill the bellies of those young bitches. They'll put nice clothes on their backs. Why the hell should they whore for a pimp? They can pimp on mama. The worst thing is, those plants are inviting whores with strict pimps to split and square up. If the war lasts a long time, pimps will have to turn pussy to hold a whore. Berg, ain't but one real heaven for a pimp. He's in it when there's a big pool of raggedy, hungry young bitches. The war was raging. The defense plants were grinding out war goods around the clock. Thousands of young and old broads were slaving in them. As far as I was concerned, the pool was still full of fine fish. I had 3 original girls and 3 new cops. It was December 1944. Sweet was still pimping good for an old man. He was down to 7 women, but this was great pimping for a stud his age. Top had settled out west. I had held Chris, Ophelia, and the runt a long time. Since 38, I had copped and blown 60 to 70 whores in turnouts. The turnover in turnouts was big. Some of them would hump for a month and split, some a week, others a couple hours before they cut out. Sweet had been so right years ago. The pimp game was sure cop and blow. I spent Christmas Day with Mama. She was really happy to see me. She hadn't seen me since '38. She cried as always when I left her. The runt was getting tired and evil. Several of those turnouts she had run away from me. All new turnouts I was giving to Chris to polish in the street. I started sending the runt to small towns near army camps. Some of them were out of state. Sometimes Ophelia went with him. A week before I met Carmen, the runt and Ophelia had come back from a weekend in Wisconsin. The runt and the other 5 girls were with me when I copped the 7th girl. She was almost a perfect copy of the runt at 18. She had a prettier face than the runt had at 18. Her features were more regular. Time and street had bulldogged the once cute peak face of the runt. We were at a cabaret. Carmen was behind a 26-game table in the barroom. I left my table and went to the John. I passed Carmen on the way. She gave me a strong lick. On the way back, I stopped and tossed a card on her table and rolled the dice, trying for a score of 26. I hit 26, so I bought us a drink with the score. I stood beside the table and quizzed her. She was from Peoria. She'd been in town a week. We had old party time in common. She had met him up in Peoria, where he was still living. He had a whore in a house up there. She had worked in the same house. She had run off from her pimp, and she was wide open for a fast cop. We rapped for 15 or 20 minutes. I could tell she went for me. She looked at the clock. It was almost closing time. I invited her to have breakfast at the family's pad. We'd had breakfast. I was leaving with Carmen. I was going to my place to put her under contract. The runt followed me outside to the hallway. She called me. I gave Carmen the key to the hog. She went toward the elevator. I didn't move toward the runt. I said, "Bitch, you want to rap to me? Come to me." She had a tight, evil look on her face. She walked slowly up to me. Top was right. These bottom broads, when they started to rot, really funked up a stud skull. She said, "You ain't thinking about bringing that bullshit bitch into this family, are you? That phony bitch ain't shit." I said, "What the hell? You mean you're gonna turn down a chance to larceny a new bitch away? You stinking bitch. Nobody tells me what bitch to have. You got the nerve to crack some bitch is phony? I had to almost croak you to make you real." I noticed 2 of the latest cops were in the open door. They were eyeballing down the hall at our show. She shouted, "Nigga, you were a raggedy nowhere scarecrow until you got me. You didn't have no wheels. You muscled me for mine. Nigga, I'm the bitch that made you great. Without me right now, you'd go to the bottom fast as shit through a greasy funnel." I made a bad mistake. I should have maybe used Top's jelly skull technique to get rid of her. Instead, I left hooked her hard as I could against the jaw. There was a pop, like a firecracker going off. She fell to the carpet in a quiet heap. I kicked her big rear end a dozen times. I walked to the elevator. I looked down the hall. I saw Ophelia and Chris dragging her toward the apartment. The runt got her broken jaw wired up. She split with Ophelia. Chris said she tried to take 2 of the newer girls with her, too. I had made a pimp's classic blunder. I had blown a tired bottom bitch in the rough. Carmen was an easy cop. A pimp wants everybody who can hump his pockets fast. He's in real clover when he cops a fine young whore who wants him. Carmen really wanted me. She was starting with Chris. 6 months later, Sweet called me early in the morning. His voice was laced with excitement. I jerked erect in the bed. He said, "Bird, I got a wire the FBI's nosing around some of the broad lockups. They're quizzing whores. Your name has been cracked more than once. It looks like they already got a solid beef to go on. It's my guess they're trying to build a 5 or 6 count rap against you. I said, Sweet, I bet it's that stinking run. Christ! Sweet, I've sent her and Ophelia across state lines a dozen times since the war started. They're trying to ram a white slave rap into me, Sweet. What would you do? He said, I would give one of those nice, sweet jokers on the west side expense scratch and a ball-peen hammer. I'd tell him as soon as I read they was found in an alley with their skulls caved in, he could get a cinch $2,000. It would be easy to trap them. They're whores. He'd be just another freakish trick wanting to party with 2 whores. Tell you what, Berg, get them whores out of that crib over there fast. Move out of your pad today. Go groundhog. Switch your whores to new stomping grounds. Stay out of the street after you move. Call me when you get out of there. He hung up. I thought, I'm a sucker. I should have destroyed the run, Top's way. I had moved the stable and myself to new pads by 7 that night. Chris, my new bottom woman, was the only one in the family who knew the reason for the move. I took the hog and put it in a garage I rented from an old widower. The garage was behind his house, in a respectable neighborhood. I got a cab to one of my stuff connections. I was going underground. I had to at least have a piece of stuff. I had copped and was walking down the street looking for a cab. I passed the barber shop. I got a glimpse of the white spatted dogs of a joker in the barber's chair next to the window. I thought, geez, that square joker is pitiful. He ain't hip spats went out with high-bottom shoes. I was walking fast. I had the sizzle on me. I needed a cab in the worst way. I was almost a half block from the barber shop. I thought I heard some joker yelling, run, run. I looked back over my shoulder. A tall, skinny stud in a barber's apron was on the sidewalk. His white spats flashed on his feet. He was screaming and flailing his arms like a minstrel clown singing Mammy. He was lopping down the sidewalk. The out-of-fashion bastard was yelping, son, son. He galloped by the neon lights toward me. His wrinkled brown-skinned face changed colors like a chameleon. He ran into me and clutched me like I was a winning sweepstakes ticket. He was panting and sweating like a whore on soldier's payday. I can smell witch hazel and the stink of emotion sweat. I saw white specks of barber's talc on the bald crown of his head. I couldn't see his face. He had it buried in my chest. He was blubbering. Oh, son, precious son. Sweet Jesus answered an old man's prayer. He's let me see and hold my one and only son before I got to my heavenly rest. I had the damnedest thought while he made love to me. I wondered if my skull had chipped any paint off that wall he threw me against when I was 6 months old. I stiff-armed him away. I stared coldly into his face. I saw a weak blaze of anger light his dull brown eyes. He said, God don't like ugly, son. You saw your father back there. You ignored me, didn't you? I said, shit, no, I didn't see you. I thought you had croaked. Look, Jack, I'm happy to see you, but I'm in an awful hurry. See you around. He said, I did my part to bring you into this world. You ain't gonna treat me like a dog. Where do you live? You look prosperous. What's your line? Are you with some big company? Are you married to some nice girl? Do I have any grandchildren, son? I said, you haven't heard about Iceberg Slim? He's famous. He said, you don't associate with black filth like that, I hope. I said, look, Jack, I am Iceberg. Ain't you proud of me? I'm the greatest nigga that ever came out of our family. I got 5 whores humping sparks out of their asses. I thought he was going to have a heart attack. The apron was quivering over his ticker. He was supporting himself against the lamppost. His face was gray in shock under the streetlight. I jerked my shirt and coat sleeves up past Spike Hollow. I stuck the needle-scarred arm under his nose. He drew back from it. I said, "God damn it, Jack, what's the matter?" "Shit, I shoot more scratch into that arm a day than you make in a week. I've come a long way since you bounced my skull off that wall. Stick your chest out in pride, Jack. I've been in 2 prisons already. Shit, Jack, I'm on my way to the 3rd any day now. You ain't hip I'm important? Maybe one of these days I'll really make you a proud father. I'll croak a whore and make the chair." I walked away from him. I caught a cab at the corner. The cabbie U-turned. I looked at my old man. He was sitting on the curb beside the lamppost. His white spats gleamed starkly in the gutter. He had his head on his knees. I saw his back jerking up and down. The poor joker was bawling his ass off. I got home. I called Sweet. I banged a load of cocaine. It was the best I'd copped since Glass Top went to the joint.
Chapter 15. In a Sewer.
After I had called Sweet and banged the cocaine, I had chilling thoughts.
I've got 5 whores just like poor Preston had when Sweet crossed and destroyed him. I wonder if Sweet will dream up a cross to steal my whores from me. He knows where I'm padding. It would be as easy as lifting a telephone receiver. Sweet swears he loves me like I'm his son. These 7 years on this fast track have hipped me to one solid truth. To a pimp, there's nothing more important than copping whores. While I'm holed up, I'll keep my stable headaches a secret. I won't give him a cue to volunteer his help. It would be a bitch to have him handling my stable. I'm sure glad Chris is a boss bottom bitch. Oh, this pressure's really screwing my skull around. Sweet wouldn't cross me. I gotta stop mistrusting the only friend I got. I mean more to Sweet as his friend than any whore. Maybe I should make a run for it and set up shop in some other city. Christ, why do I have to be red hot with federal heat? Why couldn't it be city or state heat? On this fast track, I've only been busted and mugged once. A dozen other times I paid off on the street. That FBI is a son of a bitchin' genius. No, I better keep my hot ass in town right here in this cruddy pigsty. The runt's a whore. Maybe her new pimp or trick will croak her. Then I could walk into the FBI office and stick my black ass out to be kissed. They'd have no case without the Runt as a witness. The Runt took Ophelia on all those out-of-state trips. I gave the Runt instructions and expense money. I ain't never told Ophelia to cross a state line. The Runt was screwing Ophelia. That was really the Runt's bitch. It's a good thing I holed up in this rat's nest. The FBI would never look for a good pimp in the sewer. It was December 1945. The war was over. The world was licking its bloody wounds. Drugs and the pimp game had hardened away my baby face. My hair was thinning. I was turning 28, but I looked 40. For 7 years I devoted myself to getting hip to that pimp's book. I had labored with the zeal of a Catholic brother agonizing for the priesthood. I had thought and acted like a black god. I was now trapped in my dingy one-room kitchenette. It was in a very old 2-story building. I was on the first floor in the rear, number 10. Down the hall at night, Rats would come scampering and squealing from the alley. They came under the back door, which hung crookedly on its hinges. I had a vague, disturbing doubt in my skull. Was it possible I wasn't even a poor imitation of God? Maybe I was just a sucker black pimp on his way to a third bit in the joint.
Chris was the only one of the stable that visited me.
We'd bang cocaine together. I wouldn't let her know how worried I was. God couldn't have skull eggs. I couldn't let the others see me in a crummy setting. After all, how could a god live like a square chump? Chris knew all the reasons why. To her, God's farts still had the fragrant odor of roses. I worked out with Chris a smooth system. Even the best pimp has to keep some personal contact with his whores. The system was simple and for a while effective. Chris and I would go out into the hall to the phone on the wall. She would call the stable at their pad. It would always be 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. One of the girls would pick up. Chris would pretend to be a long-distance operator. It was rare luck that Chris had a talent for mimicry. They didn't get hip to it. It would always be a person-to-person call from me to one of them. Chris and I conned them. The calls came from New York, Boston, and Philadelphia. I would get on the line and talk to all 4 of them. There were extensions in all 4 bedrooms. I could con and tighten my game on all of them at the same time. The first call we made was supposed to be from New York. It took maybe a minute for me to have all their horns to receivers. I said, "Well, girls, I know you've missed Daddy. You've all probably wondered, when in the hell is Daddy coming back to town? Jesus Christ. Has he forgotten a whore needs to see her man sometime? Sure, we're in his corner. We prove that when we hump our asses off in the street. We check our scratch into Chris to send to him. God damn it. What could be so important that he neglects his whores? Well, girls, I'm going to show the kind of confidence Daddy's gotten you. I'm going to hip you to $1 million secret. I know all of you will keep your jibs buttoned." Chris cut in crisply and said, 3 minutes are up, sir. Please signal when through. I continued. You are the luckiest whores alive. Your man's got a genius white engraver for his pal. He used to be an engraver for the government. We've got some plates he just finished. We've turned out 300 of the prettiest 100-slat bills the human eye has ever seen. They're perfect. Even the government couldn't get hip to a difference from real scratch. There ain't any. We've got one problem we're gonna solve if it takes a year. We've run out of the special paper the government prints the scratch on. My white genius pal even knows how to make the paper. We are playing it cool and traveling and copping inks and other stuff we need. It's tough to cop some of it, but for millions, who's going to give up? As soon as we get the paper made up, we're gonna run off a couple of million or so slats. I'm gonna breeze back into town, the only millionaire pimp in the world. I'm gonna buy a beach and a mansion in Hawaii for my stable. If we run out of scratch, we'll just run off another bale. So stay cool and keep humping. Oh yeah, Chris got a cab to the airport an hour ago. She should be getting home in a couple of hours or so. She's bringing each of you a piece of that beautiful lettuce. Spend it on anything you want. Take it anywhere, even a bank. Believe me, it's perfect. I hung up. I had electrified them with the story. I could hear the excited thrill in their voices when they chorused goodbye. I told Chris to crack the genius had a way to make all the serial numbers on the bills different. I already knew what my story would be whenever I got the heat off me. I could stall them a lifetime. I could say the genius got busted on another beef. I had to wait until he got out. He wouldn't tell me where the plates were hidden. He could even croak while doing his bit. Chris called the next day. The whores were walking on air. They rapped all night about that perfect queer. I was sure I had found the way to hold my stable. I felt like a genius myself. Each time I talked to the stable after that, the genius and I had just copped another vital item we needed. It wouldn't be long now, I assured them. Sweet had dropped the word in the street that I was on the West Coast taking off long scratch from a rich square broad. It was getting almost impossible to sleep. I would almost jump from my skin when a tenant would knock. I would think it was the heat. The tenant would be calling me to the phone in the hall. When I did fall off into fitful sleep, I'd have nightmares. Those dreams about Mama would hog-tie me on a sweaty rack of misery. I had an awful fear of another jolt in the joint. The guilty daydreams on the heels of the nightmares were torturing my skull. I stopped banging cocaine. It only magnified my terror and worry. I remembered how serene Top used to look after a bang of H. He'd sit and coast like he was in a beautiful, peaceful dream. Maybe he'd been right. Maybe Sable H came after mink cocaine. Chris came on Christmas Eve. She stayed until Christmas Day afternoon. She brought me pajamas, cologne, and robes from herself and the girls. She had given them scraps from me. My one-room kitchenette hideout was crammed wall to wall with trunks and suitcases. I had all those fine threads and no place to go. I was a lonely pimp bastard. Sweet came to see me at midnight in January, the 10th, I think. He took off his velvet-collared Melton Benny. He hung it in the tiny closet. It had been 10 below zero or colder for a week. It was a brand new year, 1946. The new hogs were out for the first time in several years. The garage rent was paid for a year for my old hog. Chris had gone out several times to... Christ, it would be a kick to trade off and flash through the fresh air in a new hog. It was the first time Sweet had visited me. He was getting white around his temples. There was less fiery voltage in his gray eyes. That H and that fast track had him looking terrible. He was getting old, all right. He sat down on a suitcase at the head of the bed. I was lying down. Miss Peaches was an old lady, but still gorgeous in her mink coat and fur booties. He slipped off her coat and shoes. He put them on the dresser. She sat on the floor, looking up at me. He said, "Berg, got bad news for you. The street wire says city rollers are carrying a mugshot of you around. You're really hot now. I got a wire that pimpin' Poison is nosing around your girls in the street. If you ain't got Chris tight, he'll steal her. She's gonna hip him where you're hiding. Maybe you oughta get out of this joint tonight. Take another hideout. Don't let Chris or any other whore you got know where you are. I'm your bosom buddy, sweetheart, and I love you. I'll keep the stable in line for you. In the meantime, I could figure an angle to get your balls out of the hot sand. All you gotta do is call your girls. Tell them you want Uncle Sweet to look out for them for a couple of weeks. It's easy, pal." I just lay there for a long moment, feeling myself tremble. If he had been lovable Henry, my stepfather, saying he hated me, I couldn't have felt worse. True, I had conquered the fast track, but that sucker inside me I couldn't kill was hurting the hell out of me. I looked at him. Somehow I kept my voice steady and the pain out of my eyes. I said, "Gee, Sweet, I'd have a bitch of a time trying to cop another friend like you. I feel like balling just to think about it. I ran down my life story to you. You know I love you like I loved Henry. Maybe I love you, Sweet, more than I love Mama. Don't think I'm a chump square when I say it. Sweet, You taught me to be cold-hearted. You're the only person on earth who could hurt me. The jokers in the street call me Iceberg. They'd laugh their asses off if they knew I was weak for a stud I love like a father. Sweet, please don't hit them. I got sucker weakness. Don't ever do anything to croak my love for you. Sweet, if you ever do, they'll all get hit. I'll maybe fall apart and run through the streets wailing like a crazy bitch. Sweet, I'll wait and think for a day or so. Poison can't steal, Chris. I'll kick things around in my skull. Maybe you should be looking out for the stable. The whole time I was talking, he had run his index fingers along the sword edges of his pants creases. His gray eyes had found the suitcases and cluttered room fascinating for his bar. He swallowed air and tinted his bejeweled fingers under his pursed chin. He said, "Bird, this joint is wrecking your skull. Sweet would chop his right arm off before he'd cross you. You're the only friend I got, sweetheart. Shit, honey. You could have 100 whores and I could be whoreless. I'd ask you to give me a bitch. I wouldn't try to steal no whore from you, darling. You need anything? I got a split. I got 2 whores I gotta pick up downtown." I said, "No, sweet, I don't need anything. I'll rap to you tomorrow. If you hear anything, wire me fast. I'm sure glad you dropped by." I heard his heavy feet pounding down the linoleum in the hall. They stopped. I heard them getting louder. He was coming back. I looked around the suitcase where he had been sitting. I didn't see anything he had left. He thumped the door. I opened it. He had Miss Peaches in his arms. He was flashing the first gold-toothed grin I had ever seen on his face. He said, "Berg, I forgot to tell you. They found old Pretty Preston frozen stiff in the alley back of the roost. The poor bastard had wrapped himself in newspapers. The Greek fired him a week ago for staying near the fire and not pulling marks on the sidewalk. The drunk half-white bastard thought the newspapers could stand off 10 below zero." He turned and walked down the hall. I shut the door and fell across the bed. At 3, Chris called. I told her to stay away until my next phony long-distance call to the girls. I told her Poison might try to tail her, and maybe the FBI. She told me they didn't have a chance. She went in front doors of a half-dozen buildings, then out the back doors before she came back to me. When she got to my place, she'd come in the back door and walk through the front door. She'd go through the alley, then through the back door again before she came to my door. Maybe they couldn't keep a tail on her. I told her to stay away to play safe. I told her to not call me from the pad. It would be a bitch if one of the girls picked up an extension. Sweet called the next morning at 1 a.m. The broad next door answered the phone. She knocked on my door. I slipped on an overcoat and walked into the hall. It felt like the thing that can cross you. "Berg, you gotta make some moves. I'll keep my horns to the wire." He hung up. I was in trouble. I went and got back in bed. I thought, Poison's gonna quiz that stinking bitch. She's gonna spill that queer scratch con I've been playing. To tighten his game on her, he's gonna wake her up to the con. He's gonna tell her I'm hiding out in the city. It's a good thing Chris is in on the con. I could blow whoreless in an hour if she wasn't. I need her to take the rest of the stable underground. Maybe I should have split out of town when I first got hot. I gotta move the rest of the stable fast. Poison is a cinch to pull their coats to the con I played. It's the ace to play for a fast cop of maybe the other 3. They'll be salty as hell with me if he gets a chance to wake them up. Hurry, Chris, and call. At 3, Chris called. I ran to the phone in my pajamas. I almost froze to death talking to her. She said, "Daddy, I had to call you from home. Poison just left with Faye and her clothes. The black bastard has wised up the whole family to that game we played. Dot, Rose and Penny are larceny to the gills. They're crying and packing their clothes. I can't hold them. They hate me. Poison came into my bedroom before he split. He acted and rapped like I was already his whore. If I had a pistol, I'd have croaked the strong bastard. He said, "Well, Miss Bitch, your nigga is finished. You're the only whore he's got left. I know a fast, pretty bitch like you don't want no pimp you gotta go solo for. With my fade cop, I got 8 whores. I'm on the inside of this game. None of my whores take falls. I'm top pimp in town. You're the best whore in town. There ain't nobody but me you can take for your man. Bitch, come to me, and you could be queen boss bitch of the 8-horse stable. Get your domes and get out of here with me and Faith. Iceberg is going to the federal joint." She said, "Daddy, what happens now? Maybe Poison will come back and gorilla me. I'm so upset. I know any minute I'll scream myself into a padded cell." The zero drafts blasting through the gap under the back door kept me from passing out. I felt cold sweat dripping down my shaking legs. My throat was having dry convulsions. My voice sounded like it came from an echo chamber. I stammered, "Chris, don't lose your cool. This is Iceberg, remember? Like always, I'll put an angle together. Now listen carefully. Pack your things. Go down and get the building flunky. Pay him to take you to a hotel near the garage where the hog is stashed. Check in and leave your things. Go to the hog, drive back and pick up your stuff. Go downtown and check into a hotel. Drive the hog back and stash it back in the garage. Take an L train back to your hotel. Call me then." I went back and washed my face in cold water. I looked in the mirror. It looked like I had on a Halloween fright mask. I sure didn't look a bit like a fresh-faced kid anymore. The whites of my once bright eyes were bloodshot and faded. The deep black circles looked like some tricky practical joker had conned me to ram ink spyglasses against the sockets. I started looking for yellow. I had to put a damper on my nerves. I had a little cocaine. I didn't need racing. I needed some skull pacifying. I was out of yellows. Somewhere in the suitcases I had a notebook. The phone number of a connection no farther than 15 blocks away was in it. Maybe he had yellows. If not, what the hell? I'd cop a cap of H. One cap couldn't hook me. Horse was a cinch to kick the jitters out of my skull. It would be 2 hours at least before Chris would call back. I found his number. I called him. I told him in code I'd pick up 6 caps within the hour. I had a fat roll of scratch and a sock pinned inside the sleeve of a trench coat. I started to take it with me. I stuck it in my benny pocket. It bulged like a grapefruit. I'd be back before long. I pinned it back inside the sleeve. I had close to 6,800 slaps stashed there. I fished out 3 saw bucks. I slipped pants and a shirt over my pajamas. I put on shoes and a heavy benny. I was in a hell of a hurry. I pulled the door shut. I heard the spring latch lock. Less than 5 minutes after I had talked to the peddler, I was on my way. It was 4 a.m. when I left. The wintry winds almost snatched my lid off my skull. It felt good, though. It was the first time I'd walked in the fresh air for months. A bleak overcast was blotting out the sky. Slipping and sliding on the icy sidewalks, I finally got the connection. He lived on the 2nd floor over an all-night chili joint. The joint was crowded. There was no one on the sidewalk. I went up the rickety stairs and copped 5 caps of H. He put the caps into a cellophane shell from a cigarette packet. He twisted the end and balled the package. I took it and went down the stairs to the street. I had the sizzle in my hand. I started to walk by the chili spot on my way home. Two neatly dressed brown-skinned studs were standing on the sidewalk in front of the joint. Its bright lights floodlighted the sidewalk. It was like walking a show-up stage at a police station. From the side vent in my eye, I saw them pinning me. They stiffened. One of them reached toward his chest. I looked back. He was showing his buddy a small square of paper. I started walking fast away from them. I remembered the sizzle. I downed it and walked faster. I knew they couldn't see in the darkness that I had dropped it. I glanced over my shoulder. I saw a rod in the hand of the taller one as they ran toward me. I ran. They were bellowing, "Halt! Police! Halt! Stop or we'll shoot!" I had reached the corner and was halfway around it. I saw a 4-man squad of white detectives. They were cruising toward me in a police car. They threw a blinding spotlight on me. I froze. They all looked at me. I saw a shotgun muzzle ease out of a fast-lowering rear side window. The two rollers chasing me skidded around the corner. In a way, I was glad to see them. Those rollers in the cruiser probably hadn't croaked anybody in a week. I really didn't want them to break their luck on me. The two held on to me like I was Sutton. The white rollers shut off the spotlight and moved slowly down the street past us. The shorter one had handcuffed my hands behind me. He showed his buddy the picture. They looked up at me. The taller one said, "Yeah, it's the bastard, all right. Look at the eyes." They searched me head to toe. They saw the long saw buck I had. They hustled me back around the corner. We passed the skinny black joker standing on the corner. He nodded at me. I recognized him. He was in my building. I had sent him for groceries and change for the phone a dozen times. I got a fast glimpse of the picture as the roller slipped it back inside his coat pocket. It was me. I remembered the pearl gray shark-skin suit and black shirt. Top and I had been together 4 years ago. The two white rollers who had hit on us hated Top because he had white whores. They wouldn't take a payoff. They booked us on suspicion of homicide and mugged us. Top and I were out in less than 2 hours. It was the one and only time I had been taken in on the fast track. They put me into the rear seat of an unmarked Chevy. They were in the front as the tall one drove away. I said, "Gentlemen, it's not going to put any scratch in your midst to take me in. Let me give you the price of a couple of fine vines to cut me loose." Slim said, "Shit, you couldn't cop one bullshit vine in a hock shop with the scratch you're carrying." I said, "I got more scratch at my pad. Knowing I'm Iceberg, you can believe that, can't you? Just run me by there, I'll get it. Lay a couple of C's apiece on you and fade away. How about it?" Slim and Shorty looked at each other. Shorty said, "You think we're suckers. You got a federal warrant for white slavery outstanding. We didn't hear a word you said about that chicken shit 4 C's. I said, "All right. So we're all like black brothers. The bad difference is the FBI wants to lynch your brother in court. You gonna throw me to the white folks for hanging? I'll give you $2 grand apiece to beat the FBI out of their pound of black meat." Slim said, "Where's your pad?" I thought fast. It had been a mistake to crack about my pad. If I had told them they could take my whole stash and still bust me or croak me, I was a fugitive. They might even come back to the stash after they took me in. I had the key to the kitchenette in my pocket. I tested them. I said, "You know Sweet Jones? He's a friend of mine. I can get 4 G's from him 5 minutes after we get to his place. I can't take you to my pad. I got a close friend there. Suppose after we got there, you'd change your mind about the deal. You'd have to book him for harboring me." Slim said, "We can't cut you loose. We couldn't do it if you gave us 40 G's. I just remembered you were in that spotlight back there. One of those downtown men could have made you. Sorry, brother, but what the hell? Federal joints ain't bad to pull a bid in. Thanks for popping up like you did. You make a great pinch for us. Chapter 16. Away from the track. They locked me up in Central Jail. At dawn, a jail trustee brought a basket of bologna sandwiches down the line of cells. A moment later, another trustee brought a gigantic kettle of black stinking chicory. I passed up the delicacies. The tiny cell was too small for 2 men. 8 of us were in it. I was lying on the concrete floor. I was using my rolled-up Benny as a pillow. My lid shielded my eyes from the bright bare bulb in the corridor. My cellmates were bums and junkies. 2 of them were getting sick. They were puking all over. The bums were stinking almost as bad as the junkies. A drunk lying beside me dug his fingernails into his scalp and crotch over and over. He scratched his back against the floor. He had to be lousy. It was rough going for a pimp, all right. I thought, if someone had told me a year ago I'd be back in a shithouse, I'd have thought he was nuts. Christ, I hope nothing happens to Chris. She's the only link to the outside I can trust to get my clothes and scratch. I know after she calls and can't get me at the pad, she'll check out all the shithouses. It's a good thing I'm not in the federal lockup at county jail. Here she can grease a mitt and see me. I hope she makes it before the U.S. Marshal shows to move me. At 9, the turkey came and called out my name. I went to the cell door. He looked hard at me through the bar. He twisted the cell lock open. I stepped out into the corridor and followed him. He took me to a break-proof glass window with a speaking hole in it. I saw Chris on the other side of it. She was crying. I couldn't blame her. I felt like crying with her. I bent down and put my mouth to the hole. She stuck an ear against it on her side. I said, "Baby, there's nothing to cry about. Your daddy's brave, bitch, remember? Now listen, I want you to give the copper at the property desk a double saw so for the key to my pad. I want you to get my scratch out of the sleeve of my green trench coat, rent a safe deposit box, then move my stuff to your hotel. The feds are going to take me back to Wisconsin. They call it the point of origin for the Runts beef. They'll set a bond for me there. I'll get a slick lip in Wisconsin. Baby, you keep checking. Get to Wisconsin the day before I do with the scratch. I'll need it for the lip and bail. Understand, sugar? Once I get bail, I'll get our stable back and beat this rat." I took my jib from the hole and put my horn there. She said, "Daddy, I'll do everything the way you say. I understand. Daddy, I'll go and get the key to your latest hideout. Where did you move? I thought you were going to wait for my call." It didn't register. Maybe I was cracking up under all the strain and grief. Maybe I had moved before I got busted. I raised my head and looked at her. Her eyes were questioning. I pointed my index finger at the hole. I decided to risk my theory that I hadn't moved. I said, "Chris, goddammit, I haven't moved. All my stuff is still on West Avenue. Now come on, girl. This is not the time for jokes from Daddy's witty bitch. You knocked on the door. I wasn't there. Naturally, I couldn't be. I was down here." She said, "Daddy, I didn't have to knock. The door was wide open. Both trunks and all the suitcases were gone. In fact, the only thing left was your hairbrush. I put it in my purse. Daddy, all of this is too much for me. I must be losing my mind." I stood there glaring hate at her. Her eyes were wide, staring at me. I thought, poison or sweet has stolen this Judas bitch from me. I'm in a cross. One of them has rehearsed this bitch. She's a son of a bitchin' actress. A sucker looking at this innocent look she's got would have to buy the con. I hate this bitch worse than I do the runt. If I could just get my hands around her throat, I'd love to see her tongue turn black, flopping across her chin. Well, I can't croak her through that glass wall, no matter what. I've got to stay iceberg. I can't let her take back a chump emotional scene to report. She and her new man are not going to get their kicks at my expense. I turned and walked away from her. I saw the turnkey at the far end of the corridor with his back to me. Good thing for me, he hadn't been close enough to lock me back in the car right away. I was 20 feet from her when it exploded in my skull. I thought, it's the skinny flunky. It's the skinny flunky. It's the bastard that saw me get busted. He rushed back and sprained that spring latch. I gotta go back to Chris and really play some game. If she gets hip I don't trust her, she'll blow for sure. She's the only stick I got to fight with. I turned back toward her. She was still standing there. She was crying harder than before. I walked to the glass and spoke into the hole. I said, Chris, a joker in the building saw me get busted. He cleaned me out. Baby, we've been so close. I had a crazy thought that if you'd been there, I wouldn't have been robbed. What the hell, sugar? I'm the bastard that kept you away. It wasn't your fault at all. Christ, I'll be glad when this is over. Give a lip here in town a half a yard or so. Have him come to county jail and bring me whatever papers are needed to sell the hog. Get the slip on the hog from the property desk. It's in my wallet. We should get $2,500 or so for it. Bring that scratch and all you can hump up onto Wisconsin. They moved me to Wisconsin. Chris came to county jail there and put $3,000 in my jail account. Mama came to see me. She was in pieces. She thought the government was going to give me 50 years. At my hearing, bail was set at $20,000. A bondsman put up the face amount. His fee was 2 G's. I got the state's best criminal lip. I gave him a G retainer. Chris and I went back to the track. I stayed out on bail 4 months. I had 2 turnouts and 3 seasoned whores during that time. None stayed longer than a month. Everybody in the street knew about the rap over my head. I guess the whores didn't want to fatten a frog for snakes. Sweet and I didn't see much of each other. I didn't feel close to him anymore. I was a pimp on the skids. Poison was top pimp. Every slat I got my hands on, I wired to the lip. I had to. I was getting one continuance after another. Finally, I went to trial. The Runt and Ophelia were there. They were afraid to look at me. They gave the government a penitentiary case all right. They grinned at each other when I got 18 months. Mama fainted. Chris boo-hooed. I had a good lip, though. With the counts against me, I could have gotten 10 years. Chris went back to the track. She swore she'd stick until I got out. Leavenworth was what the government called a Class A joint. It was big and escape-proof. It was run by master psychologists. There was no screw brutality. It wasn't necessary. The invisible mental shackles were subtle, but harder than the steel bars. Alcatraz was the grim trump the officials held over our heads. It was a joint of con cliques. The most dangerous clique was the Southern Cons. They hated Negroes. I had references as a cell house orderly from other joints. I got a spot in a cell house with mostly pimps, dope dealers, and stick-up men. I was out at night until 10 exchanging newspapers and magazines for the cons. I'd been in the joint about 6 months. I stopped in front of a cell to rap to a pimp pal. He was excited and standing, gripping the bars of his cell door. He was a yellow version of Top. They called him Doll Baby. He said, "Bird, you told me I couldn't steal the beautiful bitch. Well, the bitch sent me a kite this morning. She's transferring to the shoe shop. I already got the spot picked out where I can soak into her. I told you that square-ass peck of wood she's got couldn't outplay me. The bitch has got 4 bills on the books. She's getting me a big order on commissary this week. Shit, on the street or in the joint, it's all the same to pimpin' doll, baby. I had seen the beautiful bitch. He was a lanky white boy with watery blue eyes and bleached corn silk hair. A fat, red-faced southerner con was madly in love with him. The beautiful bitch would lie in the fat con's arms in the yard and pick at the pimples on his face. The con was feared by everyone. He was the leader of the treacherous band of southern cons. I said, "Dawg, you better cut that bitch loose. Her old man is from Mississippi. He's a cinch to cut your heart out in that yard. He can't let a nigga steal his broad. Take my advice, pal. I like you. You've only a year to go." The next time on the yard, I saw Doll and his bitch billing and cooing on the grass. They didn't see any of the ball game. The game was over. The fat con and his band of Southern Shiv men had been evil-eyeing Doll's show. I was 50 yards back of Doll when it happened. Hundreds of cons were pressed together, filing from the bleachers and playing field. I saw Doll throw up his hands and scream. He disappeared. The gray tide moved on. 3 screws were standing over him. He was on his back. Blood was gushing from his open mouth. Blood seeped from holes in his jacket. He lived, but he had a bitch of a time making it. He stayed hitchless for the rest of his bit. Chris stopped sending me scratch or anything. I got wired she squared up and married a Pullman porter. She even had a baby. I wondered if the sucker knew what a boss bitch he had. I was filing out to sick call one morning. A group of cons on the other side of the road was filing to work. I saw a con marching behind a dark complexion con raise something that glinted in the sun. It was a shiv. He was chopping away at the con. Finally, the con folded dead. Scrooge rushed up and took the hatchet man away. I was 2 months from release. I had stopped to rap to an old con forger who knew sweet. We were shooting the breeze about stick-up men and how they stacked up in the skull department with pimps and con men. We were rapping loud. I knew the night screw was at his desk 4 tiers down on the ground. I said, "Pops, a stick-up man has gotta be nuts. The stupid bastard maybe passes a grocery store. He sees the owner checking his till. Right away, a stupid idea flashes inside his crazy skull. That's my scratch." The screwy heist man walks in. Maybe the grocer is a magician or an ex-acrobat with a degree in karate. Worse, an ex-marine. The silly son of a bitch doesn't realize the awful odds. He ain't got enough in his dim skull to think about the trillion human elements. Any one of them can put him in his grave. The suicidal son of a bitch may have his back to the street with his rod and his mitt. Pops, the stick-up man is champ lunatic in the underworld. Pops agreed, and I walked away down the tier. I heard a hiss from the cell next to Pops. A new transfer was standing at his cell door. He was skinny, with a rat face. I stopped. He was sneering at me. His hands were trying to crush the rolled steel bars. He stuttered, You lousy pimp motherfucker. You pussy-eating son of a bitch. You ain't gonna live your bit out. I went fast to get a rundown on a nut from a stud on the tier below. He said, Berg, I hope you haven't crossed that dizzy bastard. He croaked a stud in Lewisburg. They hung 50 on him. He's a heist man. You better watch him close. He's a cinch to make the Rock or Looney Bin. It was a week later, just after the cell house filed out to the shops. The cell house screw had signaled sick call. I was standing in the back of the cell house on the flag. I was lighting a cigarette to smoke before I started mopping and waxing the flag. Somewhere above me, an excited voice shouted, "Look out, Berg! I looked up and chilled. A plummeting shadow flashed like black lightning in my eyes. I heard a whooshing whistle as it scraped gently against the cloth of my shirt at the tip of my shoulder. A dozen cymbals clashed as it grenaded against the flagstone at my side. I looked down. A steel mop wringer lay in 3 pieces. There was a Rorschach crater in the flagstone. Its outline was like a head shrinker's blot. I stared at it and idly wondered what the prison head shrinker could make of it. He was a slick joker. Months ago, he had told me, "Pimps have deep mother hatred and severe guilt feelings." I looked up. It wouldn't take a head shrinker to figure this one. The rat-faced heist man was grinning down at me. He was on his gallery on the 4th tier, nearing the ceiling. He had stayed for sick call to bomb my skull off. The crater symbol was easy. Rat-face hated pimps without guilt feelings tied in. That night, I took a pack of butts to the con, who screamed out the warning to me. The nutty bomber went to solitary. 2 weeks later, he tried to gut a con with a shiv made from a file. They shipped him to the Rock. I was ecstatic to see him go. During my bit, I had read the second cell house full of books. I had read mountains of books on psychiatry, psychology, and the psychoneuroses. I couldn't have done a smarter thing. I'd have to be my own head shrinker when the white folks entombed me for a year in that steel casket in the future. I got all my good time. I was released in the early spring of 1947. I stopped off at Mama's for a week. Then I went back to the fast track. I had 60 slats and the joint vine on my back. The clothes I'd brought while on bail were with Chris. Maybe her Pullman Porter was my size. Anyway, I wasn't going to do a Dick Tracy for a few used vines. Sweet was still in the penthouse. He had blown down to only 3 whores. Poison had made a bad pimping blunder. He had turned out a white square and put his foot in her ass. It was the last straw for the downtown brass. They bounced him off the force. He had 1 whore. He bird-dogged her. He took his scratch off her after every trick like a chili pimp. I rented a pad by the week. It was in the same slum district where the flunky had beat me for my role in clothes. I had no flash and glamour, no pimp front. I was just another pimp down on his luck. I was starving for a whore. In a pimp's life, yesterday means nothing. It's how you are doing today. A pimp's fame is as fleeting as an icicle under a blowtorch. The young fine whores are wild to hump for a pimp in the chips. A pimp in bad shape can't get the time of day from them. A pimp's wardrobe has to be spectacular. His wheels must be expensive and sparkling new. I had to get the gaudy tools to start pimping again. Chapter 17. Trying a new game. I had 3 choices. I could cop a piece of stuff on consignment from a contact I had made in the joint. I could peddle it retail and get 9 or 10 grand in weeks. I could take a dog, a broken down whore with trillions of mileage on her. Maybe I could keep my foot in her ass and grind up a bankroll. I decided to take the third out, do a slick fast hustle. I met a pimp named Red Eye in a junkie joint. He had just finished a state bit the week before. He was whoreless like me and itching to pimp again. We were crying on each other's shoulders at the bar. He said, "Ice, ain't it a bitch? No matter how much pimp a stud is, these dizzy bitches demand he's got a front. Now we ain't hustlers, but I got an idea. Ice, you're a hell of an actor. And you can rap good as a con man. I know a stud who's hip to every smack peddler and fence on the west side.
I got a rod and a real copper shield. All we need is a short and a third stud to drive. Neither one of us is well known over there. Besides, there's a flock of youngsters dealing now who were squares when we left the track. I'm a roller type stud. With the weight you put in on the joint, you'd make a perfect copper. Ice, if we only knock over 3 of them, we split maybe 10 to 15 G's between us. Our finger man is a junkie punk. We give him and the driver peanuts. Ice, those 47 hogs are a pimp's dream. I gotta have one. What do you say? Are you in? I said, Red Eye, I'll go for it. I sure as hell ain't gonna put a mop in my hand out here. I don't have wheels, but I've got a little scratch. I'll spring to rent a short. You know someone with one? How about a driver? He said, Ice, lay a double saw on me to copper short. I know a stud for the driver. Meet me right here in this joint tomorrow night at 9. We could take off our first mark. I said, don't crack my name to that driver. Call me Tom, Frank, anything. I didn't get 2 hours sleep that night. It worried me to be a part of a hustle that required a rod. I thought, maybe I'd better back out. I could maybe find a young hash slinger in a greasy spoon. I could turn her out in a hurry. She'd be a long shot for stardom. At least she'd make enough scratch for chump expenses. You can't start pimping with a turnout. It never works. A pimp with no whore and no bankroll is a sucker to try the turnout on the mulish square broad. No, I guess the Red Eye deal is all I got. Red Eye got to the joint at 10:30. The driver was a huge stud with a wrapper like a girl's. I noticed his big meat hooks shaking on the steering wheel on our way to the west side. Red Eye ran down our first mark. His light maroon eyes were whirling. He had a skull full of H. He said, Paul, our first mark is a bird's nest on the ground. It's a broad. The finger showed her to me last night. She and her old man got the best smack on the west side. It's so good, studs from all over town are rushing the cop every night. He and the broad deal out of a bar 3 blocks from their pad. They deal mostly in 8s and 16ths. On a weeknight like this one, they can take off maybe 5 G's. The stud has got a rep as a fast rod joker. He ain't got no direct syndicate connections as far as I know. We ain't got to worry about him tonight. He's in New York copping a supply. The broad will leave the bar around midnight loaded with scratch. She'll have a few packs of smack on her too for the evidence to shake her. Her real name is Mavis Sims. She's gonna go to her short parked behind the bar. She ain't afraid of being heisted. Everybody is scared shitless of her old man. He's got a small rod strapped to her thigh. She ain't gonna pull it out on the police, though. That's us. Strange rollers from downtown. We gotta move fast on her when she fits that lot behind the bar. She's a slick bitch. We gotta be real rollers. We can't wake her up we're fakes. She's a strong bitch. I'd have to blow a hole in her if she'd reach for her rod. There will be a pack of hard studs in the bar. They would love to croak us on that lot to please her old man. We gotta move her fast out of the neighborhood to play her out of the scratch. We gotta be careful the rollers don't join our party. Her old man is doing a lot of greasing in the district. Perry is gonna park our short in the street beside the lot. We gotta arrest the broad, and you play on her while Perry drives. I ain't gonna rap, or maybe queer things. Ice, after we cop her, it's up to you for the shake. You got to convince her.
Perry was real nervous. He pulled into the curb next to the bar lot. His skull was jiggling on his bull neck like he had Parkinson's shakes. I was silent. Red Eye's rundown had me wondering how it shaped up as a bird's nest to him. It looked like maybe a bird's nest for Dillinger. If the mark hadn't been abroad, I'd have split and got on an L train. I wonder if she'd seen me before I went to the joint. What if she made me right away as Iceberg and plugged me in the skull? Her old man might have outfit friends. If he did, we'd be found in an alley with our balls rammed down our throats. We were standing in the shadows 10 feet from the broad's short. I said, Red, I better take the rod. When we step out on her, shine the flashlight right in her eyes. She was walking fast when she came into the lot. Her light blue chiffon dress was billowing in the April breeze. She was walking wide-legged like a whore after a long night in a $2 house. My legs were trembling like a stud dog's hung up in a bitch. I looked down at the badge pinned to the wallet in my palm. It glittered like molten silver in the moonlight. The .32 pistol in my right hand weighed a sweaty ton. She was twirling a key ring. In the utter silence, the clinking sound like the U.S. Marshal handcuffs. She had her hands on the door handle. I stepped out of the shadows. Red Eye was behind me. I wondered if she could hear my ticker hammering. Red Eye put the light in her face. Her yellow forehead wrinkled in surprise. Her sexy jib flapped open. I grabbed her wrist and tried to crush it. I roared, Police! What's your name and why are you sneaking around back here? She stammered, Gloria Jones, I was coming to my car. I always park it here. Now get out of the way. I'm going home. The captain of this district is a personal friend of my husband's. Red Eye had turned off the flashlight and moved behind her. She was looking down at the badge. She was trying to yank her wrist free. I said in a low, heavy voice, You lying, dope-peddling bitch. Your real moniker is Mavis Sims. We're from downtown. Your old man's no pal of ours. We're gonna bust you, bitch. I lay odds we've caught you dirty. Come on, bitch, before we get rough. Anything I hate, it's a stinking smack dealer. We hurled her into the back seat of our short. Red got in beside her. I was up front with Perry. I turned facing the rear seat. There was silence as Perry drove out of the district toward central headquarters. Miss Sims was squirming in the seat. Her right hand was out of sight behind her. She was getting very jerky. I remembered that rod she was carrying. I started to shake. I said, Al, this suspect is acting peculiarly. Perhaps you'd better pull over. She might have concealed some evidence behind the seat. He pulled over. Red moved toward her. She slid to the window on the other side. She said, Officers, I'm clean. It's worth $50 apiece to cut me loose. If you bust me, I'll be out in an hour. Take me back to the bar. I can get the $150 from the bar owner. I said, No dice, sister. We've got specific orders to bring you in. Now, don't make him slap her broad around. He's gonna frisk you. He don't have to wait for a matron to do it downtown. It's proper if he thinks you're armed and we're in danger. He patted the inside of her thighs. It was there, a .22 automatic jammed under the top of her stocking. He took it out and shoved it in his pocket. Searched her bosom, purse, shoes, and hair. She was sure clean, except for the rod. I felt like a real chump. All this trouble for nothing. He was scratching his chin. The junkie punk had put a bum finger on the broad. I was at the point of shoving her out. Then it struck me. Where did my street whores hide their scratch? In the cat. In the cat, where else? The clincher was this broad's wide-legged walk. I had noticed it on the lot. She was leaning forward, staring at Perry's face. I said, "Joe, it's gotta be up her cat. Bitch, stretch out and put your legs across his lap." She said, "The hell I will. You phony niggas ain't rollers. That big one at the wheel used to bounce in Mario's." She was wise. The double saw I gave Red Eye had tapped me out. We had to know if she had treasure up her cat. I wonder how he'd handle it. I didn't wonder long. He turned brute. He punched her hard in the nose. It was like he had cut her throat. Blood splattered over the front of her dress. I felt the light spray on my face. She opened her mouth to scream. He smothered it with a terrible slam to the gut. She went limp. He pulled her across him. He darted his paw between her legs. When he brought his mitt out, it made a kissing sound. He had a long, shiny plastic tube between his index and middle fingers. It stank like rotten fish. The broad was moaning and holding both hands to her nose. He unwrapped the package. The pouch was bursting with scratch. In the center of the roll, I saw the cellophane edges of packaged dope. He got out and opened the door on the broad side. He dragged her out to the sidewalk. He got in the front seat. Perry gunned away. I kept a sharp eye on Red Eye as he counted the scratch in his lap. Red Eye and I netted $2 grand apiece. Red Eye took the packages of H. The broad dealer had $4,400 in the pouch. Perry and the junkie finger man got 2 bills apiece. It was a week before we tried for the second mark. We shouldn't have. He was a reefer peddler and fence. We thought he had big scratch on him. We didn't have a driver. We had the mark in the short. Red Eye was driving. We were playing the peel off. The mark was in the back seat. I was in the front seat. I asked for his identification. He handed me his hide. I saw it only had a few slats in it. We were pulling to the curb to search him. A 2-man squad car passed. The marks saw them and started screaming. They stopped and dragged Red Eye and me out to the street. They kicked and beat the hell out of us. They took us down. The mark was slick. Right there on the street, he cracked we took a C note from him. If he'd known about our roll, he could have beefed for 4 G's. The rollers saw our rolls and tried to pin every stick up on the book against us. We went on every show up for a week. We didn't get a finger. They booked us for armed robbery of the mark. Chapter 18. Jailbreak. An agent for a fixer came to the lockup. He assured us we could avoid 5 to 10 for armed robbery. We could get the charge reduced to a workhouse bit for a price. We tapped out and got a year apiece in the workhouse. It was like a prison, only tougher. A joint is always rough when there's graft and corruption. Only cons with scratch are treated and fed like human beings. The walls were just as high. Most of the inmates were serving short 30 and 90-day bits. The joint was filthy. The food was unbelievable. The officials had an unfunny habit of putting pimps on the coal pile. I did a week on it. I was ready to make a blind rush at the wall. Maybe I can claw up to 30 feet before I got shot. I was really desperate. After the first week, I came out of shock. I started thinking about a sensible way to escape. I just couldn't get my skull in shape for another bit. It was too soon after the last one. By the middle of the second week, I'd had a dozen ideas. None of them stood up under second thoughts. I shared a tiny cell with a young con. He was only 18. He idolized me. He heard about me in the streets. I slept on the top of a double bunk. There were 3 counts. 1 in the morning, 1 after night lockup, the 3rd at midnight. One night, I missed standing up for count at the cell door. I was so beat from heaving cold, I collapsed on my bunk. I woke up an hour after the count. It gave me an idea. I kicked it around in my skull. Like all good ideas, it kept growing, crying out for my attention. I thought, I wonder how much and what of me that screw saw when he counted me. I tested him 3 nights in a row. I'd lie on the bunk when he came through to count. Each time, I'd lie so he saw less of me. The last time he counted me, there was only my back, rear end, and legs visible to him. I got excited. I knew it would be easy to get extra pants and a shirt. I could stuff them into a passable dummy. I knew my first problem was to find a way to get out of line when filing from the coal pile. My second problem was I couldn't leave a dummy in a position in the cell during the day. Cell house cons and screws would pass on the gallery and discover it. I decided to solve my outside problem first. At the end of the day, a screw would line us up at the coal pile to be counted. We would then file 200 yards into the mess hall for supper. After supper, we would file through the hallways to the cell house for count. There were several cell houses. All of the cell houses phoned in their tallies to the office. If all the tallies equaled that number of cons in the entire joint, then the count was right. A loud whistle blew, and the day's screws could go home. There was no cover between the coal pile and the mess hall. A screw with a scoped, high-powered rifle manned a wall that ran parallel to our line of march. It looked impossible. I lost hope. On my 28th day in the joint, I noticed something. I had been on an official pass-out of some kind. It was very near supper time. I passed the dressing station and shower room. The front door was open. I glanced in. In the rear of it, a screw was hook-locking a wooden door. I stopped and pretended to tie my shoe. He then walked up 2 or 3 stairs and swung a steel door shut inside the shower room. He started lining up his cons for the march to the dining room. I had noticed the shed before on the marches to the dining room. It was maybe 30 feet from the line of march. The door had always been shut. I had thought it stayed locked all the time. I couldn't have checked it with that rifleman on the wall and screw marching with me. In the cell that night, I was as excited as a crumb crusher at Christmas time. I thought, maybe that shower screw sometimes forgets to lock that shed door. Maybe he's even later locking it than today. I couldn't see what the hell was in the shed. I know there's got to be old clothing or something I can hide under when he comes to hook that slammer. I gotta get out of this joint. I can't pull my bit here. If the kid will handle the dummy end, I'll take a chance. I'm gonna talk to my cellmate about that dummy. If he'll help me, I can escape like a shadow. I looked down over the rim of my bunk at him. I had written several bullshit letters for him to his girlfriend. So far, they had kept her writing and sending him candy and cigarette money. He was a good kid. I didn't think he'd rat. I said, "Shorty, what if I told you I could beat this joint?" He said, "Iceberg, you're jiving. You can't make it out of here. There are 5 steel gates between this cell and the streets. How are you planning to do it?" I said, "Kid, as beautiful as it is, I can't do it without your help. Now here it is." I ran it down to him. At first, he was leery. I told him to take the dummy from the floor under his bunk, put it on mine. As soon as the whistle blew, unstuff the shirt and pants, put the blanket stuffing back on my bunk. Sometime during the night before the midnight count, throw the pants and shirt over the gallery to the flagstone. When the midnight hell broke loose, he'd be clean. No one could prove or even suspect he had dismantled the dummy. I asked him to give me the name of a relative for record. I told him I would send him a C-note from the first horse scratch I got. I got his promise to handle the cell end of the plan. An hour later, I gave a cell house orderly 2 packs of butts for an extra blanket. I had the stuffing. I took off my shirt and pants and stuffed them for rehearsal. He sat at the cell door with a mirror watching the gallery both ways. In 20 minutes, he had the position and the rest of it down pat. I didn't close my eyes all night. At midnight, I saw the screw counting heads. He was due for a shock soon. I knew that if something went wrong, they'd probably beat me to death out there on the yard. I had to go through with it. No con misses his freedom more than a pimp. His senses are addicted to silky living. I took packs of butts to the coal pile the next day. A yard runner got me a shirt and pants. I put them on over the ones I wore. That night, in the cell, I made up the dummy. I put it under the kid's bunk and gave him a pep talk until midnight. I even promised him I'd keep in touch, and when he got out, I'd teach him how to pimp. I thought that last day on the coal pile would never end. I would be sunk if there was a routine cell house shakedown. Finally, we lined up. My throat was dry, my knees were wobbly. We were approaching that shed. The screw on the wall walked 20 paces away, then about-faced and walked back facing the coal pile gang. I'd have to break for the shed when he walked away. I'd have to be there when he turned if it wasn't locked. If he didn't shoot me, the yard screws would beat me to a pulp. The coal pile screw was ahead of me. He could turn and look back at any moment. No other moment in my life had been so tense, so wildly adventuresome. I didn't even know if there wasn't a fink in the line. I tell you, it was something. If my ticker had been faulty, I'd have passed out. The screw on the wall was walking away. The shed seemed miles away. I slipped out of line and raced for it. I could hear an excited whispering from the cons behind me. I touched the shed door handle. For an instant, I hesitated. I was afraid I'd find it locked. My sweat-hot hands pulled it toward me. It was open. Just before I stepped inside, I looked up at the wall. The screw was standing, looking in the direction of the shed. I shut the door. Had he seen me? I looked around the shed. There was nothing to hide under or behind. I could hear the cons in the shower. They were getting ready for supper. The steel door was half open. That screw would be out at any second to hook the shed door. There was no place to hide. It had been all for nothing. I heard a voice and the scrape of feet at the steel door. The screw was coming out into the shed. I looked up at the shed ceiling. I looked over at the steel door. There was a line of rusty bars a foot long over the door, flush against a grimy window. I leaped up and grabbed two of them. I swung my feet and legs just as the screw walked in to lock the door. I was jackknifing my legs just 6 inches from the top of his blue uniform cap. I hung there like a bat. I held my breath. He passed beneath me. I saw flakes of rust fall from the bars onto the top of his cap. It seemed like forever to my agonized, aching arms and legs. I heard the steel door crash shut. I started breathing again. I hung up there for another long moment. He might come back for some reason. I swung my paralyzed legs down and released my grip on the bars. I sat on the stone steps fighting for breath. The shed was quiet as a tomb. I could hear my ticker staccato. The worst wasn't over. That all is well whistle had to blow. If it didn't blow, they'd come looking for me with fists, clubs, and guns. I peeped through a crack in the door. I put my ear to it. The yard was bare. I could hear the clatter of steel plates in the mess hall. Finally, all was quiet. The count was going on. I thought, even if the kid goes through with his end, this one night, the count screw will poke that dummy to stand up to the cell door. That whistle ain't gonna blow. It's been too long already. Those cold-hearted bastards are on their way already. They'll beat and stomp me crippled. The whistle blew. The beautiful sound of it was like a faucet. It flooded my eyes with tears. I did a dusty jig on the shed floor. It was dusk. It wasn't over. The only way to get over the wall was to scale and climb to the top of a cell house in the far corner of the yard. Lucky for me, the cell house sat in a deep recess. Otherwise, its roof would have towered above the wall. It was the only building close to a section of wall. Other buildings' stairs stepped almost to the roof of the cell house. Maybe I'd been too eager to escape. I'd not put together a rope or hook. I'd have to use hands and feet. It sat 6 feet away and 20 feet above the wall. There was only one screw on the wall after the count cleared. He'd be in his cubicle reading the newspaper or magazine. If he looked up, he couldn't miss seeing me in the glare of the yard lights. My uniform was dark green, stained black with coal dust. Maybe on the street I'd look like any sooty steel mill or coal worker. I hadn't done too badly so far with short-term planning. I had until midnight to get over the wall and out of the city. I had no scratch. I'd passed out a small fortune in tips to hotel maids, bellhops, and bartenders. Now all of them were rich compared to me. I knew several I could go to and get a few dollars. They could be found at their places of work. There had been all the show-ups the month before and after my conviction. My face would be remembered by the rollers in those neighborhoods. I thought about Sweet. I remembered his crack at the hideout to set me up for the cop of my stable. I threw him out of my skull. I couldn't trust any of the pimps I knew. I'd always been a threat to them. Iceberg was really on his own. I'd have to make it to one of my mama's sisters, 30 miles away in Indiana. It was pitch black now inside the shed. I raised the hook and pushed the door open. I looked out into the yard. I stepped through the door into the yard. All was quiet. I pushed the door shut. I heard a dull metallic noise. I pulled it toward me. The hook had fallen into its loop. The shed door had hooked from the inside. I thought, that freak accident would confound the investigators for sure. I raced to the side of the mess hall. I'd have to get on its flat roof. I took hold of some window bars and pulled up to a standing position on the sill. I reached over and grabbed the drain pipe. I swung over and shimmied up to the roof. I looked to my left. I could see the silhouetted figure of the wall screw in his cubicle. I looked across and up at the cell house roof abutting the wall. It was a long way. I walked across the roof toward the next building. I was near the far edge of the roof. I looked back at the wall cubicle. The screw was out walking the wall. He had that deadly rifle cradled in his arms. I flung myself flat on my back on the black roof. I hoped I was invisible to him. I lay there panting. I wondered what a screw's manual said about an escaping con target. If he saw me, would he scope for a skull, heart, or gut shot? Finally, he went back into the cubicle. Lucky for me, the mess hall roof was connected to the chapel building. The connection was a concrete ledge. It was less than a foot wide and about 12 feet long. My heavy prison brogans seemed as wide as the ledge. They slipped on the glazed ledge. The wild late April winds made the walk as secure as a stroll across a teeter-totter 2 stories above the ground. I stood at the end of the ledge and looked up. I stretched my right arm up and stood on tiptoes. The chapel roof was 2 feet above my fingertips. I'd have to go back a few feet on that glassy ledge. I'd have to get up enough speed coming back to make a 2 feet leap. I'd have to grab the outside rim of the roof's drain gutter. I wondered if it could stand my weight. I carefully backed up 6 feet. I stood there trembling, looking at the rim. I looked back. The screw wasn't on the wall. I had to forget how narrow the ledge was. I threw a leg out. I whipped the other toward it. I pumped them over the gritty glaze. I heard the whispering hiss of the leather soles tromping the ledge. My arms were outstretched to the black sky. My eyes were riveted upward to the gutter rim. I leaped upward. I felt my feet soar off the ledge. I taloned the rim. I hung from its dangling in space. My fingernails sent red-hot needles of pain through the tortured flesh at their roots. I chinned up and hurled a leg across the rooftop. I rolled onto it. I lay there, gasping, as I watched the rifleman walk his beat. He went in. I struggled up the steep, sloping roof to the top. The edge of the cell house roof was 3 feet away. I leaped straight ahead. I flopped on my belly. The tips of my brogans were in the drain gutter. The cell house roof was even steeper. It was coated with square, slippery shale. I looked up toward the top. It seemed a city block away. I started bellying up it. I dug my brogan tips into the small cracks between the shale squares. I finally inched to the top. My chest was flaming. I lay astraddle the 6-inch top of a double precipice. The 2 sides of the roof formed a steep pyramid. I was on top of it. The 6-inch top seemed as thin as a wire. Through a dizzy haze, I saw the lights of the city winking in an ocean of blackness. I got to my feet. I started walking the tight wire like a circus performer. The winds were savage up here. They kicked and punched me. I teetered and swayed on the wire. I looked down over the right precipice to the street far below. Through a fuzzy blur, I saw auto headlights darting through the night like tiny fireflies. My skull almost blacked out. I jerked my skull away and glued my eyes to the wire. It was like an age before I reached the end of the cell house. If the screw came out now, I'd be in full view, even from the inside. He could spot me. I stood shivering. I looked down 20 feet to the top of the 3-foot wide wall. I couldn't turn back. I couldn't just stand there. It was a cinch I couldn't expect to keep balance if I hit the wall feet first. I dropped, legs opened wide. I heard my trousers rip. The inside concrete edge of the wall top gouged into my inner thigh. My rear end crashed against the concrete. My skull reeled in pain as I sat in the cold saddle. I swung my gouged left leg from the inner side of the wall. I scooted back on my belly to my fingertips. I hung there for a moment. I felt blood running down my left leg into my shoe. I let go. I struck feet first. My butt and back took the rest of the shock. I lay there on my back in a drunken fog of exhaustion, pain, and breathless joy. It was at least 10 minutes before I could stand. I limped away for 100 yards. I turned and looked back at the joint. I thought, those dirty white folks are gonna pace the floor. Their assholes are gonna twitch. They're gonna call me a million black nigger bastards and son of a bitches. One thing they can't deny in their cruel secret hearts, I outsmarted them. It's gonna hurt them to the rotten quick that a nigger did a black Houdini out of here. No screws is skull busted and no bars sawed. They're gonna foul their chances to catch me after the midnight count. They'll search the yard and joint for a week. Their asses will turn blue. Their skulls won't let them believe a nigger was clever enough to ghost out of here. I turned and hobbled toward the state of Indiana. Chapter 19. The Ice Pick. I was lucky. I caught 5 rides to get to my aunt. It was 5 minutes to midnight when she opened the door. At first, she didn't recognize me. She made me welcome. In a week, my leg had healed, and I felt strong. Her husband was my size. He gave me an outfit and $50. I went to the horse section of town. A bunch of New Orleans pimps were in town. They had their thieving whores with them. 3 days later, I stole one. Her name was No Thumbs Helen. She was at the time one of the slickest from-the-person thieves in the country. We got about in a 47 hog. She was a magician. For almost a year, she left a trail of empty wallets across 5 states. We were in Iowa, when Helen stung a rich sod buster was $7,200. I was in bed when she threw it on the bed. Excited? Sure I was. My heart boomed like bombs going off. She didn't know it. I was icy cool. I casually scooped it up and counted it. I had a poker face. I said, "Now listen, bitch. Run this thing down. I gotta know how hot this scratch is. Did you get all the sucker had? I'll be a salty son of a bitch to read in the papers that you missed the bundle." A rundown told me it was best to split. We got in the hog and went to Minneapolis. The second day, I copped a young whore. She wanted to be a thief. I took her to Helen at our hotel. Helen chilled when she saw the pretty bitch. She blew her top. She drew her knife. The young whore fled. I disarmed Helen and punched her around. Helen went to work. I fell asleep. I woke up fast. Helen was jabbing her knife into me. I rolled away. She had stabbed me in the forearm and the side of an elbow. I took a golf club and knocked her out. I never tried to stable her after that. I didn't feel like a real pimp with one whore. I decided to steal the technique of stealing from Helen. I could use it to train other whores when I cut her loose. Finally, I picked her skull. The technique went as follows. She would lurk in some shadowy doorway or alley entrance. When a trick came by, she'd go into a con act. She'd stand wide-legged and bend her knees to an almost squatting stance. She'd whip up the front bottom of her dress. She'd expose the gaping, hairy magnet to the bugging eyes of the sucker. The pull was magnified by her stroking her cat. She'd say to the sucker, "Pretty please, sweetie. I am so hot. This pussy is burning up. I ain't had no dick in 6 months. Come here and do something to me." He'd step into the doorway, already blind hot to sock it in for free. His instinctive weariness blackjacked to sleep by the raw event. She'd bombard the sucker with a flow of sweetly passionate, sexy bullshit as she tightly embraced him. She had located his wallet, usually in a rear trouser pocket, with the sensitive tips of her fingers. She'd dryly grind her belly against his scrotum. She'd complain that his belt buckle was hurting her. She would be panting in phony passion as she unbuckled it. It would release the tension on his pants pockets. She'd caress the head of his swipe with her fingers. She'd stroke the tip of his ear with her tongue. The very tips of the airy light index finger and thumb of the free hand flicked the buttoned pocket open. The index and middle fingers scissored on the wallet and slid it from the pocket. The trick would be excited and hot. He wouldn't have felt the glowing end of a cigarette on his ass. With both hands behind his neck, she'd remove the scratch from the hide. She'd up the sexy chatter and the strong grind against his scrotum. She'd roll the bills into a tight suppository shape. She'd slip the wallet back into the pocket. She wouldn't forget to rebutton the pocket. She was ready to blow the sucker off, get rid of him. She'd crack that she had to pee. Stooping quickly, she'd ram the rolled bills up her cap. She'd sight a passing car. She'd fake alarm. She would say, "Oh my God, there's Riley, the vice cop. Listen, honey, go to the Park Hotel up the street and register as Mr. and Mrs. Jones. I will be there in 10 minutes, pretty daddy. I sure want some of your good dick." The sucker would pat the reassuring bump of his wallet. It was still there, in the buttoned pocket. He'd amble off to the hotel. The thief would make it home. She'd completely change her appearance. She'd go back into the street to sting another sucker. There was an accident. She got pregnant. I found a croaker who made her one again. The game went down as usual. The bubble burst in a small town in Ohio. The skyrocket came crashing down. Then I ran into an old pal. He was now called New York Joe. I hadn't seen him since I was 14. My mother had taken him in for a few weeks.
when his widowed mother died. He got sick, and he had to go to a hospital. I'd take a bus to see him and bring him tidbits. I'd sit with him and console him. I liked him. Our friendship was brief. He got out of the hospital and left town. He was wholesaling cocaine, and the sample he gave me was almost pure. I made an appointment to cop a piece. I didn't know he had learned in New York to cross everybody, even old friends. I found out the stuff he gave me was phony. I rushed back to him, figuring he had made a mistake and would square things with me. I said, "Joe, you've made a mistake, man." He took me inside. He said, "What's the trouble, Jim?" I said, "Man, this is bullshit. This ain't the same stuff that I sampled." He said, "Well, listen. Ronald went out to the stash. That motherfucker is crossing me." He drew his gun from a shoulder holster. At the time, I didn't know it was all con. He said, "Should I go out there and kill that son of a bitch? What do you want me to do?" He started working his eyes. His eyes were bugging and going through all that crazy act. I said, "No, man. Just give me my scratch back." He said, "I'm so mad, I should croak you both." I was relatively young. I had never run into this New York stuff before. I was spooked. I said, "Forget about it." He was going through contortions. I was in his town. I had a thief with at least 7 beeps on her. I was out of the $3,000. I might have gotten croaked. Later, I knew it was stuff. New York stuff. In later years, I figured it out. He maybe had always hated me because I had more education than he had. A week later, Helen got busted on 7 counts. I signed the hog over to her lip. She got 5 to 10. I should have wired a bomb to the starter before I turned it over to the lip. A stud told me Joe had fingered Helen. He almost ruined me. He tapped me out, got my thief busted. He literally ran me out of town, broke and with no whore. I heard whore catching was good in Detroit. I took my last $10 bill and caught a Greyhound. Detroit was the promised land for pimps, all right. The town was teeming with young, fast whores. The local pimps was soft competition. I was walking, but I was sharp as a Harlem sissy. Anyway, these whores were a different breed than the ones back in the city. They were gullible, and a fellow didn't have to play his heart out to cop them. The first package I copped was a beautiful 17-year-old green-eyed version of Pepper. Her name was Rachel. I was to keep her 13 years. My next package was a huge, black, dangerous Jasper named Serena. In addition to being a whore, she ran a fast sheet setup for a dozen whores. They tricked out of her joint. Within 8 weeks after I hit Detroit, I was cruising the street in a sparkling new 48 Fleetwood. I had a fat bankroll. Within 90 days of the Serena cop, I had copped 2 more young broads. A week later, a small-time pimp came to town from Rhode Island. He had a beautiful young whore with him. He was jealous. He followed her in the street. I stalked her. He forgot to follow her. I stole her. I had her several months when the town got shaky. The rollers forced Serena out of her joint. I put her in the street. Then I heard about a small town in Ohio, Lima, that was jumping with good tricks and wide open. I could possibly open up a couple of houses there. My luck was soaring. With my pad rent and a pad piece for the girls, I needed a tighter setup to cut down my nut. My skull was whirling as I drove the hog to pick up my stable in the street. It got in. I tossed their scratch in the glove compartment. Dawn was breaking as the big hog scooted through the streets. My 5 whores were chattering like drunk magpies. I smelled that stink that only a street whore has after a long, busy night. The inside of my nose was raw. It happens when you're a pig for snorting cocaine. My nose was on fire.
The stink of those whores and the gangster they were smoking seemed like invisible knives scraping to the root of my brain. I was in an evil, dangerous mood, despite that pile of scratch crammed into the glove compartment. God damn it! Has one of you bitches shit on herself or something? I bellowed. I flipped the wing window toward me. For a long moment, there was silence. Then Rachel, my bottom whore, cracked in a pleasing ass-kissing voice. Daddy, baby, that ain't no shit you smell. We been turning all night. Ain't no bathrooms in those tricksters' cars we been flipping out of. Daddy, we sure been humping for you. What you smell is our nasty whore asses. I grinned widely, inside, of course. The best pimps keep a steel lid on their emotions. I was one of the iciest. The whores went into fits of giggles at Rachel's shaky witticism. A pimp is happy when his whores giggle. He knows they are still asleep. I coasted the hog into the curb outside the hotel where Kim, my newest, prettiest girl, was cribbing. Jesus, I would be glad to drop the last whore off. I can get to my own hotel to nurse my nose with cocaine and be alone. Any good pimp is his own best company. His inner life is so rich with cunning and scheming to outthink his whores. As Kim got out, I said, "Good night, baby. Day is Saturday. I want everybody in the street at noon instead of 7 tonight. I said noon, not 5 minutes after or 2 minutes after. At 12 sharp, I want you down. Got it, baby?" She didn't answer. She did a strange thing. She walked into the street around the hog to the window on my side. She stood there looking at me for a long moment, her beautiful face tense in the dim dawn. Then in her crisp New England accent, she said, "Are you coming to my path this morning? You haven't spent a night with me in a month, so come back, okay?" A good pimp doesn't get paid for screwing. He gets his payoff for always having the right thing to say to a whore, right on lightning tap. I knew my 4 whores were flapping their ears to get my reaction to this beautiful bitch. A pimp with an overly fine bitch in his stable has to keep his game tight. Whores constantly probe for weakness in a pimp. I fitted a scary mask on my face and said in a low, deadly voice, "Bitch, are you insane? No bitch in this family calls any shots or muscles me to do anything. Now take your stinking yellow ass upstairs to a bath and some shut-eye. Get in the street at noon like I told you." The bitch just stood there, her eyes slitted in anger. I could sense she was game to play the string out right there in the street before my whores. If I had been 10 years dumber, I would have leaped out of the hog and broken her jaw and put my foot in her ass. The joint was too fresh in my mind. I knew the bitch was trying to booby-trap me when she spat out her invitation. "Come on, kick my ass. What the hell do I need with a man I only see when he comes to get his money? I am sick of it all. I don't dig stables and never will. I know I'm the new bitch who has to prove herself. Well, goddammit, I am sick of this shit. I'm cutting out." She stopped for air and lit a cigarette. I was going to blast her ass off when she finished. I just sat there staring at her. Then she went on. "I have turned more tricks in the 3 months I have been with you, in the whole 2 years I've been with Paul. My pussy stays sore and swollen. Do I get my ass kicked before I split? If so, kick it now, because I'm going back to Providence on the next thing smoking." She was young, fast, with trick appeal galore. She was a pimp's dream, and she knew it. She had tested me with her beef. She was laying back for a sucker response. I disappointed her with my cold overlay. I could see her wilt as I said in an icy voice, "Listen, square-ass bitch. I have never had a whore I couldn't do without. I celebrate, bitch, when a whore leaves me. It gives some wormy bitch a chance to take her place and be a star. You scurvy bitch. If I shit in your face, You gotta love it and open your mouth wide. The rollers cruised by in a squad car. I flashed a sucker smile on my face. I cooled it until they passed. Kim was rooted there, wincing under the blizzard. I went on ruthlessly. Bitch, you are nothing but a funky zero. Before me, you had one chili chump with no rep. Nobody except his mother ever heard of the bastard. Yes, bitch, I'll be back this morning to put your phony ass on the train. I rocketed away from the curb. In the rearview mirror, I saw Kim walk slowly into the hotel. Her shoulders were slumped. Until I dropped the last whore off, you could have heard a mosquito crapping on the moon. I had tested out for them. Solid ice. I went back for Kim. She was packed and silent. On the way to the station, I rifled the pages in that pimp's book in my head. I searched for an angle to hold her without kissing her ass. I couldn't find a line in it for an out like that. As it turned out, the bitch was testing and bluffing right down the line. We had pulled into the station parking lot when the bitch fell to pieces. Her eyes were misty when she yelped, "Daddy, are you really going to let me split? Daddy, I love you." I started the prat action to cinch her when I said, "Bitch, I don't want a whore with rabbit in her. I want a bitch who wants me for life. You have got to go. After that bullshit earlier this morning, you are not that bitch." The prat butchered her. She collapsed into my lap crying and begging to stay. I had a theory about splitting whores. They seldom split without a bankroll. So I cracked on her. "Give me that scratch you held out, and maybe I'll give you another chance." Sure enough, she reached into her bosom. She drew out close to 5 bills and handed it to me. No pimp with a brain in his head cuts loose a young, beautiful whore with lots of mileage left in her. I let her come back. At long last, I was driving toward my hotel. I remembered what Sweet Jones, the master pimp who turned me out, had said about whores like Kim. "Slim," he had said, "a pretty nigga bitch and a white whore are just alike. They both will get in a stable to wreck it and leave the pimp on his ass with no whore. You gotta make 'em hump hard and fast to stick 'em for long, scratch quick. Slim, pimpin' ain't no game of love, so prat 'em and keep your swipe out 'em. Any sucker who believes a whore loves him shouldn't have fell out of his mammy's ass." My mind went back to Pepper, then back even further, and I remembered what he had said about the Georgia. "Slim, a pimp is really a whore who has reversed the game on whores. So, Slim, be as sweet as the scratch, no sweeter, and always stick a whore for a bundle before you sex her. A whore ain't nothing but a trick to a pimp. Don't let 'em Georgia you. Always get your money in front, just like a whore." I was on the elevator riding to my pad. I thought about the first bitch who had Georged me when I was 3. She had flim-flammed me out of my head. She would be old and gray now. If I could find her, I would sure get the bitch's unpaid account off my conscience. I snorted a couple of caps of cocaine. 2 hours later, I took a yellow. I fell asleep. When I woke up at noon, I knew I had to make a move. Rachel's parents were trying to cross me. Kim might split back to the sucker. My whole stable except Kim were local girls. A pimp is asking for trouble when he doesn't move his action away. Control is easier and tighter away from the familiar setting. A girl in strange surroundings depends more on her man. She needs his advice and guidance more. Girls copped in smaller towns have to be moved fast. That night, I went to Ohio. I put down the foundation for the move. I rented 2 houses and furnished them beautifully. I made contact with a fellow who collected the oil for the heat. I got the okay to go at a C a week for each house. I moved my whole family there. I was just in time. A month later, Detroit folded and the lid slammed down. There was a good dope connection in the new town. I started capping H with my C. I'd mix them and shoot speedballs. When I went to bed, I got sound sleep. I seldom had those bad dreams. I got hooked on H. It didn't worry me. I was getting long scratch. I was 30 years old. For the second time in my pimping career, I could see solid success and lots of long green in my future. How could I know that elephant bitch Serena would get jealous? She brought the whole greenback house of cards crashing down around me. I missed the murder rap by a fraction of an inch. The fraction was in Serena's chest. Within the year that I had set up my houses, tricks from all over the country were beating a path to them. They were wild to sample those luscious young freaks. Pimpin' had never been better. I was in a wonderful mood as I walked in the sunshine. I noticed Serena was coming up the street with a sack of groceries in her arm. She had croaked 2 people in New Orleans. She walked toward me smiling. When she got close to me, she got the ice pick out of the sack. She jabbed it toward my chest. At the time, I was quite quick, so I leaped back. The point of it slashed the edge of my pocket right over my ticker. She was trying to drive the point right through my ticker. I wasn't without a pistol at the time. I could buy a pistol from any hardware store. I bought a .32 and a box of 50 bullets. I took it up to her pad and loaded it at the kitchen table. She said, "Daddy, what's that for?" I said, "That's to croak any bitch that tries to hurt me." She said, "Oh, Daddy, you know I was just upset. Forget about it." I said, "No, I'm not going to forget about it. I'd kill my own mother if I thought she was going to hurt me." Later that evening, about midnight, the other girls and I were returning from a cabaret. I put the key in the door. I opened it and smelled the heavy odor of taboo, the heavy scent that only Serena used. I hesitated. My eyes became accustomed to the gloom. I saw Serena standing over the counter in the living room with an ice pick in her hand. She had slipped into Rachel's house through an open window basement. I drew my gun. I said, "Serena!" She said, "Yes, motherfucker, I'm killing you and them whores this morning." She started crying. I said, "Serena, don't come by that end table. If you do, I'm going to kill you. You know I always keep my word." She said, "I wouldn't give a motherfuck." She lunged past the end table. I shot her. When I shot her, the only thing that saved her life was the fact that she had a 46-inch bust. The fatty tissue absorbed the bullet at almost point-blank range. When I shot her, blood splattered. I struck her in an artery. It blew all over my face, all over her. Her dress had a ringlet of sparks. I set her on fire. She had elephant toughness. It didn't even knock her down. The bitch grabbed me. She had dropped the ice pick. She grabbed her chest and said, "Daddy, don't kill me." I was tempted. I really intended to kill her. I started to shoot her through the head. I didn't. Don't really know why, except there were witnesses, those 4 whores. She staggered past us, through the door and down the street. We all got into the Fleetwood and raced out of town, leaving everything. I sped toward Mama. I hadn't seen her since that Christmas visit. Her hair was snow white. Jesus, was she excited and happy to see me. I told her what happened. She got a friend to drive her back there. She loaded all the clothing on a trailer. She visited Serena in the hospital. Serena begged my mother to tell me to come back. She wouldn't file charges. It was all her fault, and she loved me. I knew that if I had gone back, Serena would have driven a butcher knife through my heart in my sleep. Chapter 20.
stable moves. It had been a sucker move to come to Mama. Fortunately, she had moved from over the beauty shop. She now lived in an almost all-white neighborhood. Here I was with 4 idle whores in a closed town where I had fallen 3 times. It was the point of origin for the white slave rap that the copper-hearted runt had crossed me with. There were a couple of sneak $10 houses in town. I stayed inside the house in Mama's. Every joker in town knew me. They all had diarrhea of the mouth. I couldn't put my action in the street in this hot town. They'd had an easy go in Ohio. They were soft. I could put them down only in a town where I had a fix. I knew none of them, if busted, could stand up under the clever grilling of the FBI. I had a 10G bankroll. I was housing and feeding 4 whores in an expensive hotel. I was a pig for banging speedballs. No fresh scratch was coming in. With only a 10G stick, I knew I would soon be in trouble. I had to make a move fast. It was bad for morale of a stable to keep them on their asses. After a week of confinement at Mama's house, I slipped out of town to cop H and C for myself and gangster for the girls. While in the city, I looked up Sweet. I was careful because all the heat in the neighborhood knew me. Sweet insisted I give him all the details of my escape. He shook his skull in awe when he heard them. Miss Peaches had died of old age. His eyes were sad when he told me about it. Glass Top was still out west in Seattle. Patch Eye did a little bookie business for him. Sweet had lost his glory. He looked 100 years old. His backbone was the old white broad who owned the building. Sweet had just beat a murder rap. He had killed some pretty jerk from St. Louis who had insulted him in the roost. The poor chump had called Sweet an ugly, gray-ass bastard. Sweet had drawn his pistol on him. He prodded him into an alley. He made him kneel, then he pissed on him. This was too much to take, so the kid lost his temper. Sweet shot him through the top of the head. Sweet was laughing, in a good mood as he told me about it. It had cost him $5 grand to beat it. He told me he got a wire that Red Eye got life for croaking a whore in Pittsburgh. Sweet had a complete answer to my problem. He said that since Serena hadn't beefed, I should go back into Ohio. No state was better at the time for house or street. Before I left, I went to his John. The door had a padlock on the outside. He looked at me, grinned, and said, "Pal, my crap is out of order." I went downstairs to the John in the bookie joint. On the way out, I asked Patch Eye why Sweet didn't get his toilet fixed. The old ex-pimp, without looking up, answered, "Shit, ain't nothing wrong with the crapper. The cold bastard has 2 whores locked in there for fucking with his scratch. He been in there 3 days. I walked toward my car. I wondered how long Sweet would keep them in there, and how long the whores could live with just water. I got back from the city. I stopped downtown at Rachel's suite. Stayed for the night. I outlined the move. The next morning, I was looking out the window down on the street. There was a stooped, white-haired joker dumping barrels of hotel garage into a huge truck. It was Steve. I'd know him in hell. A hot flash shot through me. I don't know what happened after that. Rachel told me I snatched my .32 from my coat pocket in the closet. I ran to the service elevator in my pajamas. She followed me all the way to the street. I didn't say a word. The truck had pulled away when we reached the sidewalk. She got me back upstairs. It had been a sucker play for a fugitive. Lucky for me, no rollers showed on the scene. I dressed and told Rachel I'd be back later, and I wanted the rest of the stable in her joint. I stopped at a leather goods shop and bought a small valise. It was about the size that a doctor carries. I stopped at several banks and cracked some of my big bills into enough singles to fill the bag. I went to Mama's to prepare the flash. I filled it almost to the brim with singles. I put the remaining big bills on top. I was getting ready to ship my stable. With my plan, I could ship them without a strong fix. Even new whores think twice before leaving a rich pimp. That afternoon, they were all in Rachel's plush suite. She was the boss bitch. They had $25 a day neat rooms on the same floor. I walked in. They were smoking gangster and eager for my speech. They were anxious to get back on the track. I had loosened the catch on the bag. I casually hurled it onto the table before them. A bale of $100 bills jumped from the bag. Reefer enhances what you see. I saw in those horses' faces that they were seeing every dollar of the mountain of greenbacks they had given me for the years I had been their man. Confidence flooded their eyes. I finished my briefing and my instructions. I had built my shining castles in the air. Brother, I could have sent those whores to Siberia in bikinis in the wintertime. Keeping her wife-in-laws and my scratch straight up there in Toledo was the first acid test for Rachel as a bottom woman. I stayed around Mama's for a week. She was bugging me to embrace the Holy Ghost in the fire. She begged me to square up and repent my sins. No, it was a little late for that. I moved on to Ohio again. Cleveland was only a short hop to Toledo. I set up a mad apartment in the largest city. Cleveland was jumping. I was ready for the best pimping of my career. Kim ran off with a wealthy white trick. I didn't miss her. Both towns were crawling with young fine whores. The name of the game was still cop and blow. Within 4 months, I had 3 girls in Toledo and 5 in Cleveland. I was pimping good. I had a connection for staff. All was perfect except for one thing. Rachel's name was ringing. Every pimp, con man, and rich dope peddler was shooting for her. They offered soft, irresistible propositions. Her head was getting as big as a pumpkin. I didn't want to lose her. I had another, more serious reason for wanting to hold her. If I blew her, she might pull a runt on me and go to the FBI. I got it through the wire that a slick con man out of New York was using his beautiful Jasper white girl as bait to cop Rachel. The same wire said that Rachel was getting weak for the broad. I went to Toledo one early morning to Rachel's. Sure enough, there they were, the 3 of them in Rachel's bed. Believe me, they hadn't gotten in there to recite bedtime stories. I was cool, icy as always. I let her con me that it was a party, all business of course. That wire had described that bastard con player and his freak woman. I was in trouble. If it had been another bitch in the stable except Rachel, it wouldn't have been worth a fleeting thought. I couldn't lose Rachel, my bottom woman, in this shitty fashion to some asshole con player. It could kill my career as a pimp. The news would flash in a dozen states. No, I couldn't afford to lose her. I still had that expensive friend riding with me, that monkey on my back. Sweet would have the solution to this tough problem right off the top of his head. Sweet, the week before, had shot himself in the temple. He left a bitter note. Goodbye, squares. Kiss my pimpin' ass. I felt nothing when I got the wire. I left her apartment and drove out into the country. I spun the wheels in my skull. I got the key to the riddle. It was cruel, but perfect. If it worked, I'd never have to worry that she'd blow across me with the FBI. Rachel called me the next day. She told me she had just sent me 3 bills. She got them from the party I had crashed. When she cracked, I knew I had to go through with the cross. The 3 bills she was sending me had to be scratch she had been holding out. That con bastard was too pretty and slick to spend 3 fat ones with a whore. I had to make an honest whore of her from now on. I faked excitement when I told her about a sucker who was visiting Akron. It's a small town 30 miles from Cleveland. I told her I got a wire that the sucker had hit the numbers for 20 G's. He had it all with him in his hotel room. I told her that she could take it off smooth and easy. She said she would be down the next day to get briefed in detail. I had already driven to Akron and set the stage for her. I had rented a hotel room in a fair hotel. I contacted a dignified-looking old ex-slum hustler down on his luck. He spruced up a wino friend of his for the play. The whole arrangement, clothes, room, a bill apiece for the actors, came to $500,000. The slum hustler was to wait in a pool room nearby for my call. Rachel got to my apartment at 3 p.m. We got to Akron around 6. I told her one of the bellhops had told the sucker she would be there before 7. He was waiting for her. I slipped a small vial of mineral oil into her palm. I told her it was chloral hydrate. Only 2 drops would knock the sucker out. I told her I would be waiting in the hotel bar for her. She stopped at the desk. Sure enough, he was expecting her. She went up. She came down within an hour, nervous and jumping. The sucker was out cold. She had searched the room. She couldn't find the scratch. I went back to the room with her. I went through another search. The wino was laying there, motionless. We gave up searching. We moved toward the door. I looked back at the wino. I said, "Say, baby, he looks bad to me." I knelt beside him, blocking her view with my back. I wiped my brow and turned my face toward her. My eyes were wide in alarm. I said, "Baby, he's dead, I think." Most women, even whores, are terrified of dead bodies. She stood there paralyzed. I said, "Don't get panicky. Shut that door. I've got it. I know an underworld croaker here in town. Maybe he can bring him too. I know he will keep his mouth shut for a price, even if." She knew we couldn't leave a murdered man here. She had stopped at the desk first before coming up. She was painfully aware of the big gap between theft and murder. I picked up the phone and got the pool room. I gave the fake doctor the hotel and room number. He came within 5 minutes, carrying his empty bag. She couldn't see into it. I had told her to hide in the closet. Too many people had seen her already. He stooped down beside the wino. He fumbled with his pulse, his eyelids. Finally, he stood up and said, "He's dead. I can't help him. I'll have to call the police." I could almost hear Rachel's heart booming in the closet. We haggled for her benefit for 10 minutes. Finally, we had a deal. For 5 bills, he would keep his mouth shut. He would also contact a hoodlum who would get the body out of there and dispose of it. He left. Rachel and I got out of there fast. Driving back to Cleveland, Rachel was in a trance. She squeezed tightly against me. I kept telling her she had nothing to worry about. After all, we were together for life, and her secret would always be safe with me. She found out about the hoax years later. Rachel straightened up with that murder pressure on her. Toledo was on fire, and in 1 month, my 3 girls got 9 cases between them. I pulled them out into Cleveland. Cleveland was lousy with pimps and whores and boosters from all over the country. The mob of hustlers set the torch to Cleveland. By 1953, the streets were so hot, a whore was lucky to stand up a week between falls. I was a fugitive. For almost a year, I never left my apartment. I couldn't risk arrest and a fingerprint check. I was down to 4 girls. That year in the apartment was cramping my style. Mama had hit a romantic and financial jackpot. She had moved to Los Angeles. She called me every week, pleading with me to visit her. She wanted me to meet my new stepfather and stay for a while. I kept stalling her. I had heard that the smack in California was only 6%. The pimps out there were only half serious. This makes for bad pimping conditions. Several Eastern pimps had gone to the coast in good shape. They had returned, torn down. They said the Western whores were lazy and was satisfied with making chump change. The Western pimps had spoiled them. I gave myself logical arguments against the move to California. Why should I expose my well-trained whores to that dangerous half-ass scene out west? What if I blew my family out there in the hinterlands? I was 34 now. In any square profession, I would have been in my prime. As a pimp, I was getting elderly. I was stern and strict on my women. Rachel wired me that a stud with a stable of boosters was in town, with a load of wild Liliane suits and Petrocelli vines at 20% of retail. She got me his number the next day. I called him and got an appointment to look his stock over. I only left the apartment for important reasons. I decided I would cop a piece of stuff and a fresh outfit before seeing him. He was staying at a crummy hotel on the east side. He let me into a cracker-box 3-room apartment. He sounded me down to make sure of my pedigree. So, you're Iceberg, huh? I was in your town not long ago. Philly sure is hot. He knew me by reputation and that I was from Chicago. I said, yes, I'm Iceberg from the Windy. He said, say, Jim, how about old Red Eye? I saw him in New York last month. He's pimping a zillion. Surely you know him. I gave him that look, like I had caught him Frenching a sissy. I said, listen carefully, Jack. I don't have time for bullshit. I knew Red Eye. You saw him last month, Jack? You better see a head shrinker. You're flipping your top. Red Eye caught the big one in Pittsburgh 5 years ago. He's doing it all. He gave me a grin like he had swallowed a bottle of snot. He got the sizes from me. He said to cool it in his pad. He had to go to his stash across the street to get the merchandise. I glanced into the tiny bedroom. There was a naked broad lying on the bed. I said to myself, I wonder what kind of dog that is. I went to the bed and looked down at her. She was drunk, stoned. It looked like the run. This broad was buxom, almost fat. I knew one way to be sure. I had lashed the blood out of her with that hanger whipping years ago. She would still have the scars. I flipped her over on her belly. They were there. I stood there looking down at her. I remembered that tough bit in Leavenworth. Here at my mercy was that stinking bitch Phyllis. Just the sight of her made me crazy. I grabbed the cologne bottle off the dresser. I jerked the big top off. I got my bag out. I dumped enough of the 20% stuff into the top to croak a sick junkie. She was clean. I spotted a bottle of mixer water on the floor. I filled the top and struck a match. I held it beneath the top. I rammed my gun into it. I drew up her reckoning. I stabbed the outfit into a vein just back of her knees. Her red blood streaked up into the joint. I was just about to press the pacifier bulb. I looked out the window. I caught a glimpse of the Joker darting across the street. He had a steamer trunk headed toward the front door of the hotel. I froze, jerked the spike out of her. I thrust the loaded outfit inside my shoe underneath my instep. I pinned the bag to my shorts between my legs. I collapsed into the living room chair just as he came through the door. I was sweating like hell. He was suspicious. He kept looking from the corner of his eye at his broad. He thought I had been riding her in his absence. I wondered how long he had her. He was a wrongdoer. He'd cut her loose when he got hip to what he had. Sooner or later, someone would pull his coat. He'd find out the run had sent me up to jail. I was getting what I wanted from the merchandise. He slipped into the bedroom and checked her cat out. I left with the dozen items I had bought. I knew I had bought going to California clothes. I had quizzed him about his plans. He was going to stay in Cleveland for weeks. I had to leave town. Now. Phyllis was sure to get the wire from him that I was in town. I knew she wouldn't hesitate to drop a dime in the phone to the heat. She had to know about the escape. I drove away. I tried to picture the expression on her face when her man cracked to her that Iceberg had been up there alone with her while she was stoned. I got a flight that night for L.A. It's fabulous when a pimp's bottom girl can be trusted to handle his scratch and his horse. She was welded to me by that murder cross. The stable would drive out later in the hog. Mama was radiantly happy out there, and my stepfather was a wonderful square. They lived in a big house. L.A. was worse than the reports I had gotten. I got around in Mama's Coupe de Ville. After the second night, I went into the whore and pimp stomping grounds. I stayed around Mama for another week, then went up to Seattle. Glass Top's name wasn't ringing. In fact, he was almost unknown. One stud told me Glass Top had croaked. I copped a gorgeous hash slinger up there. I turned her out that week. Lucky I did. I lost the girl back in Cleveland. Her appendix burst. I pulled the 3 left into Seattle. After I had been in town 6 months, fate dealt me one off the top for a change. My bag was empty, and the stuff in town was around 6%. I had to shoot 3 spoons to stay well. The girls were humping up a storm. I was getting no inside grief. I was sitting in the hog one day. An old withered stud walked past me. He came back and stooped down looking at me. He shouted, "Ice, my old pimpin' buddy." I took a close look. It was Glass Top. He got in. He patted the scraggly processed hair on his nearly bald head. He'd done a long bit in the state joint. He wasn't pimping. An old square broad was feeding him. He was drunk. Until I left town, I brought him bottles and rapped with him. He croaked 2 days after I left town. I ran into the croaker who aborted Helen. He had lost his license and done a short bit back east for an abortion. We started rapping a lot to each other. He knew most of the hustlers I knew. So we had much in common. He kept telling me how bad I looked. He told me how handsome I'd been when I brought Helen to him. He needled me. He expressed doubt that I had the guts to kick. He was game to help me kick if I was game to kick. I decided to let him help me. He warned me I would have to follow his every instruction. He had a house in town. He still took a fast buck from his old hustle. Rachel was the only girl in the family who knew I was hooked. None of the rest knew. I was going to stay at the docks to kick. They thought I was out of town. He used the system of reduction. We reached the tearing, puking, none at all stage. Let me tell you, that beautiful croaker bastard was immune and rock hard. I tried the raving, crying con on him. He would jab a needle into me to tranquilize me, so he couldn't hear my bleeding. I tell you, if you have ever had the flu real bad, just multiply the misery, the aching torture by 1,000. That's what it's like to kick a habit. It took 2 weeks. I was weak, but with an appetite like a horse. In another 2 weeks, I was stronger than I'd been in years. The doc will always be my man. If he hadn't come to my rescue, and I had kept that habit until 1960, I would have been a corpse within a week in that steel casket waiting for me. Chapter 21. The Steel Casket. Seattle had played out. It was 1958. My stepfather died, leaving Mama all alone back in California. Her letters were full of grief and loneliness. I had blown down to Rachel and the young hash slinger I turned out. I had put on 50 pounds since I kicked the habit. I weighed more than 200 pounds. Time had scissored away my hair in front. I didn't look much like the mugshot of that sleek escapee. I smoked a little gangster and snorted cocaine now and then. I actually copped a cap of H once with my C. I wanted to mix it in a speedball. It was hard to flush the H down the drain. At almost 40, I was ancient as a pimp. I looked like a fat, black seal in my expensive threads. For the first time in many years, I had rediscovered my appetite for good food. I was slowing down. I spent most of my time reading in bed. The end of my pimping career wasn't far in the future. I made the decision to go back to the fast track. I stayed away from old haunts. I had put my 2 girls to work in the street near downtown. Most of their tricks were white. I stayed in a nice hotel nearby. They lived together in the same hotel. 3 months after I got back, a fire changed my pimping setup. The change set up the chain of events that busted me for the escape. I was taking a walk. I stopped to watch flames gut an apartment building. An old brown-skinned stud was watching beside me. He was a sure-shot craps hustler. He also sold working togs to whores in houses in 10 states. After the fire, we went and had a drink together. We liked each other right away. For the next month, we saw each other every day. I started going with him to the whorehouses to peddle his merchandise. I'd always had contempt for whores who worked houses. They gave up 50% of the scratch to a madam. I'd always believed a good whore went to the street to meet the trick. Even when I had the houses in Ohio, my whores got their tricks in the street. Lazy half-ass whores worked houses and let the trick come to them. My friend, Benham Big, convinced me whorehouses were the thing for me. His points were that the wear and tear on a pimp was less. The houses were protected, and the madams were responsible for falls. Also, a girl didn't need the complicated turnout for houses. A pimp's blows would be at least 50% less in the houses. He told me at my age, I can grind up a bankroll in the houses. Then, I can open up a couple of my own and live to get 100 years old. I wouldn't live that long under the stress and strain of the street. 2 months later, I had both my girls in houses. I got my scratch every Monday in money orders by registered mail. Just like he said, it was an easy way to pimp. The 50% off the top, I couldn't miss. I never had it. The girls would work maybe a month or 2 before coming in to visit me. I spent the time between with Benham Big. He was a real pal. He blew his top when I ignored his advice and tapped almost out for a new 59 hog. I loved him like a father. He knew all the percentages on craps and people. His friendship and wisdom maybe helped me to stay away from H. Maybe if I hadn't gone to jail, I would have gone back to it. I was tempted a dozen times. I moved Stacy, the younger whore, to a house in Montana. It was March. She was up there for the season. This meant every 6 weeks or so, I'd have to go up there to service her and tighten my game. She was lonesome. She'd call and write to me how much she missed me. She fell out with the madam and started working in a house run by a stud in the same town. I told Bet I was going up to visit her. He said, "Ice, you can't take good advice. You were a sucker to go broke on that hog. Now, here's more good advice. Ice, not only should you not go up there, you better pull that fine bitch out of there. I know that stud. He's a snake. Pull her out. I know a spot in Pennsylvania just as good. Inside of 2 days, you can pull her and place her." I didn't take his advice. I took a train up to visit her. I rented a room in a motel. I registered as Johnny Cato. It was on the outskirts of town. The only Negroes ever in town were whores in houses, and pimps come to visit them. She'd come to the motel in early morning after work. She confessed to me that she woke up one day and found her boss in bed with her. In her alarm, she struck him on the head with a heavy brass clock. It didn't chill him. He wiped the blood away and gave her 50 slats to get his rocks. He begged her to quit me and be his woman. It was a bitch of a time to tell me. It was the third and last day of my visit. It was Sunday night around 9. She didn't work Sundays. We were playing around. I had my pajamas on. I had a cap of C in a pocket. I was just lighting a cigarette when a roller-type knock shook the door in me. I went to the door. I said, "Yes, who is it?" He said, "Police, open the door." I opened it. It was two red-faced Swede rollers. One was porcine, the other lanky. I put my shaking hands into the pajama pockets. My fingertips touched the scorching hot cap of cocaine. I hoped I was keeping the fear out of my face. I gave them a wide, toothy smile. They came in and stood in the middle of the room. Their eyes were racing about the room. Stacy was open-mouthed in the bed. I said, "Yes, gentlemen, what can I do for you?" The lanky one said, "We want to see your ID." I went to the closet and got the phony Johnny Cato Fredrickson ID. I put it in his palm. I felt cold sweat running down my back. They looked at it, then looked at each other. Blanky said, "You are in violation of the law. You signed the motel register improperly. Why didn't you sign your full name? What are you trying to hide? What are you doing here in town? It says here you're a dancer. We don't have a club in town that books entertainers." I said, "Officers, my professional name is Johnny Cato. I've got nothing to hide. My full name has always been too long for the marquees. I've fallen into the habit of using the shorter version. My legs went out last year. I don't dance anymore. My wife and I decided to go into business. We are making a tour of this part of the country. We think that in your town, we found the ideal site for a Southern Fried Chicken shack. My wife has a secret recipe that should make us rich up here." Porky said, "You're a goddamn black lying son of a bitch. Every one of you niggers come up here to open another cat house or suck your whore's pussy. You and that bitch aren't married. You're a low-life pimp and she's your whore. I've seen her around. I'm telling you, boy, get your nigger ass out of town. We don't want you here." I said, "Yes, sir. I'll forget about the restaurant like you say." They turned and walked out. I knew Stacy's boss had put his finger on me. It was too late to catch the train back to the city. There was one a day at 8 p.m. I knew they'd be back. I was trapped. I'd heard radio bulletin warnings that the highways were snowed under. I couldn't even walk out of town. I snorted the sizzle and sat trying to figure a way out. The chief of police came back at 3 the next afternoon. I let him in. He said, "Boy, I'm not satisfied. I'm going to forget about the phony registration. Now there's a more serious matter. If you and this young woman aren't legally married, you've broken a law I can't overlook. When and where were you married?" I thought fast. I tried to remember a courthouse fire from the newspapers. I couldn't. I said, "Sir, we were married 3 years ago in Waco, Texas. I just can't understand why you doubt we're married." He said, "I'm gonna take you in. I'm going to check your story. If you're telling the truth, I'll let you go. If not, you'll get a jail sentence." He took us down. We were mugged and fingerprinted. Afterwards, we were taken to his office. He said, "Boy, you lied to me. I called Waco. There's no record of your marriage." They locked us up. An hour later, we walked out on $200 bond each. We got a cab to the motel. I understood the bond delay. The joint had been searched. We got her stuff from the whorehouse and sat in the train station until 8 p.m. We got back to the city early that morning. I knew when my fingerprints got to Washington, the FBI would rush back the news I was a fugitive. I had to get out of town. The police chief knew my destination when I left his town. Bet him big called Pennsylvania. Stacy was parked, ready to leave for the new spot the next day. The chief must have flown my fingerprints to Washington. The city rollers, with the captain of guards from the joint, busted Stacy and me. I was held for the escape. Stacy was harboring me. There was one angle I couldn't figure. All the way to the lockup, it bothered me. How did the city police and that screw know just where in that big city to put their hands on me? I had been transferred to county jail when I figured it out. I have made many stupid mistakes in my life. None was more stupid than the one that put me back in the shithouse. I had a letter in my bag from Stacy. The rollers that searched our room while we were in jail made a notation of my city address. I had played the hick coppers cheap, and here I was with my balls in the fire. Rachel rushed to me from the whorehouse. I fought the charge of escape. After all, they couldn't prove it to the extent that they could tell in the court how I escaped. At my first hearing, I told the judge I hadn't escaped. I told him one night before midnight, a screw unlocked the cell and took me to the front gate and released me. I had a friend who had supplied the scratch for the underground release. It was a very thin story, but it was strong enough to forestall my return to the joint. I was sure bad things would happen to me back there. Bet visited me. He offered to do anything for me. I was lost. No one could help me. Mama came from California to visit me. She was sick and old. In fact, she was dying. She had heart trouble and diabetes. I don't see how she made the trip. It was an old scene. I was in a barred cage. She was crying on the outside of it. She sobbed, "Son, this is the last time we are going to see each other. Your mama's so tired. God gave me the strength to make the long trip to see my poor baby before I go to sleep in Jesus' arms. Son, it's too bad you don't love me as much as I love you." I was crying. I was squeezing her thin, pale hands in mine between the bars. I said, "Now look, Mama. You know we all got Indian blood in us. Mama, you ain't gonna die. Mama, I'll live to get 100 like Papa Joe, your father. Come on now, Mama, stop it. Ain't I got enough worry? Mama, I love you. Honest, Mama. Forgive me not writing regular and stuff like that. I love you, Mama. I love you. Please don't die. I couldn't take it while I'm locked up. I'll take care of you when I get out. I swear it, Mama. Just don't die. Please." The screw came up. The visit was over. His hard face softened in pity as he looked at her. He knew she was critically sick. I watched her move slowly away from me down the jail corridor. She got to the elevator. She turned and looked at me. She had a sad, pitiful look on her face. It reminded me of that stormy morning long ago. She had stood in the rain and watched the van taking me to my first prison bit. I get a terrible lump in my throat even now when I relive that moment. A week passed after Mama visited me and went back to California. I went into court for the third and last time. The judge ordered me into the custody of the joint's captain of screws. Stacy was released. The captain and his aide were grimly silent. Their prison sedans sliced through the sparkling April day. I was on the rear seat. I gazed at the scurrying, lucky citizens on the street. I wondered what they'd use on me at the joint, rubber hoses or blackjacks. I felt so low. I wouldn't have cared if I'd dropped dead right on the car seat. We went through the big gate into the joint. The warm April sun shone down on the ancient, grimy buildings. The yard cons leaned on their brooms. They stared through the car window at me. The sedan came to a stop. We got out. They took off my handcuffs. I was taken into the same cell house from which I had made the escape 13 years before. I was locked in a cell on the flag. In the early afternoon, a screw marched me to the office of the chief of the joint security. He looked like a pure Aryan stormtrooper sitting behind his desk. He didn't have a blackjack or rubber hose in his hand. He was grinning like maybe Herr Schicklgruber at the railroad coach in France. His voice was a lethal whisper. He said, "Well, well, so you're that slick black bird who flew the coop. Cheer up. You only owe us 11 months. You're lucky you escaped before the new law. There's one on the books now. It penalizes escapees with up to an extra year. Ah, what a shame it isn't retroactive. I am going to put you into a punishment cell for a few days. Nothing personal, mind you. Hell, you didn't hurt me with your escape. Tell me confidentially, how did you do it?" I said, "Sir, I wish I knew. I am subject to states of feud. I came to that night, and I was walking down the highway a free man. Sir, I certainly wish I could tell you how I did it." His pale, cold eyes hardened into blue agates. His grin widened. He said, "Oh, it's all right, my boy. Tell you what, you're a cinch to get a clear memory of just how you did it before long. Put in a request to the cell house officer to see me when you regain the memory. Well, good luck, my boy, till we meet again." A screw took me to the bathhouse. I took a shower and changed into a tattered con uniform. The croaker examined me, then back to the cell house. The screw took me to a row of tiny, filthy cells on the flag. My first detention cell was on the other side of the cell house. The screw stopped in front of a cell. He unlocked it. He prodded me into it. It was near the front of the cell house. I looked around my new home. It was a tight box designed to crush and torture the human spirit. I raised my arms above me. My fingertips touched the cold steel ceiling. I stretched them out to the side. I touched the steel walls. I walked 7 feet or so from the barred door to the rear of the cell. I passed the steel cot. The mattress cover was stained and stinking from old puke and crap. The toilet and wash bowls were encrusted with greenish-brown crud. It could be a steel casket for a weak skull after a week or two. I'd wondered how long they'd punish me in the box. I turned and walked to the cell door. I stood grasping the bars, looking out at the blank cell house wall in front of me. I thought, the Nazi figures after a week or so in this dungeon, I'll be crying and begging to tell them how I escaped. I'm not going to pussy out. Hell, I got a strong skull. I could do a month in here. I heard a slapping noise against the steel space between the cells. I saw a thin white hand holding a square of paper. I stuck my arm through the bars of my cell door. I took the paper. It was a kite with 2 cigarettes and 3 matches folded inside. It read, "Welcome to Happiness Lane. My name is Coppola. The Vine said you're Lancaster, the guy who took a powder 13 years ago. I was clerking in an office up front. I took my powder a year and a half ago. They brought me back 6 months ago. I've started to cash in my chips a dozen times. You'll find out what I mean. I've been right in this cell ever since. I got another year to go with the new time stacked on top for the escape. I've got a detainer warrant from Maine for forgery up front. We're in big trouble, buddy. The prick up front has cracked up 4 or 5 cons in these cells since I came back. There's 6 of us on the row now. Only 3 are escapees. The rest are doing short punishment time, like 2 days to a week. I'll give you background on other things later. I know what screws will get you anything you want for a price. I lit a cigarette and sat on the cot. I thought, Coppola's a hell of a stud to keep his skull straight for 6 months on Happiness Lane. He doesn't know I'm just here for a few days. That night, we had a supper of sour Spanish rice. I heard the shuffling feet of cons filing into the cell house. They were going into their cells on the tiers overhead. The blaring radio loudspeakers and the lights went off at 9. Over the flushing of toilets and epidemic farting, I heard my name mentioned. The speaker was on the tier just above my cell. He said, Jim, how about old Iceberg, the Mac man? Jim, a deuce will get you a saw buck. The white folks will croak 'em down there. A pimp ain't got the heart to do a slap down there. Jim said, Jack, I hope the pimp bastard croaks tonight. One of them pimps put my baby sister on stuff. I dozed off. After midnight, I woke up. Somebody was screaming. He was pleading with someone not to kill him. I heard thudding sounds. I got up and went to the cell door. I heard Coppola flush his John. I stage whispered, Coppola, what's happening, man? He whispered, don't let it bug you, Lancaster. It's just the night screws having their nightly fun and exercise. They pull their punching bags from the cells on the other side. It's where drunks and old men are held for court in the morning. Buddy, you ain't seen nothing yet. Don't give them any lip. If they ever come by and needle you, they'll beat the hell out of you. Then take all your clothes off and put you in a stripped cell. That's one with nothing in it. Just a cold concrete floor. Buddy, there are at least a dozen ways to die in here. All the rest of the night, I lay staring at the blank, dirty wall in front of me. I wondered what Rachel and Stacy were doing. I had to make contact with the screw to mail some letters on the outside for me. The joint censors would never let whore instructions pass through. Every few minutes, a screw would pass and flash his light on me. That morning, I watched the cell house cons file past my cell on the way to breakfast and then to their work. All new arrivals the day before were also in this line. That afternoon, I got letters from Stacy and Rachel. They had also sent money orders. They missed their strong right arm. They were working bars downtown. Bet was handling any falls they might take. Coppola, within the first week, hipped me to all the angles of survival. I had a screw who would take letters directly to the girls. He would get his payoff from them. He would bring me cash from them. I got a letter from Mama. I could hardly read the shaky writing. She sent me religious tracts inside it. I was really worried about her. The tight cell and the fear of a year in it was getting to me. The little sleep I got was crowded with nightmares. I was eating good at high prices. I still lost weight. The first month, I lost 30 pounds. Then I got bad news twice within the 5th week. I got a letter from Stacy. Ben had been found dead on his toilet stool at home. It really shook me. He had been a real friend. I got a very short note from Rachel. She was in Cleveland. It said, I ran into an old doctor friend of yours the other night. He was looped. He bought me a drink. Lucky for me, the bartender asked how you were doing. The doctor spilled his guts. He told me about a dead patient of his who came back to life. My worst wishes. P.S. Drop dead. I'll keep the hog. The joint waved the balance of Coppola's time to face the rap in Maine. The skull pressure was getting larger. The cell was getting tighter. With Coppola gone, I was in real trouble the 3rd month. It was like a deadly hex was at work to crack me up. None of the screws would cop heavy drugs for me. I settled for whiskey. I stopped using the safety razor. I didn't want to see the gaunt, ugly stranger in my sliver of mirror. It wasn't just the cell. It was the sights and sounds of the misery and torment on the row and in the nightmares. Mama was bedridden. She was too sick to write. I got telegrams and letters from her friends. They were all praying that I'd get out before Mama passed. I got a pass to the visitor's cage. A screw took me and stood behind me the whole time. It was Stacy. She was pregnant and living with an old hustler. Her eyes told me how bad I looked. Her letters dropped off to 1 a month with no scratch. At the end of the 4th month, my skull was shaking on my shoulders like I had palsy. A con on the road blew his top one night around midnight. He woke up the whole cell house. At first, he was cursing God and his mother. The screws brought him past my cell. In my state, the sight of him almost took me into madness. He was butt naked and jabbering a weird madman's language through a foamy jib. It was like the talking in tongues holy rollers do. He was jacking off his stiff swipe with both hands. I gnawed into my pillow like the runt to keep from screaming. The next day, I put in a request to see the Nazi. Nothing happened. A week later, I was sitting on the john with my head between my knees. I heard the morning line moving to breakfast. The line had stalled for a moment right outside my cell door. I looked up into a pair of strange, almost orange eyes, sunk into an old, horribly scarred face. It was Leroy. I had stolen Chris from him many years ago. He still remembered me. He stared at me and smiled crookedly as the line moved out. I got my screw to check his rap sheet. The screw gave me the whole rundown. Since 1940, Leroy had been arrested more than 100 times for common drunk. He had also been committed to mental hospitals twice. I was 42. I was 20 when I stole Chris from him. I asked the screw to pull strings to send him to another cell house. I gave him a rundown on the Chris steal and how weak Leroy had been for her. The screw told me he couldn't cut it. Leroy was doing only 5 days for drunk. Leroy had to stay in the cell house. I wonder how Leroy would try for revenge. I had to be careful in the morning for the next 5 days. I had to keep my feet and legs away from the cell door. Leroy might score for a shiv and try to hack something off when he passed my cell. I worried all day about what he would do. Could he somehow get gasoline and torch me? That night, I heard the voice for the first time. The lights were out. The cell house was quiet. The voice seemed to be coming through a tiny grill at the head of the cot. A light always burned in the breezeway behind the grill. The pipes for all the plumbing for the cells were there. I got down on my hands and knees and looked through the grill's tiny holes. I couldn't see anybody. I got back on the cot. The voice was louder and clearer. It sounded friendly and sweet, like a woman consoling a friend. I wondered if cons on one of the tiers above me were clowning with each other. I heard my name and the flow of chatter. I got back down and listened at the grill. A light flooded the corner. It was the screw. I spun around on my knees facing him. The light was in my eyes. He said, "What the hell are you doing?" I said, "Officer, I heard a voice. I thought someone was working back there." He said, "Oh, you poor bastard. You won't pull this bit. You're going nuts, Slim. Now stop that nonsense and get in that cot and stay there." The cell house lights woke me up. My first thought was Leroy. I got up and sat on the cot. Then I thought about the voice. I wasn't sure now. Maybe it had been a dream. I wondered whether I should ask the screw about it. One thing for sure, dream or not, I didn't want to go nuts. My mind hooked on to what I heard the old con philosophers say about that screen in the skull. I remembered what the books at federal prisons said about voices, and even people that only existed inside a Joker's skull. I thought, after this, when I get the first sign of a sneaky worry thought or idea, I'll fight it out of my skull. Maybe I wasn't dreaming when I heard that voice. If I hear it again, I'll have some protection. I'll keep a strong, sane voice inside to fight off anything screwy from going on. Every moment I'll stand guard over my thoughts until I get out of here. I can do it. I just have to train that guard. He's got to be slick enough not to let trouble by him. I'll make him shout down the phony voices. He'll know they're not real right away. I got up and went to face the bowl. I heard the rumbling feet of the cons coming off the tiers. I was washing my face. I heard a series of sliding bumps on the floor behind me. It was like maybe several newsboys all throwing your paper on the porch in rotation. Then I smelled it. I turned toward the floor. I squinted through the soap on my eyelids. I had been bombed with crap. It was oozing off the wall. The solid stuff had rolled to my feet. Pieces of loosely rolled newspaper were the casings. Cons were passing my door snickering. I felt dizzy. A big lead balloon started inflating inside my chest. I remembered the inside guard. He was new and late on the job. I puked. I shouted over and over, "Watch out now. It's only crap. It's only crap. It's just crap. Watch out. It can't hurt you. It's only stinking crap." A screw stood up at the cell door, twitching his nose. He was screaming, "Shut up!" He opened the cell. I got a bucket of hot water and a scrub brush. I cleaned the cell. The screw asked me who filed my nest. I told him I didn't know. My screw came to see me at noon. He told me how Leroy had enlisted the crap bombers. Leroy told them I had put the finger on him years ago when he got the bit for the Papa Tony beating. My screw dropped the truth around the cell house. All the bombers were down on Leroy. I dared him to bother me again. I was safe from Leroy. I didn't mourn when Leroy finished his 5-day bit. It was the end of my 6th month. I beat down worry, voices, and countless thoughts of suicide with my skull guard plan. A friend of Mama's sent me a telegram. Mama had been stricken. The hospital doctors had given her up. Then she bounced back. She was very sick now, but still alive. The telegram gave my skull gimmick a tough test. I had a very sad day around the middle of the 7th month. A booster from New York busted on his 2nd day in town was on the tier above me. A con on my row several cells down called me one night to borrow a book. A moment later, I heard my name called from up above. He came down next morning and rapped to me. His job was in the cell house. The booster asked me if I were the iceberg who was a friend of party time. I told him yes. He didn't say anything for a while. Finally, he told me Party had often spoke of me as the kid he once hustled with, who grew up to be Iceberg the pimp. He told me Party had copped the beautiful girlfriend of a dope dealer when he got a bit. Party turned her out. The dope dealer did his bit. The broad tried to cut Party loose to go back to a life of ease. Party went gorilla on her. He broke her arm. 2 months later, Party copped some H. He didn't know his connection was a pal of the dealer who got the bit. It was H all right, mixed with flakes of battery acid. I didn't sleep that night. I had come to a decision in that awful cell. I was through with pimping and drugs. I got insight that perhaps I could never have hoped to get outside. I couldn't have awakened if I had been serving a normal bit. After I got the mental game down pat, I can see the terrible pattern of my life. Mama's condition and my guilty conscience had a lot to do with my decision. Perhaps my age and loss of youth played their parts. I had found out that pimping is for young men, the stupid kind. I had spent more than half of a lifetime in a worthless, dangerous profession. If I had stayed in school in 8 years of study, I could have been an MD or lawyer. Now here I was, slick but not smart, in a cell. I was past 40 with counterfeit glory in my past, and no marketable training, no future. I had been a sucker than a square mark. All he loses is scratch. I had joined a club that suckered me behind bars 5 times. A good pimp has to use great pressure. It's always in the cards that one day that pressure will backfire. then he will be the victim. I was weary of clutching Quicksilver whores in the joints. I was at the end of the 9th month of the bit. I got a front office interview. I was contesting my discharge date. I was still down for an 11-month bit. An agent of the joint had been in the arresting group. I spent 30 days in county jail before the transfer to the joint to finish out the year. I knew little or nothing about law. I was told at the interview I had to do 11 months. I wasn't afraid I'd crack up serving the extra month. By this time, I had perfect control of my skull. Mama might die in California at any time. I had to get to her before she died. I had to convince her I loved her and that I appreciated her as a mother, that she, and not whore catching, was more important to me. I had to get there as much for myself as for her. I lay in that cell for 2 weeks. I wrote a paper based on what I believed were the legal grounds for my release at the expiration of 10 months. It had subtle muscle in it, too. I memorized the paper. I rehearsed it in the cell. Finally, I felt I had the necessary dramatic inflection and fluid delivery. It was 2 days before the end of the 10th month. I was called in 2 weeks after I had requested the second interview. I must have looked like a scarecrow as I stood before him. I was bearded, filthy, and ragged. He was immaculate, seated behind his gleaming desk. He had a contemptuous look on his face. I said, "Sir, I realize that the urgent press of your duties has perhaps contributed to your neglect of my urgent request for an interview. I have come here today to discuss the vital issue of my legal discharge date. Wild rumors are circulating to the effect that you are not a fair man, that you are a bigot who hates Negroes. I discounted them immediately when I heard them. I am almost dogmatic in my belief that a man of your civic stature and intellect could ill afford or embrace base prejudice. In the spirit of fair play, I'm going to be brutally frank. If I am not released the day after tomorrow, a certain agent of mine here in the city is going to set in motion a process that will not only free me, but will possibly, in addition, throw a revealing spotlight on certain not too legal, not too pleasant activities carried on daily behind these walls. I have been caged here like an animal for almost 10 months. Like an animal. My sensitivity of seeing and hearing has been enhanced. I only want what is legally mine. My contention is that if your captain of guards, who is legally your agent, had arrested me and confined me on such an unlikely place as the moon for 30 days, technically and legally, I would be in the custody of this institution. Sir, the point is unassailable. Frankly, I don't doubt my release will occur on legal schedule. Thank you, sir, for the interview. The contempt had drained out of his face. I convinced him I wasn't running a bluff. His eyes told me he couldn't risk it. After all, surely he knew how easy it was to get contraband in and out of the rotten joint. Getting a kite to an agent would be child's play. I didn't sleep that night. The next day, I got a discharge notice. I would be released on legal schedule. Chapter 22. Dawn. I had amazed cons and guards alike I had survived it. I was getting out in 24 hours. I was almost 43 sitting in a cell. I thought, I have been in a deadly trap. Have I really escaped it? Does fate have grimmer traps set? Can I learn to be proud of my black skin? Can I adjust to the stark reality that black people in my lifetime had little chance to escape the barbed wire stockade in the white man's world? Only time and the imponderables inside me would answer the questions. I had no one except Mama. They dressed me out. My clothes flopped around on my skeletal frame. I still hadn't told them how I had escaped. Cons cheered me as I shuffled toward freedom. They knew how I had suffered and what the awful odds had been that I wouldn't have made it. A friend of Mama's had sent me my fare. As the plane flew over the sea of neon, I looked down at the city where I had come so many years ago in search of an empty, loathsome dream. I thought of Henry and the sound of that pressing machine, of Mama when she was young and pretty. How wonderful it had been back there in Rockford. She would come into my room at bedtime, a tender ghost, and tuck me in warmly and kiss me goodnight. It seemed a long time before I finally got to her. When I walked into her room, death was there in her tiny gray face. Her eyes brightened and flashed a mother's deathless love. Her embrace was firm and sure. My coming to her had been like a miracle. It was the magic that gave her strength. She clutched life for an added 6 months. I never left the house for those 6 months. We would lie side by side on twin beds and talk far into the night. She made me promise that I would use the rest of my life in a good way. She told me that I should get married and have children. I tried hard to make up for all those years I had neglected her. It's hard to swear an emotional debt. That last sad day, she looked up into my eyes from the hospital bed. In a voice I could scarcely hear, through her parched lips, she whispered, "Forgive me, son. Forgive me. Mama didn't know. I'm sorry." I stood there watching her last tears rolling down her dead cheeks from the blank eyes. I crushed her to me. I tried to get my final plea past Death's grim shield. "Oh, Mama, nothing has been your fault, believe me, nothing. If you're foolish enough to think so, then I forgive you." I staggered blindly from the hospital. I went to the parking lot. I fell across the car hood and cried my heart out. I stopped crying. I thought Mama had really gotten in the last word this time. These stinking whores would have gotten a huge charge if they could have seen old Iceberg out there wailing like a sucker because his old lady was dead. Epilogue. I am lying down in the quiet dawn. I'm writing this last chapter for the publisher. I am thinking, how did a character like me, who for most of his life had devoted himself to the vilest career, ever square up? By all odds, I should have ended a broken, diseased shell or died in a lonely prison cell. I guess 3 of the very important reasons are lying asleep in the bedroom across the hall. I can see their peaceful, happy faces. They don't know how hard and often discouraging it is for me to earn a living for them in the square world. This square world is a strange place for me. For the last 5 years, I have tried hard, so hard, to solve its riddles to fit in. Catherine, my beautiful wife, is wonderful and courageous. She's a perfect mother to our adorable 2-year-old girl and our sturdy, handsome 3-year-old boy. In this new world, that isn't really square at all. I have had many bitter experiences. I remember soon after my marriage how optimistic I was as I set out to apply for the sales jobs listed in the want ads. I knew that I was a stellar salesman. After all, hadn't I proved my gift for 30 years? The principles of selling are the same in both worlds. The white interviewers were impressed by my bearing and apparent facility with words. They sensed my knowledge of human nature. But they couldn't risk the possible effect that a Negro's presence would have on the firm's all-white personnel. In disgust and anger, I would return home and sulk. Bitterly, I would try to convince myself to go back into the rackets. Catherine always said the right things and gave me her love and understanding. There was another indispensable source of help and courage during these hard times. She's a charming, brilliant woman. She had been a friend to my mother. She functioned as a kind of psychotherapist. She explained and pointed out to me the mental phases I was passing through. She gave me insight to fight the battle. To her, I shall always be grateful. The story of my life indicates that my close friends were few. Shortly before I started this book, I met a man I respected. I thought he was a true friend. I was bitterly disillusioned to discover he wasn't. I'm glad in a way it turned out the way it did. I've always come back stronger after a good kick in the ass. I have had many interesting and even humorous experiences in this new life. They will have to wait for now. I see my little family is awake. I'll have to light the heater. I can't let them get up in the early morning chill. How about it? An iceberg with a warm heart. Glossary. Apple, New York City. Bang, injection of narcotics. Beef, criminal complaint. Bell, notoriety connected to one's name. Bill, $100. Bit, prison term. Bite, price. Black Gunyon, powerful, thick, dark, gummy marijuana. Boo-coos, plenty. Booster, shoplifter. Boot, Negro. Boss, very good, excellent. Bottom woman, pimp's main woman, his foundation. Boy, heroin. Breaking luck, a whore's first trick of working day. Bright, morning. Bull scare, blustering bluff. Busted, arrested and or convicted. C, cocaine. Cannon, pickpocket. Can, derriere. Cap, a small glycerin container for drugs. Cat, female sexual organ. Chili pimp, small-time one-whore pimp. Chippied, light periodic use of hairy drugs. Chump change, just enough money for basic needs. Circus love, to run the gamut of the sexual perversions. Coast, somnolent, nodding state of heroin addict. Cocktailed, to put a marijuana butt into the end of a conventional cigarette for smoking. Come down, return to normal state after drug use. Cop and blow, pimp theory, to get as many whores as leave him. Copped, get or capture. Crackwise, usually applied to an underworld neophyte who spouts his hip terminology to gain status. Croak, kill. Crosses, to trick or trap. Cut loose, to refuse to help, to disdain. Damper, to place holding savings, a bank, safe deposit box, etc., to stop or quell. Derby, head, refers to oral copulation. Dirty, in possession of incriminating evidence. Dog, older, hardened whore, or young sexual libertine. Dossing, sleeping. Down, a pimp's pressure on a whore, or his adherence to the rules of the pimp game, when a whore starts to work. Fix, to bribe so an illegal operation can go with impunity. Also, an injection of narcotics. Flatbacker, a whore who gets paid for straight sexual intercourse. Freak, sexual libertine. French, oral copulation. G, $1,000. Gangster, marijuana. Georgia'd, to be taken advantage of sexually without receiving money. Girl, cocaine. Gorilla, to use physical force. Gorilla pimp, no brains, all muscle. Grand, $1,000. H, heroin. Hard leg, an older, street-hardened, used-up whore. Heat, police, or adverse conditions for hustlers. Hide, wallet. Hog, Cadillac. Hooks, hands. Horns, ears. Hype, addict. Jasper, lesbian. Jeffing, low-level con. Jib, mouth. Keister, derriere. Kite, note. Kitty, Cadillac. Larceny, to turn against by vocal condemnation. Lines, money. Lip, lawyer. Macking, pimping. Mark, victim, sucker. Mitman, a hustler who uses religion and prophecy to con his victims. Usually the victims are women. Mop, hair. Muckety mucks, a tempestuous term applied to the rich and privileged by the poor and underprivileged. Murphy, con game played on suckers looking for whores. Nut roll, a pretense at stupidity or unawareness. Okey doke, a con game. Oil, payoff money to the police. Outfit, hypodermic kit used by addicts. Pacifier bulb, the rubber top of a baby's pacifier used by addicts to draw up drugs through the eyedropper. Piece, measurement of narcotics, usually an ounce. Piece of stuff, 1 ounce of narcotics. Pinning, looking. Poke, wallet or bankroll. Reefer, marijuana. Roller, policeman, usually plain clothes. Roust, stopped, harassed by police. Shake, extort. Sheet, police record. Shield, badge. Shiv, knife, usually made by convicts from various objects. Short, car. Sizzle, narcotics carried on the person. Slat, one usually refers to money or length of prison term. Slum hustler, a phony jewelry salesman. Smack, heroin. Snatch, female sexual organ. Snort, sniff or inhale. Spade, Negro. Speedballs, a combination of heroin and cocaine injected. Spick, Mexican. Spieling, talking, a term used by older hustlers and pimps. Square up, get out of the life. Stable, a group of whores belonging to one pimp. Stall, an accomplice of a canon. Stand up, to endure or survive. Stash, hiding place. Sting, rob. Strides, trousers. Stuff on, to play on or con. Threads, clothes. Three-way, orally, rectally, vaginally. To pull coat, to inform and teach. turned out, introduced to the fast life or drugs. Uptight, in trouble, financial or otherwise. Vic, mark, victim. Vine, suit. Whale, throw, usually applied to throwing dice. Wire, information, message, etc. Yeasting, to build up or exaggerate. Yellow, a yellow capsule containing barbiturate powder. Prat, to pretend rejection to increase desire. Peel off, removal of only a portion of money from a wallet or roll. This concludes the reading of Pimp, The Story of My Life, Iceberg Slim. Copyright 1969, 1987 by Iceberg Slim. This book was read by Carrie Pike. This unabridged recording was published by arrangement with Cash Money Content, LLC, and was produced in 2011 by Buck 50 Productions, LLC, and Blackstone Audio, Inc., which hold the copyright. Neither this recording nor any portion of it may be reproduced or used for any purpose without prior written authorization from Buck 50 Productions, LLC, and Blackstone Audio, Inc. If you would like to obtain a complete catalog of our titles or our monthly update telling you about new releases, call 1-800-SAY-BOOK. That's 1-800-729-2665. Or visit our website at www.blackstoneaudio.com. Thank you.
Good morning. Yes, I'm actually playing GTA. I don't know about it not being allowed. I've been playing it, and there's quite a few folks that play it. Good morning, though.
Only God knows what I'm gonna tell you. Tell you about the one that did how we came to play. Let's call the story. The gospel of the game. When you get the sword, it's always with you. So
Let's see, follow. I appreciate the follow. I will follow back once I get off this app and all that shit to get to really functioning with it. Man, why is this the only one? Am I going to, I really do not like the voice of the nigga that reads. Ralph, or whatever. This nigga name. But he's the only one that's reading the book. Shit. Shit. I apologize for the hold up, folks. Just waking up. I need to go wash my face and brush my toothpieces. Get dressed, walk my dog. And it's dumbass beautiful outside today. I'm going to put my skates on somewhere and skate today. Fuck the bullshit. Excuse me. Allergies is just gonna have to beat me up. No way. Somebody made a movie out of Pimp. I'ma die if I ever see that fucking movie, Whoreson. Somebody makes that movie Whoreson. Oh my. That will be the motherfucking greatest movie ever made. Even if they do it all low budget, low budget. And I'm mad because like one time I almost had everybody that was willing and ready to try to shoot it ourselves.
As a struggling actor, I need all the breaks that I can get.
Yeah. I'm just waking up. I'm sorry.
At Liberty Boutique. Liberty Bibbity.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Did that.
Pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Oh, it is, bro.
The man glanced at her. The coat, open now from the strong wind that kept blowing, revealed just how thin the child was. For a moment, the man hesitated. His conscience disturbed him slightly. He knew that what he was about to do was wrong, but he had just
oh my
enough
God,
whiskey
what the fuck? Why does it sound like that? No. I can't stand this nigga's voice. God damn it. Why is there not another way to hear this shit? The narrator sounds like Candyman. For real. That's not a compliment, my nigga. Does that hurt? Are you channeling Randy Savage? I tried talking like that. It hurts. I'm saying. That nigga's talking like this, and yeah, who wants to fucking listen to a story like that, my nigga? Like, it's already bad enough for deep voices. Like, yes, they're loved by some, you know what I mean? But then at the same time, for a lot, it's hard to understand what you're saying. So when you do shit like that to fucking, that shit, cut it out. Just talk, bro. I hate it out here. I be having to disguise my voice sometimes. And talk like this. Hello, how are you? Because when I just talk in my regular voice, can't nobody ever hear what I said. Just... Oh, is that right? Nick Cannon was out on the streets with motherfuckers in Minneapolis. That's what's happening. Well, goddamn it, can he get somebody to read this book? Oh, wow, yeah. So the truck driver was arrested that drove it towards the crowd on the street.
Sam earned her master's degree in education administration online at GCU. Now, as a principal, she's impacting the future of all her students. GCU offers over 175 high-quality online programs. Find your purpose.
A 35-year-old truck driver from Otsego is in jail this morning after driving his semi-tanker truck into a crowd of protesters on the 35W bridge. Marielle Mose joins us live from a pedestrian bridge right over the interstate there, where it all happened. Good morning, Marielle.
Hey, Jason, good morning. 35W now open and has a decent amount of traffic after being closed down for over 12 hours overnight. Everyone this morning so thankful that no one was seriously hurt or killed in this incident when that semi-truck driver drove down 35W Bridge into a group of peaceful protesters. But we now know the name of the man behind the wheel. It's Bogdan Vechurko. Authorities say that he originally got onto the interstate a little after 5 p.m. and we saw him drive onto the 35W bridge around 5:45. We have several angles that we want to show you of this. The first video is the traffic management camera where you can see thousands of people on the bridge. Then protesters run to the sides as the semi comes at them. When the semi stops, protesters charge back at the semi truck and start banging on the door. And take a look at this video from Facebook. You can see the driver taking off again, driving over bikes before finally stopping. Protesters manage to pull him out, and he does get attacked by several of them, and you can hear protesters yelling stop and quote, "We cannot hurt him, it defeats our purpose." Police officers did use mace to break up the crowd there, and the driver was taken to the hospital and arrested. Now the big question on everyone's minds this morning is how did that driver get there in the first place? Did he intentionally drive into the crowd, or did he accidentally get onto the bridge as it was being closed off to vehicles last night?
That was at that time that there was attempts to move traffic, divert traffic from that area. And we believe that there may have been some attempt to divert or get around that diversion as MnDOT and others were attempting to move vehicles off the roadway.
I've reached out to the BCA this morning to see if we can learn any more information on that arrest and if this driver could face possible assault charges. And we do want to note that originally MnDOT had announced that they were going to close down the interstates in the Twin Cities at 8 p.m. But when protesters made their way onto the interstate around 4:35, that's when they decided to shut down the interstates at 5 p.m. So there is a chance that this driver could have been confused and ended up on the highway accidentally.
Whether it was a panicked thing or a reckless thing, lots of questions.
Oh no. All right. That part. You did. I'm sorry. I'm not going. I really don't want. This shit is fucked up. Maybe.
This is Audible.
Podium Publishing presents The Game. Book 1 of The Game is Life. Written by Terry Schott. Performed by Luke Daniels. 1. He woke up in a white room. The walls, ceiling, floor, lights, everything was white. He couldn't remember how he got here. What he did recall was severe pain, followed by a sense of leaving his body, floating above it as people stood around him. Then the room had disappeared and he was moving toward a tunnel of bright light. The closer he got to the light, the faster he flew. He streaked into the light, slammed to a stop, and lost consciousness. Now he lay on a table in a white room with a thin sheet draped over his body. He recalled hearing stories from people who had almost died. They had moved toward a light like that, but they had always come back. No one ever talked about going into the light. Am I dead? His voice sounded different. Instead of being deep and raspy, it sounded younger, more like 16 than 74. But I'm 74. He held one hand in front of his face. Instead of the thin, frail, wrinkled hand of an old man, it looked young and strong, like a teenager's. Ah, crap. I am dead. Kind of. A friendly voice spoke from nearby. But not quite. He turned and saw a young man in his late teens grinning at him. Welcome back, stranger. You had an incredible run that time, didn't you? Back? From where? He sat up, marveling at his own strength. It was both strange and exhilarating. Swinging his legs over the edge of the bed, he turned to the young man. Where am I? I think I've been here before, but I'm not positive. Oh, you've been here before. Many times. Don't worry, Zach. Your disorientation won't last long. You remember reality quickly once you come out. My name is Zach? It is. He thought about it for a moment and nodded. What am I coming out of? I always enjoy the look on your face when you realize you're not dead. The young man stood and patted Zach's knee. You just came out of the game. The game? That's right. And on this play, you managed to get your best score ever. 2. Memories began to return. You're Kyle, right? We've been friends since we were little kids. Kyle nodded. Yeah, there you go. He spread his hands to indicate the room. This'll all come back to you over the next few hours. It takes a while because your brain has to access a lot of information that it left behind when you entered the game. You can't remember life out here when you're playing. Are you hungry yet? Yeah. It's been a while since you've had real food. Let's go to the dining room and get something to eat. Zach stood and examined himself in the mirror. He now remembered that he was 17, and this was his real body. The reflection staring back at him looked familiar, dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and pants. A thin metal bracelet encircled his wrist. Attached to it was a green stone with gold flecks, which seemed to float inside. What's with the bracelet and the color? That color means you're a celebrity. Kyle slapped him on the back. I will explain more after you've had something to eat. How long have I been out? The normal amount of time. Don't worry, we'll cover all of that soon. They exited the room and entered a long white hallway lined with closed doors on each side. Every door had its own number and small colored badge near the handle. They passed people traveling in pairs, similar to themselves. A younger person dressed in white, accompanied by people in regular clothes. Zach noticed that each kid in white was younger than he, and their bracelets pulsed with different colors. One was red with silver flecks, another blue with bronze. Many different color combinations. None were green with gold like Zach's. They entered a large, sterile-looking room with a cafeteria-style layout of tables and a food table. They got into line and grabbed 2 trays. Kyle handed one to his friend as he scanned the food on the other side of a glass partition. He ordered for both of them and put some dishes on his own tray while handing others to Zach. By the time they reached the checkout, Zach had 2 full plates and Kyle had 1. A few minutes into their meal, Zach looked up and noticed the people around them. Why are they all looking at me? Kyle followed his gaze and shook his head before looking back at his own plate. You're famous. Everyone wants to come over and meet you. Maybe get your autograph or talk about parts of your last play that they liked. Then why don't they? It's against the rules. No one's permitted to talk to other players in here. Why not? Kyle swirled one finger in a circular motion near his head. It could mess with your mind. They might stare, but no one will bother you. For now, at least. They ate the rest of the meal in silence. When Zach's food was gone, Kyle picked up one of the empty plates and traded it for his own. Zach finished that, then sat back in his seat, took a drink from his glass, and sighed. That was good, thanks. My pleasure. Want more? I'm good. He looked around. What do we do now? Kyle stood. We make sure your brain and body are fine. Come on. They walked toward the exit and stopped in front of a white box mounted on the wall. It was solid except for an opening in the bottom. Place your arm with the bracelet in there. Count to 5, then pull your hand out. Zach did as instructed, and white light pulsed, making the box flash 5 times. He pulled his hand away, and the box flashed again. 5 green pulses this time. Kyle gave him a thumbs up. That's good news. Let's head back to your room and take the bracelet off so we can complete the final few steps and get out of here. Sure. Lead the way. They returned to the room where Zach had woken up. Kyle picked up a pair of sunglasses from the bed and patted the mattress. Okay, man. Lay back on the bed and put these on. The glasses had a video screen built into them, currently displaying static. A faint hissing noise came from small speakers in the earpieces as Zach settled the glasses in place. I'm gonna press play now. Kyle's voice spoke above the static. Just sit back, pay attention to the video, and enjoy the show. The static and hissing faded. A blue sky with fluffy white clouds materialized in front of Zach, accompanied by the chirping of birds and a whispering breeze. Welcome home, player. A man's voice spoke in a gentle tone. I will now remind you who you are and where you have been for the last few weeks.
Thank you. I've been waiting to know, nigga.
3. Kyle waited as the glasses reviewed the details of the game for his friend on the bed. He'd been playing the game all his life and knew what Zach was going for. When the glasses beeped and shut down, Kyle reached over and removed them from his friend's head, watching Zach's eyes for any telltale signs of psychosis. If he cracks, they'll keep him here for a few more days to rest. If he does more than crack, if he actually breaks... Kyle shook his head. Nah, his pupils aren't blown, he's fine. Feeling okay? Zach squinted as he sat up. I think so. Good. Kyle placed the glasses on a table and picked up a clipboard, tapping a pencil against it.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you a few simple questions. Answer them correctly and we can get out of here. How's that sound? Zach leaned against the wall behind him. Fire away. Who invented the game? Brandon Strain. What is the game? It's a virtual reality simulation designed to teach kids about life, letting them learn and make mistakes in a safe environment. How long does a play last? Until your avatar dies. When that happens, you exit the game and return to this reality. During your play, credits are earned. Those credits are deposited to your account when you exit. If you earn enough credits, you can use them to re-enter the game and play again.
What?
How soon before you can go back in? Zach frowned and then shrugged. The computer ranking system determines that. It's based on so many variables that no one can predict exact times. But you could re-enter as soon as a day after you come out, or wait up to 2 months. As long as you have enough credits to buy back in, and you're not older than 18, you can re-enter. How many kids are playing? Over 1 billion kids are inside, all playing at once, all in the same world, all interacting with each other. What can credits from the game buy you in real life? Until you're 18, you can only use your credits for in-game purchases. Once you turn 18 and retire from playing, the credits you've earned and retain in your virtual account are converted to real money, which you use to begin life as an adult. That money can be used to purchase admission to a high-quality university, buy a position in...
Don't that sound like some GTA shit? This sound kind of like the perfect book to read or listen to while playing this game. I am going to be listening to this. Right now, it's background noise, and y'all can listen to it. I can't listen to it because I gotta take you. I'm coming. I'm about to take you in a second. Hold on. But I'm gonna miss some of the book. Hopefully, again, YouTube doesn't act like a hoe and cut my stream, and hopefully Live Me doesn't as well. We've been rocking for quite a few hours since 3 a.m. yesterday. I don't think everybody has been here with me since 3 a.m. yesterday. But my stream has been rocking since 3 a.m. yesterday. So, appreciate that all. Hopefully it keeps rocking. I gotta go handle shit a little bit. Ashalababak. If it all comes to an end, don't worry, I will be back. Also, hold on. Oh, for real? Follow this page, because I'm gonna go live from this profile later on while I'm skating. How do you pin comments? Gamerboy22, what's up? That's the top viewer. See, I need this shit set up to where I can be able to see all that, because I don't get to see all that watching it on the PC. I just see the names of who's coming in the comments, but it don't tell me who the top follower is and so forth. We need a motherfucking PC dashboard that you could be able to see all that. Like, this beautiful lady. Huh? What? Wait.
Oh, this my song. I've been playing with the greatest thing that's on. Stay the same old change of the ball. I'ma give a fuck this and be a little bit. I'm giving no
what the fuck are you going through?
Who is this? What else?
Yeah, nope. Cuddy. Yeah, no. God damn, bro. Yeah, nah. Her existence just got deleted. Yeah, that's crazy, Teddy.
In a successful company, buy a house, build your own business, tons of things. You're almost 18, Zach. How much money will you have when you retire? Zach smiled, holding up his bracelet. If my memory's right, and I think that it is, then I'm one of the top players to have ever played the game. When I turn 18 and cash out, I will be one of the richest people in the world. 4. They drove to Zach's apartment. Kyle pulled up to the front entrance as a doorman approached and opened the door. "Welcome home, sir," the doorman said. "Congratulations on a spectacular play." "Thanks, Bob." Zach stepped out of the car and leaned down to look at his friend, still in the driver's seat. "You coming up?" "I have some errands to run, but I'll come back in an hour or two." Zach tapped the roof. "See you then." He entered the building, got onto the elevator, and pressed the button for the top floor. Zach was an orphan who had grown up in a state-run orphanage. As he moved up in the ranks of the game, options presented themselves, allowing him to leave government care and strike out on his own. Officially, kids weren't able to benefit from their game credits while still playing. Unofficially, at around the age of 15, a high-ranking player could trade current credit against future dollars for comforts in the real world. Certain banks and institutions did extend loans to players, charging higher than average interest since they were risking losing it all if the player did poorly. The risk on the parts of the banks was significant. Many players did well early on, only to lose everything at 16 or 17 and drop out of the game with no money to their name. Zach entered his apartment and looked around, overcome with a sense of having been absent from this world for decades, even though it had only been weeks. Everything was as he remembered. It was strange to remember one lifetime while living in this one as a much younger man. "Better get used to this world, Zach." He went to the sink and poured a drink from the faucet. "You turn 18 in 5 weeks." He drained the glass and set it on the counter, then strolled through his residence, grounding his brain further. The apartment was 2 stories.
I wish I still had a copy of the book, the first book I ever wrote. And the first book I ever wrote was called Mirror in My Pocket. No, that is a lie. First book I wrote was called King, about King Devin DeVille. And that was a great book. That was the first one I wrote after reading Whoreson. As soon as I finished the last word in the last chapter on that book, I've always, still do to this day, keep notebooks. I got so many notebooks because every time I get a chance and I see some notebooks on sale somewhere, I buy 15, 20 of them motherfuckers. But that day, as soon as I was done, grabbed me a notebook and started writing. And the first book was called King. But the second book I wrote was called Mirror in My Pocket. Title inspired by E40, Mirror in My Pocket. Story was about, it was a ghetto, like mystical situation. Is goddamn leaf blowing and shit. But what it was about, it was basically a young man that found, he was walking down the side of the down the road in the hood, and he seen a mirror, or he seen something shining in the grass up the way, and he gets up to it, and it's a mirror, like a little handheld mirror or whatever, and he's looking at it or whatever, and for whatever reason he put it in his pocket. Later on, the basic context of the book was the mirror, magical mirror, that you can make wishes and get the shit in your life. Sort of like the butterfly effect, but way before butterfly effect ever came out. But on some hood, it was, I'm mad I don't have that book anymore. But I really want to write again. That's what, listen, God damn it, bruh. And they finna do that dumbass shit. I live in apartments. When do a motherfucker take a leaf blower through the hallways in apartments? Like, they ain't did it in a few weeks, but if they do that shit today, hey, can y'all hear that? That shit's all the way downstairs outside. But, yeah, I want to write another book. Book I had started writing, never got to finish, was, Blood on the Sidewalk. And that was dope. The part 2 to Whoreson, I wanted to write. My version, update, later in life part 2, but mine was called The Hoe Kid. D', how do I spell it? D', HOA, KIDD, I think. But his name was The Hoe Kid. Like, that's the Hoe Kid, but The Hoe Kid. Anyway.
Filled with state-of-the-art furniture, appliances, and every current popular gadget and toy. Money from his loan had enabled Zach to get the apartment, but the bulk of his possessions, the furnishings and playthings, were gifts from his patron. Good players became popular and developed a following, much like movie stars had when they still existed. Adults didn't play, but that didn't mean they weren't interested. Game-based television programming had replaced all other forms of entertainment. The best players were given their own dedicated channels, focused solely on their current avatar from the moment they entered the simulation until virtual death occurred. Each citizen followed their favorite players and storylines. Sports and reality shows? Why watch that when you could follow living and dying inside the virtual world? Fans much preferred to bet on whether a dictator would succeed and live or fail and die inside the game. Would your favorite player overcome divorce and financial failure during his life in the play? Or would he end up destitute and poor for the remainder of his virtual existence? There was another expensive option available to society's very wealthy. When a player had completed a particularly interesting or exciting play, fans could spend the money to plug themselves in virtually. They would lie on a table and be plugged into the computer system, their bodies comatose, while they virtually became the avatar and lived the entire lifetime from the character's birth until death. This costly experience was called firsting, and it was one of the most profitable and exciting aspects of the game for many. Top-level players also attracted patrons, rich people who helped market, coach, and support players in many diverse ways during their careers. In exchange for this support, they were legally entitled to a portion of the money paid out to the player when they retired. Having a good patron was key in many ways, and it was impossible to become ultra-successful without one. Zach entered the living room and saw his patron sitting on a couch with a drink in hand and feet resting on the coffee table. The current game news was being discussed on the large view screen mounted to the far wall. He glanced over his shoulder and smiled at Zach before turning the volume down. "Stunning adventure, my boy. Your best play yet." "Thanks." Zach retrieved a cold drink from an ice bucket on the table and plopped into a chair. "Give me the highlights. Which parts were the most profitable for us?" Zach's sponsor pulled up a list of notes from his tablet and began speaking. They spent the next hour discussing the details. Zach's patron was skilled and wealthy and had assembled a world-class team to assist him. Finally, the highlights were covered and the two sat quietly. Zach finished his drink. "What do you recommend for my next play? How many points should I spend, and on what?" His patron leaned back and rested his feet on the coffee table. "In my opinion, there are only two strategies to consider. One, you can play it safe. Most players in your shoes would do that. Make it a short, cheap game that ensures I hold on to most of the credits that I already possess. That's right. Not very exciting for the fans, but it would guarantee you a good life after the game. No one could blame you for doing that. Or you spend your..."
Listen to this shit. Oh, I wish I could switch it on the camera. This motherfucker's about to go down the hallway.
Oh, okay. Just getting it cleaned out here, buddy.
That is the dumbest shit in the fucking world to me. I mean, it's the dumbest shit. Take a few dollars off my rent. I'll sweep that shit out there. Even though I do already on my own, because I don't like shit in front of my door. But god damn it, my nigga, for real. They used to have people come and vacuum it. When did they decide? And see, that's what that shit just did to me. He just blew all them allergies in my motherfucking house. Now they in here jumping me. Oh my god. Oh. Fuck. fucking asshole. It's my own fault, because my dumb ass opened the door. Damn it. How am I supposed to go outside and skate? You think it's a game, but a nigga really want to hide inside the house away from these motherfucking allergies. You see that? I ain't even go outside. Took a whiff of the motherfucking air, opening that door, and now that shit in here beating me up. Fuck. God damn it. And I still gotta walk outside right now to take my dog out. Oh, goodness. God damn it. Allergies alone make a nigga want to move back into the city. Shit. Ain't no fucking trees and shit all that in the city. I'm talking about when you one of those that live in the city and you live downtown in all the buildings. Hi, girl. Good morning. I want to say good morning to the peoples. Good morning, folks. Top of the morning, peoples. You can see a nigga. Camera all over the motherfucker. It's a beautiful ass day outside, my niggas. When the fuck did that happen? How much of that weed feel?
Your credits on a list of power increases and skill buys that set the stage for a very entertaining and exciting play. He produced a sheet of paper and handed it to Zach. Zach read the list of suggestions and his eyes widened. This is aggressive. His patron shrugged. Play it safe or play it on the edge. If you go for it, spend most of your credits to create an incredible playing opportunity, and then rely on your experience and knowledge, which in the game means intuition and listening to your gut. I know you could finish your career as the #1 ranked player in the game. I was #1 a few times over the years. It's not as fun as it sounds. It is when you finish #1 on your last play. #1 out of just over 1 billion players. The odds of it actually occurring are astronomically high. In the 30 years since the game went live, it has only happened 11 times. Zach smiled. Only a small percentage of players ever made it to the top ranks, and those who did tended to play conservatively close to retirement, avoiding risk so they could finish rich. Even making it to retirement was a serious accomplishment. Most players failed out by 15 or 16 with insufficient credit to buy back in for another play. This virtual reality program had been invented to replace the school system, which it did, to a degree. But of the billion-plus children playing at any given time, there were less than 6 million older than 15, and more than 3/4 would fail out before reaching retirement. His patron leaned forward. I believe in you, Zach. Your rank prior to this last play was 752, and now you're sitting at number 2. My advice is to take the bold route and go for it. If I mess up and lose all my credits, will you cover me? Draft a legal document saying you'll pay what I'm entitled to at this moment in time should I gamble and lose it all? His patron chuckled. You know I can't do that. It's against the rules, a law in fact, and one that even I dare not break. Then when it all boils down to it, I'm on my own. You always were, just like everyone else. The two sat for another moment. There are, his patron offered, unique options that I can provide, if you want to make a brave play for number 1. Tell me. For the next half hour, Zach listened to the plan. No matter what we do, it'll still be very risky. Zach ran a hand through his hair. I could lose it all, or win it all. And that's how you must think of it, should you decide to move forward. I want time to think about this. It'll be a few days before we learn when you can go back in. My guess is that it'll be a week or 2. Even if you can go in sooner, I advise waiting for a couple of weeks to set things up as perfectly as possible. The press wants to interview you as well. Which stations? All of them. They're fighting amongst each other to be the first to talk with you. Number 2 from 752 is a huge leap. Who are we leaning toward? The Buzz. They have worldwide coverage, and the owners are significant sponsors. His patron grinned. It's best to reward them for backing you, as long as they're one of the highest bidders. The real carrot they're dangling is a promise to have Angelica interview you if we decide to go with them. Zach shifted forward in his seat. Are you serious? Angelica interviewing me? She's one of the best to ever play the game. No one has heard from her since she finished number 1 4 years ago. I would love to meet her. I will tell the Buzz you're in then. We can start with them, then do a full press tour. Zach's patron stood. I've got to get out of here. Lots of work to do. And Kyle will be back to check on you soon. When will we meet again? A few days. He placed a hand on Zach's shoulder and squeezed it. I'm very proud of you. If you manage to actually pull this off, I will make good on the reward you asked for when we first met. It seemed a silly request at the time, but nothing would make me happier than to officially give you my surname. Zach grinned. Zach Strain. I've always liked the sound of that,
I need
Brandon.
a new beanie. I got a bunch of these, but I need a new one. Fresh.
Introduction music began to play, and a deep male voice came over the studio speakers. 30 years ago, the middle class had disappeared, and the lower class was in danger of becoming ineffective as workers in society. Poor mental and physical health plagued the common man, and the leaders of the world realized that if something was not done, civilization would crumble. It was at this time that salvation came in the form of virtual reality. A small company named Vertdyne announced that they had invented functioning virtual reality, but despite all attempts, they could not perfect it. After the deaths of several test volunteers, they were on the verge of shutting down. Brandon Strain, the only son of the world's most brilliant computer programmer, purchased a controlling share of the company and promptly succeeded where Vertdyne had failed, making virtual reality safe for everyone.
I didn't see the I have not seen the movie, but does not it sound like that movie that just came out, Ready Player One, which I do want to see, but it sounds like that book or that movie in book form, like as if this was the book they based that movie off of, but changed the name to Ready Player One.
One to use. Corporations all over the world offered to buy the technology, but Brandon had plans for virtual reality that did not involve the world of commerce. He unveiled the game.
And the closest thing to that in real life right now we have is Grand Theft Auto. Which again is why it's weird for a dude to play with a female character on the game and then find out that the outside person with the controller is a dude. So if this was that type of world where motherfuckers is logging out of their real life to be in their virtual life, it's weird. It ain't that serious. It's just a video game, something to keep me company and play and do shit while I'm sitting here about the house by myself. But I don't like it to where it's not a substitute for my life. Like, no. I'm not sitting here dreaming and living vicariously through this video game because life is like, nah, fuck no. I'm here sitting here, boy, I really don't want to play the fucking video game. And the reason why I'm playing the video game and doing the on Live Me and all that shit is because I'd rather have the video game and something else to entertain y'all besides just me talking, compared to just having the phone staring at me and nobody saying shit. And then I'm just talking like now, but ain't nobody saying shit. Well, this way I could play the video game. Y'all ain't gotta say shit, go watch the video game, and I get to still talk and say what's on my mind, and so forth. So plus they be tripping. Live Me be tripping if I walk away and go use the bathroom or this and that, and they left it with a blank screen. But with the video game, it's not a blank screen. There's a video game going on. You're not really here to watch me. You're here to watch the video game. So forth. But as far as to substitute my whole life for this, like, yeah, nah, that's not what's happening.
A virtual reality life simulation designed to teach children valuable skills so they might become productive members of society once more. Where traditional schools had failed, Brandon planned to succeed. In this safe learning environment, children would live entire lifetimes in only 5 to 8 weeks, many times over, before setting out to make their way in the world. Brandon presented his idea as an exciting new alternative to existing schools, capable of producing highly educated and sophisticated adults who would enrich the world with their experiences. Governments accepted the idea and agreed to implement the game worldwide. Children first entered the game at the age of 5. They were given 5 free plays, during which time they would earn credits based on their experiences. These credits would be used to buy skills and talents to help them in new lives, or incarnations, as they came to be called. After 5 plays, the children were required to buy their way into subsequent games from credits earned during plays. Those under the age of 14 who lacked enough credit to play were labeled as dropouts and returned to the traditional schools. Those older than 14 were sent to government-run schools where they were trained to perform simple laboring jobs until reaching the age of 18, when they would enter the workforce. It has been said that youth is wasted on the young. With the game, a young person has the unique opportunity to gain wisdom and experience by living many lifetimes. Early graduates proved to be very intelligent and able to do a myriad of jobs, and the game was deemed a success. For the past 30 years, the game has been our salvation, as well as our entertainment. 6. On Lisa Rohanson, host of the popular program The Game Source. Brandon Strain sat beside her. Lisa adjusted her black-framed glasses and smiled at the camera. The 18th of next month marks the 30th anniversary of the Big Bang, the day when the game first went live. Brandon Strain has agreed to join me to discuss the upcoming festivities surrounding the historic anniversary. She turned, tilted her head, and reached up to tuck a stray lock of blonde hair behind her ear, smiling at Brandon. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Strain. Please, Lisa, call me Brandon. Lisa smiled. Thank you, Brandon. Let me begin by asking you what's on everyone's mind. Will the 30th year of the game bring special events for viewers? And if so, can you share any details with us? 30 years of the game is a tremendous milestone that we are very proud to have reached. I am able to tell you that yes, we do have some incredible special events planned. Some will be obvious to viewers, but many will not. Our programmers and game masters have many interesting events and storylines designed, and I'm as excited as everyone else to see what develops. I'm especially excited to see if my young benefactor can complete his final play in the game ranked number 1. Lisa sat forward in her seat. Let's talk about that. Zach was nowhere near the top in the rankings when he began his last incarnation. Now he's ranked number 2 after his last play. How would you respond to critics who claim he's doing well only because you are his patron? Brandon shook his head. I would say these people have no idea what the game is or how it's played. First of all, Zach entered his last play ranked 752. When you look at the world rankings, which includes over 1 billion currently active players, 752 is quite high. Second, check the history over the last 29 years, and you'll see that many players have made jumps in rank considerably bigger than the one Zach made. Any player ranked in the top few 100,000 can move into a high-ranked position, even the top 100, if they have a particularly good life inside the game. It happens all the time. That's true. We have seen big jumps like this before. The game was created by my company, but I can assure you that it is impossible for me to help anyone while they're playing. Well, such tampering would require writing immense amounts of new code. That would then result in massive shifting of the entire virtual timeline and cause billions, if not trillions, of individuals to be adversely affected inside the game. Over the years, hackers have tried to influence the game from time to time, but they have never succeeded. Only game masters can do so, and the exhaustive time and effort required to make even the smallest change to the virtual universe is so complicated that tampering, like you are suggesting, could never happen. Brandon leaned forward. What happens in the game is unscripted and uncontrolled by anyone outside of it. I don't know about you, but I think that's what makes it so popular and incredible. We nudged the system with great effort, but time and again it has been shown that the mainframe creates more exciting events than our best programmers ever could. Lisa smiled. Thank you for your frank response, Brandon. Let me ask you a question that you may be able to tell us the definitive answer to. Is Zach going to go for it? Will he be playing for first place, or going the safe route to ensure that he retires wealthy? Brandon smiled and spread his hands. Only he can know for certain, Lisa. I guess we will all just have to wait and see. If you want to hear him speak about it, be sure to watch his upcoming interview with Angelica. Lisa's eyes widened. Angelica? That's incredible news. Are you serious? Camera panned out. What would you like to share with us? Mainframe has announced that it's giving a free play to someone who previously dropped out. A free play hasn't been awarded in over 3 years. And I was wondering if you would like to hear who it will be. By all means, announce the lucky player's name for the audience. The name of the free play recipient is Alexandra Montoyas, age 17. It is very exciting that she will be getting a free play as the game's 30th anniversary begins. Here's hoping that she's able to take advantage of it and does some entertaining things for us to watch. Alexandra Montoyas. Lisa repeated the name slowly. Brandon watched her with a smile on his face. Her eyes widened. Zach's old girlfriend? The brilliant young player who failed out of the game and disappeared from the spotlight last year? Brandon feigned surprise. Ah, yes, that's right. He waved one hand. Well, I'm sure Mainframe has something interesting in store for fans by inviting her back into the game. I can't wait to see what happens. Brandon's smile faded, and his gaze became intent as he looked into the camera. Are you excited to watch as well? 7. Brandon Strain's announcement last night has caused much speculation and excitement regarding Alexandra Montoyas. For those of you who don't remember, she was a very skilled player who slowly moved up the ranks until she was in the top 100,000. Millions learned of her when she began to date the already popular player named Zach. Not long after their romance bloomed, they came up with a bold plan to have their virtual lives mingle during their next plays. They created an intricate strategy to run into each other and spend their lives together in the game. Alexandra spent every available point she had, and fans around the world were excited to watch the drama unfold. Of course, everything went terribly wrong only minutes into the play when her avatar died during childbirth. The tragedy resulted in Alexandra being unable to buy another play in the game. She was forced to attend a government school, and fans lost track of her. It is very exciting to learn that she will be given a chance to play one more time. Lisa Rohanson, The Game Source, your online source for all things game. Alexandra Montoyas stood with her back pressed against the wall, tilting her head back as she tried not to gasp for air. Her heart pounded, and she closed her eyes, willing it to slow down. After what felt like an eternity, her pulse slowed, and breathing wasn't so difficult anymore. She opened her eyes and turned her head, looking along the wall and past the alley opening into the street beyond. She inched closer to the entrance of the alley, taking one step and then stopping to listen before repeating the process. I don't hear anything. Maybe they gave up. She squatted and closed her eyes once more, fighting back tears. Please let them be gone. I can't do this today. From her vantage point, she could see up the street a ways. A pile of scrap was still in the street where she had dropped it, pieces of discarded and rusting metal, bundled and tied with a piece of thick blue rope at the middle and ends. Alexandra weighed the cost of leaving it there or making the attempt to grab it. If she returned to school empty-handed, this would make it 3 times in a row. Punishment for not producing became worse as failures increased. and for her it would be more costly than most. When Alexandra had arrived at the government school, it hadn't taken her long to realize that the higher one rose while playing the game, the more hated they were by everyone who failed out. For the past year, her life had been a living hell with teachers, if you could call them that, and students alike, going out of their way to torment her. After waiting for what felt like 10 minutes, Alexandra made her decision. She turned away from the bundle of scrap and headed for the other end of the alley. I don't have to report in for another day. That'll be enough time to start all over again. She stuck her head around the corner and cried out as a hand grabbed her by the hair and pushed her to the ground. Where you going, Fallen? Thought we would give up on you so quick, did you? Alexandra's pulse raced again as she was surrounded by mocking laughter. The bundle is at the other end of the alley. Take it. A fist punched her in the side. We know where the bundle is, and we'll take it when we're done. Don't need your permission for that. Her head was yanked back, and she looked at her captor, a tall, muscular, ugly boy called Crunch. More interested in you at the moment. He sneered and shoved her into the middle of a circle formed by a half-dozen thugs from Crunch's gang. She didn't ask what they wanted with her because she knew. They hated her more than anyone else in the school. Not for who she was, but for what she had accomplished as a player of the game. Everyone was given a name when they arrived. In a population made up of kids who had all fallen from grace and failed out of the game, she had fallen from the highest rank, and so they'd named her Fallen. I don't think there are enough of you to beat me. The kids laughed, and Crunch shook his head. You're not a fighter. We've all had a swing or two at you before. It was true. Crunch and his gang seemed to run into her more than most. She knew he hunted her, but there was nothing she could do to stop it. And it's a good day to die. Maybe. Crunch shrugged and stalked toward her, a disturbing expression on his face. A shrill whistle from nearby made everyone turn to look for its source. A large, muscular-looking man, dressed in a black tailored suit, stood at the end of the block. His features were chiseled, and his hair short and slicked back. His eyes were concealed by dark black sunglasses. What's a businessman's bodyguard doing out here? One of the kids asked. Shut up! Crunch raised one hand and yelled at the guard. You're in the wrong place, old man. Turn around and go home. I've come to collect Alexandra Montoyas. The man spoke in a monotone, just loud enough for the kids to hear. No one here by that name. Crunch smirked, and the others laughed. Let her go. The bodyguard began to walk toward them. What you gonna do? Crunch reached down and pulled a small knife from his boot. There's only one of you, and 7 of us. There are 2. An identical-sounding, sterile voice spoke from behind them. Crunch began to turn, but the second bodyguard punched him and knocked him to the ground. The other kids froze. The large man leaned down, punched Crunch twice more, this time in the face, then took the knife from his hand. He looked up at the other gang members and drew the blade across Crunch's throat, then stood and dropped the knife beside the body. The rest of the gang turned and ran, leaving Alexandra with the 2 bodyguards. Are you Alexandra Montoyas? Yeah. She looked down at Crunch's lifeless body. It had all happened so fast. Come with us. One man took her arm and led her down the street. Alexandra forgot to ask about bringing her bundle of scrap. 8. The guards led Alexandra into the schoolyard and directly to the principal's office. Principal Williams, or the Toad, as students called him behind his back, stood at the door. Ah, there she is. The short, balding man smiled, an expression Alexandra had never seen on his face before. I'm so glad they found you, Miss Montoyas. What did I do? Do? The Toad's eyebrows shot up. Nothing at all, my dear. Please, step into my office. At first she had been relieved that the guards had saved her. Crunch had promised to kill her next time he caught her, and she was pretty certain that was where things had been heading. Now, though, she was nervous once more. The Toad did not have guards, and during the walk she had recognized one of the bodyguards. She knew who they worked for, and she did not want to talk to their boss. She stepped into the office and pressed her lips together as she recognized the woman sitting behind the principal's desk, Lilith. From the cut of her dark red business suit all the way to her posture and facial expression, everything about her former patron exuded confidence, power, and beauty. Alexandra stopped in front of the desk. Lilith smiled and stood, opened her arms, and came around the desk to envelop the girl in a hug. Alexandra held her arms stiff at her sides and clenched her teeth as she glared at the wall. After a few moments, Lilith released her and took a step back, holding Alexandra at arm's length and looking her up and down. Alex, my dear, it's so good to see you again. The woman's tone was warm and genuine. I must say that, all things considered, you are in great shape. Her face flushed crimson. I look like garbage, Lilith, and smell worse. A proper meal hasn't found me in months, and I'll likely be dead soon. Why are you here after abandoning me? Have you come to gloat? I thought we were more than player and patron. I thought we were friends. Lilith frowned and removed her hands from Alex's shoulders, smoothing her blouse before walking back to sit in the Toad's chair. Lilith placed her hands on the desk and looked down. After a moment, she raised her head and motioned for Alex to sit. The girl sat and took a deep breath. There's air conditioning in here at least. Just get through this, whatever this is. Alex, I'm not here to hurt you, or to take pleasure from your misery. Lilith sighed and reclined in her chair. Listen, kiddo, I know it sucks here, honestly. I do. Before I tell you why I'm here, I want to set the record straight on a couple of things, if you'll hear me out. You were my patron, closer to me than my mother. When the game went bad, you abandoned me. I'm not interested in hearing anything that you have to say. Lilith sighed and rubbed her temple. I've been a game patron for over 12 years. I've sponsored over 100 players, and most of them turned out very well. I've also lost some. She paused for a moment, and it breaks my heart every time. Alex bit her lip. You know the rules, Alex. There was nothing either of us could have done differently. A student between the ages of 15 and 18 who can no longer afford to re-enter the game must immediately report to a government public school, where they are to remain until they reach adulthood. Government public school? Alex laughed. I know. It's a joke. Slave pen is more accurate. When I learned what the government schools had become, I did my best to change it. You're too young to remember, but I ran for office, and my entire platform was focused on changing the current system. She frowned. I was not successful. Even if I had been, I doubt the system would have allowed for change. After that, I fought the only way I knew how. I began to sponsor players, to try and help as many as I could to keep them out of here. But not all of us. Lilith closed her eyes. No. Some climb high and step into the world's spotlight. They become superstars. She opened her eyes. Sometimes they spend all of their credits on plays and risk too much. Occasionally, they drop out of the game. And when that happens, you cut your losses and abandon them. Alex shook her head. You wouldn't even see me, Lilith. I came to your front gate and you had a servant hand me a ticket which brought me here. All of the pain and torment I've experienced is because of you. Lilith's eyes became glassy. My dear girl, I did the best I could. If the two of us are going to have any chance of moving forward, it's important for you to believe that. She held out her hand, and one of her guards placed a pair of video glasses on her palm. When your avatar died in childbirth, the tone in Lilith's voice was soft. I called in every favor I could to protect you. You went from superstar to dropout in less than 10 minutes, Alex. You were in trouble, and time was running out. She looked around and indicated the office with one hand. I did it, by the way. Put you into the very best institution available. Alex laughed again. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Oh my God, you must be kidding me. Here? You called in favors to place me in this hell? Whoever told you this was a good place was lying. I would not send my worst enemy here, let alone someone I claim to care for. Lilith nodded and stood. She placed the glasses on the desk. Watch this video. It's footage of what goes on at an average or below average government school. The guards and the toad left the office. Lilith followed and paused with her hand on the door. It's a 10-minute video. I'll be back in 15. If you still believe that I abandoned you after you watch it, then I'll leave you alone. Forever. The door closed. Alex took another deep breath and wiped her eyes. When she had regained her composure, she put the glasses on and pressed play. 2 minutes into the video, she felt lightheaded. At the 5-minute mark, she paused the video, went to the toad's garbage can, and vomited. 8 minutes in, she screamed and threw the glasses against the wall, wiping her eyes and shaking her head angrily. When 15 minutes had passed, the door opened and Lilith entered the room, as promised. Alex ran to her and hugged her tight, burying her face in the woman's shoulder. I had no idea, she sobbed. Thank you, Lilith. Thank you for saving my life. I'm sorry that I couldn't have done more. She stroked the girl's hair. Moments passed. Alex's tears slowed, and she pushed away from Lilith. Her patron wiped her eyes, too. I'm sorry you had to see that. I apologize that I couldn't do more to help you. I forgive you. I'm glad. She smiled. I came to bring you good news today. I could use some. Lilith laughed. What do you mean? The announcement a few days ago should have cheered you up. Alex shook her head and frowned. What announcement? Oh, wow, you don't know. Know what? Lilith? You're starting to worry me. She grabbed Alex's hands and laughed as she spun the girl around. I'm so happy to be the one to tell you, my dear. Mainframe has awarded you a free play. Alex stopped moving, and her eyes widened. What? Are you serious? Absolutely. You've been invited to go back into the game. 9. Brandon Strain sat in the back of his private transport, watching the daily feeds of the game as he drove to meet Zach. Today was the Angelica interview, and the entire world would be watching. Brandon was pleased. Experts predicted this broadcast would draw one of the largest audiences in history. Although money no longer mattered to him, some of his partners would certainly appreciate the profits generated from today's event. His phone buzzed and he pressed a button on a console to answer it. The speaker emitted a complex series of beeps and clicks, indicating the call was encrypted to avoid being tapped. Brandon sighed and raised the privacy glass between him and the driver. The noises stopped. Hello, sir. So formal, boy. The voice coming from the speakers was deep and rich, full of power. By now, you should be able to greet your father more warmly. I'm busy, Father, and so are you. What do you want? Is he on board? Will Zach do as you assured me he would? Brandon closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. He will do his best. You know better than anyone how the game works. There are no guarantees once his play begins. Of course I know that. The voice snapped over the line. I didn't ask for a guarantee. I want to know if he has spent the appropriate credits, and if you feel that we are on track. Brandon paused. Yes. The others are all in place? Every one. You're almost out of time, son. You know that as well as I do. I know that better than anyone. It's under control. 30 years go by fast, Brandon. You've done better than I hoped. Brandon did not respond to the compliment. He had learned that unpleasant things often followed a compliment from his father. Alexandra Montoyas is re-entering the game. What does that mean to the big picture? I'm sure it has no meaning. Her invitation is random hype, a small event that is part of the anniversary celebration and nothing more. There was a long pause on the other end of the line. My gut tells me she's a concern. Keep an eye on her. Time is running out. With a click, the call ended. 10. The studio lights were bright and hot. Zach's face was covered in thick makeup, and he felt a sheen of sweat forming beneath. He tried to smile and raise his eyebrows, but it was difficult, and he sighed. Since coming out of this play, he had been very busy. Extensive press tours, interviews, fan-packed parties every night, plus team planning to decide what power increases to buy for his final play, and a host of other activities had left him exhausted. He leaned against the wall near the stage and closed his eyes. I will rest. Right after this interview. A buzz grew in the room, and Zach knew that Angelica was coming. She walked into the room, and he stood up taller. To his tired eyes, Angelica appeared sharp and clear, while everything else became blurry. He smiled, suddenly unhampered by the makeup, and his pulse quickened. Her long blonde hair was thick and curly, bouncing as she walked. She was 5'6", with an athletic frame and enticing smooth stride. As she got closer, her ice blue gaze was penetrating, yet playful, as if she knew a joke no one else did. The gamer's eyes were distinct from those who had never played. The knowledge and wisdom gained from living multiple lives left a mark, and it made Angelica's eyes glint. She stopped in front of him and smiled. Zach could only smile back. He might be popular at the moment, but Angelica was perhaps the most famous gamer ever. Hey there, handsome. She extended a hand toward him. You must be Zach. He grinned and nodded as he reached for her hand. Her parents must have had special knowledge of the future when they named her. She looks exactly like an angel. A real talker, I see. She smirked. Let's sit down and hope that your voice comes back before the world tunes in, shall we? Zach cleared his throat, still grinning. The old soul that lived inside his body laughed at him, but the kid that he still was puffed out his chest and spoke in a deep tone. I can't believe this is happening. I'm such a huge fan. Angelica twirled a lock of her hair. I get that a lot. Oh, yeah, I guess you do. Sorry. That's okay. How long until we go live on the air? Angelica shook her head. It won't be a live broadcast. No? Absolutely not. They have to guess one of us will say something stupid or inappropriate. They'll want to tape the interview and edit the mistakes out in order to present a polished product to the masses. A voice spoke from an unseen speaker. We will start the interview in 2 minutes. Angelica nodded and moved to the seats on the set. All right, buddy boy, let's get this show on the road. I'm a busy girl with important places to be. Where? She looked at him. Pardon? I mean, where have you been these past 4 years? You disappeared and no one knows where you went. Zach? The voice on the loudspeaker was Brandon's. We went over this. No questions for Angelica. Come on, you two. Let's do this thing properly. Yeah, sorry, Brandon. Zach looked at Angelica and shrugged. She raised one eyebrow and returned the gesture. Go ahead and start when you're ready, hey? We'll cue the music and intro later. Okie dokie. She reached for a stack of cue cards on a table beside her and looked at the first one. She looked up at the ceiling. Are you serious? These questions are lame. The sigh was audible over the speakers. Please just ask them. Not this one. She flicked her wrist and a card spun through the air. Angelica? Zach heard the frustration in the disembodied voice from the control room. Or this one. Another card flew from her hand. Nope. And no. She threw cards out of the pile so quickly that Zach wondered if she was even reading them. Aha! She held a card up and looked at him. Finally, a question that will be worth asking. She placed it on her lap, then went back to throwing more away. You know what? I'll get going with this one and then ask more as they come to me. How's that sound, Pete? What will you do if I say no? The voice from the speakers asked. Do it anyway? Then that sounds great, Angelica. Can we get started? Pete? Buddy? She looked at Zach and winked. I hope the tapes are rolling because so far this interview has been hilarious. Show this opening part for sure because it might get boring once our boy starts yipping. Angelica? Sorry, Pete. She raised a hand and shook it. I'd love to chat with you, but maybe later. We're trying to conduct a pretty serious interview out here. She frowned and shook her head. Sorry about that, Zach. Zach laughed. No problem. Good. Now, where were we? Waiting for you to ask me questions? I just did. So the interview has started? Hey, simmer down, sport. I don't know if you got the memo, but I'm asking the questions here, if you don't mind. He tilted his head and raised his eyebrows. Knock yourself out. That's better. She picked up the card from her lap and read it before looking back at him. So, Zach, how's your final play gonna go? Will you risk it all and try for the #1 spot? Or are you leaning toward playing it safe so you can retire with some money to get you started in real life? Right to the point, huh? It's a decent question. Okay. Well, to tell you the truth, I haven't decided yet. You're just gonna have to wait and see like the rest of the fans. Boring! Angelica flicked the little card right at Zach. He ducked as it flew past. What do you mean? He looked at a cameraman for help, but he just shrugged. I mean, Angelica continued to look at the cards in her hand, throwing them into the air one after the other, that your answer is boring. The questions are crap. She blew a few stray strands of blonde hair out of her face. These questions are a waste of my time, Brandon. I knew I shouldn't have agreed to this. Angelica? Brandon's voice sounded stern over the speaker. We talked about this. You know why you're here. Yes, we all know why I'm here, she muttered, then looked at Zach and smiled, as if noticing him for the first time. Hey. Hi. She stood and grabbed her chair, dragging it across the stage until it was almost touching his, then plopped onto it and reached out to pat his knee. Okay, look. I know what the world wants to know. 4 years ago, I sat in your seat and did this same damn interview myself. She turned to face the camera and
I do want that.
Virgil. If you guys don't know who Virgil Abloh is, he is the CEO of Off-White. You know, the clothing company where people leave the tag on to prove that they spent $8,000 on a shoelace. Yeah, that company, Off-White. I'm not saying he wrong for this, but he screenshot himself donating $50 to protesters who needed to make bail. $50. First of all, my first thought is this is a typo. Maybe he meant 5,000, 50,000. But then my second thought is that his name is Virgil, so maybe he's not with the cause. His name is Virgil. By the way, Off-White is selling $85 masks during a pandemic. So, I mean, connect that how you will. $50, and then it said, I'm crazy inspired. Oh my God, the protesters are so inspirational. Let me donate $50 to get 10 minutes off of your jail time for one protester. That should do it. $50. I mean, you could have just sent that. The screenshot is just like, bro, there are unemployed people donating way more than that. And I'm not saying you're rich, so you have to donate. I'm saying just don't, if it's $50, just don't screenshot and say you're crazy inspired. Oh, by the way, racism crazy inspires me. So I will be donating half a can of bear mace to the police department of Minneapolis.
haters talking about?
What's up, family? I don't know where this happened at, but I saw this video of a woman getting into a road rage incident with a man. She was standing outside near his 18-wheeler truck. They were going back and forth, and she asked him, why did he throw a bottle at her car? And he was like, saying something about they threw something at him or something. It was hard to make out what he was saying. It was just really cussing real loud. But I did make out that he told the woman, I just got out of jail for attempted murder. And as soon as he said that, it was like, he's like, she dipped. I mean, as soon as he said, I just got out of jail for attempted murder, she was, okay, well, I'm gonna believe you. And boom, she gone. Here's the thing, family. This is why I wanted to talk about this video. And I'll put a link in the description. When you're out there on these streets, you don't know who you're dealing with. There are a lot of crazies on these streets. Family, I'm about to save your life. If you're hot-headed, I would advise you to calm down. If you are the type of person who's temperamental, you like to cuss people out and blow your horn a lot and all that stuff, I would advise you to pump your brakes. Because sooner
throw something through my fucking window, or you fucking stupid because I you kill somebody. You got body at my car? 10 years. I just got on jump on attempted murder. I think you want to move. I'm about. I don't believe you. I okay. All right. Why would you throw it at my car? Because you want to throw something through my fucking window, or you fucking stupid because I you kill somebody. You got body at my car? 10 years. I just got on jump on attempted murder. I think you want to move. I'm about. I don't believe you. I okay. All right. Why would you throw it at my car? Because you want to throw something through my fucking window, or you fucking stupid because I you kill somebody. You got body at my car? 10 years.
Chapter 1, The Gangster Disciples. Sealed with 20 star shields of King David, the ancient Hebrew Israelite king. The white garage door, filthy with dirt and grime, accumulated over the years, had been spray painted with a blue 6-pointed star and a pair of crossed pitchforks. In the center of the 6-pointed star were the bold letters G.D. Directly across the alley, another garage door riddled with holes that suggested indiscriminate gun. 6-pointed star were the bold letters G.D. Directly across the alley, another garage door riddled with holes that suggested indiscriminate gunplay instead of child play bore the sign of a top hat, cane, and gloves, and a 5-pointed star. Beneath it were the large capital letters V.L. 4 years, these two garages sat opposite of each other. Likewise, for years, those who had drawn the 6-pointed star sat in opposition to those who had drawn the 5-pointed star. However, just as time and change will eventually destroy both garages, time and eventual change will also destroy the concept that people, as members of opposite organizations, must violently oppose each other. The time has come for all street organizations, commonly referred to as street gangs, to refocus their energies and begin to unite around the issues that will bring us together, instead of lingering on our differences. Our young membership needs to be made aware of the facts surrounding our beginning and heed the urging of our leadership that will get back to the basics of our organization, i.e., build a positive force in our respective communities and put an end to self-destructive concept of opposition. The concept of violent opposition between street organizations only serves one purpose. It puts into motion the divide and conquer rule, which means simply that as long as we are divided, we will be conquered. In this book, we offer a powerful argument for a new concept as the single best hope for restoring the positive vigor that our organization once knew. We will begin by offering a concise history of our organization and describe how we came to be known as the Gangster Disciples, which eventually evolved into a new concept, growth and development, sealed with 20 star shields of King David, the ancient Hebrew Israelite king. The Black Gangster Disciple Nation was born out of two organizations. In the beginning, there were two separate organizations. The Disciple Nation, whose president was David Barksdale, and the Gangster Nation, whose president was Larry Hoover. There were many branches of both organizations. Some of the disciple nation under David Barksdale's leadership were Devil's Disciples, Falcon Disciples, Royal Disciples, Renegade Disciples, Executioner Disciples, Boss Pimp Disciples, East Side Disciples, Sircon Disciples, Motown Disciples, Dutchtown Disciples, Gonzalo Disciples, Sixth Trade Disciples, Maniac Disciples, and Folk Trade Disciples. Also, during this period of time, David Barksdale controlled the Dell Vikings, the Black Souls, and the West Side Cobras. Some of the branches of the gangster nation under Larry Hoover's leadership were the Supreme Gangsters, the first branch, and was considered to be the father of the gangster nation. Imperial Gangsters, African Sniper Gangsters, Raven Gangsters, High Supreme Gangsters, Russian Gangsters, Maniac Gangsters, Mafia Gangsters, 75th Street Syndicate Gangsters, Outlaw Gangsters, 95th Street Supreme Gangsters, the Dells Gangsters, West Side Supreme Gangsters, Rocketeer Gangsters, East Side Syndicate Gangsters, Gentile Gangsters, and the Black Pimp Gangsters of the West Side. Everybody in the city of Chicago who was a disciple or gangster was under the leadership of David Barksdale or Larry Hoover, respectively. Up until that point in our history, no one in any organization had ever been referred to as a king. At that time, the Vice Lords, the Black Stone Rangers, or Stones, and the Disciples were the three major gangs, street organizations in the city of Chicago. In terms of membership numbers and organizational structure, the Vice Lords were the first major black street gang in Chicago. They opened and operated various businesses along 16th Street in the Lawndale area. Some of the businesses that they opened were a restaurant, clothing boutique, Tasty Freeze, pool room, Teen Town dance studio, and an art studio.
Let's make this perfectly clear. I see a lot of rappers who run around all of a sudden talking about doing some punching and punching for peace and putting on gloves, punching each other. You see everybody is so enthusiastic and quick to go punch with the little guys, but nobody trying to do no punching with me. Hey, real gangster, because you know the difference. It ain't gonna be none of that little bullshit that you seen them kids doing yesterday. Please stop adding me and my brothers in this little post about some rapper driving around at 4 o'clock in the morning talking about I'm in Houston. Everybody know if you want to meet up with me in Houston and do some punching and squabbling, because if we already know everybody that next to it is saying you don't want no beef and no beef smoke when you make plenty of statements saying this. So, but stop doing it old punk ass, thick ass subliminal shit. If you want South Walker, I'm out here. I'll tell you exactly where I'm at. We can meet up, put do whatever we got. I don't want to do it. So, chill out. Have a nice day. Meet me. Relax. H-Town shit. What's happening? Yeah, my shit.
Well, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know where to get those supplies, but I do know who will tell us where to get them if we push the right buttons. Find my pal's brother and sweat him. 2 seconds after that, I'll have the location we need.
What's up, Jabo here, and today we have a new video and we have a lot to talk about. And for our first topic, we have Quando Rondo, Jitty Youngin, and NBA Youngboy. And well, Quando Rondo went on Twitter today and he was going on a rant on social media. He said something about that him and his girlfriend, his baby mama, are no longer together, and he went on a crazy rant, multiple tweets saying that he's single and that he's done with rap. And people are freaking out. They were saying like, what's going on with Quando Rondo? Why is he going off on his baby mama? And well, after he was going crazy on Twitter, that's when his baby mama did respond, and she was just going off and off and off about this entire situation. And it looks like they are no longer together as of right now, but people are saying that hopefully they might get back together because they do have a daughter. So we shall see how that turns out. Well, today got even crazier because Quando Rondo decided to actually start some drama, and he decided to go at Jitty Youngin, and we know how him and also Jitty Youngin and the entire NBA crew are now rocking at 23. Well, Quando responded to a tweet that Jitty Youngin posted on Twitter, and he said he for people living with HIV.
Are you fucking serious with this shit?
And ask your doctor about Big Tarby. Big Tarby hopes his unborn child, Youngin, and the entire NBA crowd. Well, today got even crazier because Quando Rondo decided to actually start some drama, and he decided to go at Jitty Youngin, and we know how him and also Jitty Youngin and the entire NBA crew are now rocking with 23. Well, Quando responded to a tweet that Jitty Youngin posted on Twitter, and he said he hopes his unborn child passes away. After Quando said this, that's when Jitty Youngin responded by replying to one of Quando's tweets, and he said, damn, that's effed up, probably was room 303. And one fan had replied showing a screenshot of Jitty Youngin saying, free YB, God got you at NBA Youngboy, and this was back in 2017. After Jitty Youngin said this about Quando Rondo, that's when Rondo responded on Instagram, and this is what he had to say. Hey, listen, cuz you got your shit took 2 fucking times. Nigga, you down there go to prison and get your ass took. You get so much shit took. And I bet you ain't got more money than me, bitch. Things get even crazier. That's when Youngboy had posted on Ben 10's Instagram story, and people were very confused, like, what's going on? Who is he referring to? And that's when people had figured out that he is talking about Jitty Youngin. And in this video, he claims that he had pulled up and that he had him running.
These nigga bitches for one, and fuck these dyking ass, prostitute ass, whole nigga don't give a fuck about none of that. You bitch ass niggas be hiding. We real head hunters, man. Come on, man. Nigga open their mouth, nigga can't know what he was, man. Bitch ass nigga, and you got the kid and left a hoe and left another nigga family in the blind. Oh, bitch ass nigga. Man, you niggas know what up with me, man. Bitch ass nigga, oh, bitch, and I said that. Nigga know we clout the whole scene, bitch ass nigga. Check the news, you know what up with me. Nigga,
Jay responded, he said, stop tagging me in that police ass shit and go get him a tampon. He then said, young goofies miss me with that running shit. I ain't never left my 23 for dead. That little boy wasn't speaking on big 23s. So according to Jay, he denies that this even happened, and that's when he also went on Instagram Live and he spoke more about the situation.
man, somebody need to come take both you bitch ass niggas phone. One of you niggas screaming on the phone like a hoe. Mad like a bitch. Like mad at the phone. Other nigga tweeting about a bitch. Like a bitch on some lame shit. Cause nigga done fuck this bitch. Niggas hoes. Ain't acting like the police don't stop this shit, bitch ass nigga.
Jay then continues by saying that he wants Quando and also NBA Youngboy to keep their mouths closed.
What are you talking about? They don't bitch ass niggas keep their mouths.
Hey, we're Root, and we can save you up to 52% of your car insurance rates. Download the app and take Root for a ride today.
What makes a business a business?
After this, that's when Jay had went on Instagram Live with his homie FG Famous. talks more about Young Boy and Quando Rondo.
Nigga said they got more funny than the nigga. Man, come on, man. Be for real, bro. Man, come on, man. Look at this boy. You been looking at that nigga see you got more money. Come on, man. Niggas be tripping.
He damn near finna go broke on all them fucking drugs he taking, man. Look, fucking me up. I'm gonna pray for it, dude. Then a nigga say he don't even bang no more. You was a bitch. I know them Crips. I know them niggas ain't never even fucking. Them niggas ain't accept you anyway, man. You was an old bitch. How the fuck you don't bang no more? You weren't banging in the first beginning, bitch. Tell them.
Yeah, cause them niggas bang, so they can't not bang no more.
But they ain't you get your shit, man. They gon' nigga already know how that shit go. Real gangsters know how that shit go. Niggas ain't cheating on me that week. For that old man, nigga big dog. Bring all that shit to the internet. We don't want to know about this shit. Don't crap baby that nigga man.
You know, like when the niggas ain't busy, man.
All you niggas always getting fucked. That's why the niggas be in their feelings on Instagram. Fucking they bitches. They won't bring it out on social media, yelling at the phone and shit like, oh, they don't want to hear about all this shit, man. Go get your bitch back. I hope I got a dick in her mouth right now. She better go find her fucking stepdaddy right quick. And then the other nigga must ain't take his fucking medicine for that fucking disease he got. He get on that bitch screaming and shit out through the phone. I think they talking about me. Knowing how I'm rocking, knowing how we rocking. Nigga ain't never made us run from nothing, you hear me? Nothing but from the fucking police. And for our next topic, we have Young Thug and Sauce Walker, and we know that they have a history of beef. And a couple days ago, Young Thug pulled up to Houston, and he had posted a couple videos saying like, look, I'm here in Houston, I'm in your city, what are you gonna do about it? And that's when Sauce Walker responded to Young Thug.
H-Town shit, nigga, what's happening? Yeah, I'm out here.
At least out of it, I can TV niggas.
Keep moving, Junior. Lady. But you, aren't you a damsel in distress? I'm a damsel? I'm in distress. I can handle this. Have a nice day.
Please stop adding me and my brothers in this little post about some rapper driving around at 4 o'clock in the morning talking about I'm in Houston. Nigga, everybody know if you want to meet up with me in Houston and do some punching and squabbling, because if we already know everybody that naturally you can say you don't want no people, no really smoke when you make plenty of statements in. So, but nigga, stop doing it old punk ass, stick ass subliminal shit. If you want South Walker, I'm out here. I'll tell you exactly where I'm at. We can meet up quick, do whatever y'all don't want to do. So, chill out, have a nice day.
After this, that's when Young Thug had responded back to Sauce Walker, and that's when also, like a day later, that's when Sauce Walker responded back to Young Thug, saying like, look, I stay in the streets, I stay outside.
You know, goddamn city, nigga. Get your pussy ass up. You post phone at night. Man. I might go eat at Crib tomorrow, man. Maybe I'm at Crib. I'll beat you up. You ain't in your city, you ain't in your own city. I done been everywhere in your city. You mad cause a nigga come right to your city. You ain't allowed it, at all. On no high and shit on that. You're not allowed in Atlanta. Well, I'm in your city. I'm gonna be about 2 more days before I go to Miami. Let's spend some money. I might have 6 more days. We in 8 Lamborghinis. So if you look for me, we're in 8 Lamborghinis. I ain't looking for you. Hey man, y'all know what was a funny ass post tweet about that somebody said doing all this fuckery. This nigga Sauce Walker always be in the car. I had to think about this shit. You're right. I am always in the motherfucking car because I'm outside. Like the New York niggas say. We outside. Pop. Rolls Royce, Benz, Bentley, whatever. I'm in the streets. Y'all is in the studio on the beats, and South Walker is always in the streets looking for confrontation and controversy. It ain't hard. We're gonna keep putting you hoe ass rap niggas cars while we swanking up and down the boulevard. And if a nigga wanna punch down with me on my squad, then shit, y'all know that I'll move quick with it. Y'all listen. I ain't seen nobody. Crickets. I'm out here though. I ain't in no highs in no studio in no high room. I'm out here, man. Sound like, yeah, man. I'm in motherfucking exotic pop. In the exotic chop, where you bitch ass rap ass niggas are not. Some of you motherfucking forgot, nigga. Yeah, y'all niggas sip drink. Where you know what I'm saying? I ain't seen y'all motherfuckers in the hood. Y'all, let me get this understood. It is not gangster to go to another nigga city and go to the most motherfucking civilized, safest white part of the motherfucking town in a closed restaurant and make subliminal motherfucking gangster things. You are a punk. And let's make this clear. Y'all is not out here doing no gangster activity, no stiff shit. There's nothing stiff about y'all. I ain't out here to make no money. Y'all niggas out here tricking on hoes. That's what you niggas out here doing. Y'all is out here spending that motherfucking money on that black honey and this not be funny. Y'all niggas out here paying for that motherfucking hair grease and these little black freaks to get in between them cheeks and under these streets. Something that Texas H-Town players don't do. That's why they love you. Because they can't wait for y'all to come out here and trick off their rap money.
So overall, the beef between the Young Thug and Sauce Walker is not going to end anytime soon. They continue by going back and forth on social media, but we still haven't seen no confrontation between any of these people. So we shall see how this beef turns out.
You ready to settle this the old-fashioned way? With fists and jaws and bruised internal organs, huh? Okay. Well, the Lost are cutting loose at some club, and a few of the brothers are carrying the packages we need. Check your guns at the door, go in there, and knock heads till you get them.
We're in the studio, and things got pretty bad because people were saying in the comments, you belong to the streets, and that's when she decided to get off Instagram Live because it was so much hate.
You're my sister. Hey, Nene, my sister.
Yeah, this is my
Hey, Nene, my sister.
To the streets, and that's when she decided, and that's when hours later, Janine, if these two are together or they back and forth with these videos for so long. And for our final topic, we have Janine and also YB and Almighty J. And for the past few days, people have been speculating if these two are together or they are just friends, what's going on, because they were on Instagram Live together having a conversation. And that's when hours later, Janine and also YB and Almighty J were in the studio, and things got pretty bad because people were saying in the comments, you belong to the streets, and that's when she decided to get off Instagram Live because it was so much hate.
You're my sister. Hey, Nene, my sister.
Yeah, this is my
Stop. What we my mama, you know, I guarantee if they doing something, you're gonna smash. Oh God. That's what you need to eat. Hey, we gotta go Saturday though, don't get it. As long as you're born. You go Saturday, don't get it.
And that is it for this video. Let me know down in the comments what you guys think about it. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel if you are new, hit that bell so you can be notified every time I upload a video. But yeah, I'm out.
First thing first, I got a huge video for you guys today. Listen, I'm doing this right now live, baby. I don't read from scripts. I don't do none of that. I don't know how long this video is going to be, man. It may be 20 minutes. I hope not. But I want to say this. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the channel. I love you guys. And more importantly, okay, besides from being subscribed to the channel, I hope you guys are okay. I hope you guys are safe. Just know that I love you and I appreciate you. And the world looks crazy right now. It looks bad, I know. But we're going to make it through this. We're going to make it through 2020. Stay positive. Continue to be great. There's going to be better days. I promise you that. And let's talk about it. Now, the first bit of news I got for you guys today, man. Gunna. 6ix9ine's twin. But I know some of you guys are chuckling at that one, man. Now, Gunna and Young Thug did an interview, right? And Thug, he asked Gunna, like, hey, who is the best rapper, right? Now, Gunna responded by saying, it would have to be you, son. Oh, God. You make the most songs out of everybody. Anybody can rap and make songs, but you're making real songs. It's hard to do that. I understand it because I make songs too. So, what do you guys think about that, man? Gunna says that Young Thug is the best rapper. How do you guys feel about that? Moving on to the next story.
What song does he have?
Nick's ankles, man. Y'all gotta pray for his ankles. Now, Fat Nick, man, he was trying to get to the store, maybe trying to go to the grocery store just like me to pick up some snacks. But homie had a little situation, man. He was running to the store. You can tell it's windy outside because his umbrella done flipped upside down. You guys take a look at this, man. Oh, man. Wipe out. Now, moving on to the next story, and this was pretty sad, okay? This is a sad story, this, man. Oh, man. Wipe out. Now, moving on to the next story, and this was pretty sad, okay? This is a sad story. Listen, DJ Scheme, love the guy, cool dude. He's been doing his thing, and there's certain things that I really can't say on YouTube. We all know what's going on. We know what we're standing up for. We know all that. There's certain words that I just can't say on YouTube. But this is what DJ Scheme had to say about the current situation with police and some of the things that have happened. And he speaks on Juice WRLD. He goes, when my brother Juice passed, the police watched him. They didn't even put him in a car and rush him to the hospital. They just watched him die. So when you tell me to stop saying blank the police, remember what I've experienced. Now, you guys know, right? Fans are gonna be fans. Fans are gonna be fans. They always think they know what they're talking about, even when you're the person that's next to the person, like DJ Scheme was next to Juice, right? Someone goes, didn't he have a seizure around 1 and die at 3:40 in the hospital? Now, DJ Scheme replies back saying, they watched him on the ground, seized, wouldn't even touch or help him.
I'm not even blogging. I tried to write a piece on organic beef jerky, but didn't want.
Now, another guy then goes, of course, and this is what I'm talking about, when fans are going to be fans, right? You know, they think they know what they're talking about, and a lot of times they don't. And in this situation, it got very ridiculous because the person says, I believe you're wrong here, Scheme. Medicals were called to the place immediately. They drove him to the hospital where he was pronounced dead. Also, you're not supposed to touch someone having a seizure. What? What is this guy talking about? You're supposed to hold down their tongue with a spoon. What does he mean you're not supposed to touch anyone? And Scheme goes, how are you going to tell me about what happened? Are you serious right now? Very disgusting when a fan think they know everything because they heard someone music, or maybe heard them speak on an Instagram, and they decide to tell family members, friends, about the person that they've never met. It's crazy. R.I.P. Juice WRLD. Very sad for DJ Scheme. Very sad situation for Juice. I hope things get better for Scheme, and also Scheme, continue to stand up for what you believe in. Thank you, brother. Moving on to the next story, and we got some good news here, okay? I love where Designer is going. Let me tell you guys all about this. Now, you guys probably didn't know this because I didn't know this, but Designer, okay? Designer owns real estate. He owns a few houses out there. Now, I'm renting a house too, and I kind of wish Designer was my landlord, okay? Because Designer understands the struggle of the people, and he's allowing people to stay in his properties that he owns for free of rent. I mean, how can you not love that, man? Show some Designer some love, man. Show Designer some love. Moving on to the next story. A lot of people are talking about Lil Yachty's album. I'm hearing some good reviews from people. People are saying, yo, man, that album's fire. It's good. I love it. Now, this is what people are saying over on the Twitters. Let's go to the experts in the comment section. One person says, feel bad for Lil Yachty. Now, I'm sure this person meant to say, not the best time to drop an album. Regardless, it was a great album. Another person says, Lil Yachty selling 45K first week is so disappointing.
Lucinda, what's
good
up,
too. So, people are saying the album was good. People are saying, hey, he deserved to sell a lot more.
I don't know why downtown got the hoity-toity either.
Good luck to Lil Yachty.
Get
I've
there
been
from
working pretty
anywhere
hard,
else.
so I haven't had time to listen to the album, but I will be tuning in very soon. Now, a lot of people woke up today in shock. Now, you guys know, man, 6ix9ine, I believe, has, over 200 million views on Gooba alone on YouTube, right? Now, people woke up today with Gooba missing from YouTube. Now, this caused a lot of people to be in shock. People wondering what was going on, like why was the video removed and whatever the case was. And we found out that the video was moved because of a copyright strike. Now, the person who removed 6ix9ine's video is a producer, and this is what he had to say. I believe his name is Magix. I don't know how to pronounce his name, but he goes on to say, then he goes, don't sample my beats. Biggest song deleted by Magix. So he's saying, look, man, don't sample my beats. Had to take your song down, though. Now, he responded back maybe after getting a nice payday from 6ix9ine because the video was then brought back to YouTube. He ended up responding saying now he forgives 6ix9ine. You guys watch this.
6ix9ine or whatever, the song Gooba is now on YouTube. Let me just forgive you, bro. But at least respect Magic's anger, Kenyan beautiful. Bless.
Now, moving on to the last story, and this was something. Let me break this down for you guys. Now, if you guys have been paying attention, there has been a big movement going on in hip-hop where people have just been getting together, they've been throwing them hands, and people want to box, right? We've seen YK Osiris versus Little TJ. Now, looking at that fight, it looks like Little TJ is more down to busting up things at people than actually swinging those hands. He ended up losing the box. A lot of rappers are now saying, yo, I want to box, and we were supposed to see a boxing match between YK Osiris versus Trippie Redd. It was supposed to happen. Now, you guys know, right? 6ix9ine and Trippie Redd. They have had a beef since the beginning. I mean, look, let's be honest here, right? A lot of you guys first found out about 6ix9ine when you were watching me on this channel, and the person that did 6ix9ine first was Trippie Redd, and that's the video that we covered, and that's how a lot of people found out about 6ix9ine. Trippie and 6ix9ine are not cool, man. Listen, we know the drama that has happened between these two, right? Whether it's 6ix9ine getting on a stand, pointing fingers at Trippie Redd, him dissing Trippie Redd's brother, may he rest in peace. Look, a lot of stuff has happened. Now, somehow, 6ix9ine ends up getting involved in this whole situation, right? He ends up becoming a commentator. Like, People were accusing, saying like AK has something to do with that. People were saying OK Cyrus has something to do with that. I don't know what's going on in that regard, but it caused Trippie Redd to pull out of the boxing match. He doesn't want to do it if 6ix9ine is involved. You guys watch this.
Alright, so listen. It was gonna be a fight, right? I tried to tell y'all I don't want to associate myself, and y'all try to associate me with, and I don't get why. Cause and I don't want to be a part of nothing that has to do with anything I don't like. You know what I'm saying? So, there was gonna be a fight, now there's no fight. Sorry, ruined it. Crazy.
Now, OK Cyrus, who Trippie Redd was supposed to go up against, he has responded to this whole thing, and this is what he had to say.
What's up, Super Wacky Cyrus? First and foremost, I was not affiliated with 6ix9ine, so all the fake rumors going around talking about that's why he canceled the fight, and, you know, he forfeited because of that. Listen up. That's cap. He forfeited because he wanted to forfeit. I don't know whether he was scared or whatever cause it was. He did it because he wanted to do it. I was waiting at his gate. You know, he got security. He wouldn't let me in. I called him. I texted him. He made out to Texas. Right here. Come closer. Come closer. We still fighting? Are we still getting to it? Let's play. Where you at? Nowhere to be found. What's going on, sir? Next.
Now, it didn't just stop there because Snap Dogg, he got involved in the whole situation, and he's telling OK Cyrus, like, bro, the move you made was lame. How did you get 6ix9ine involved in this? It was going to happen.
And academics, why are you trying to put snitch that you know he got real problems with? Like, don't box you after that, bro. You on the phone with 6ix9ine before you go fight with 6ix9ine. You don't do that, bro. But for real life, bro. It's real stuff. And you want to pull that move, bro. Real. Tell the internet the real. Why Trippie don't want to fight you, bro?
Now, I'm going to say this, right? From a fan perspective, I think this would have been entertaining to see. I wanted to see the boxing match between OK Cyrus versus Trippie Redd. That would have been cool. Now, from my perspective, I understand why Trippie doesn't want to be involved with 6ix9ine. If you see what's going on, you can tell Trippie's trying to stay away from drama with 6ix9ine. He's trying to make his music. He's trying to stay away from drama. And for the most part, right, I can't really recall Trippie Redd being in drama if it doesn't involve 6ix9ine. Like, the guy just loves to make music. So I think in this situation, he's trying to stay away from all that. He doesn't want to be connected to anything to do with 6ix9ine. And that's why he backed out of the whole boxing match. Now, OK Cyrus, this is a guy that loves attention. He loves drama. He wants people to talk about him. And it seems like when no one's talking about him, he's talking about something else, trying to get attention. And at the end of the day, he feels like that's the way to go. And I feel like he knows what's going on. But it looks like he was lying about the whole thing. What do you guys think about that in the comment section below, man? Once again, make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. I hope you guys are being safe out there. And I love you guys, man.
Bullshit. I'm gonna shoot.
Pay attention to and ride to is the sexual shit. It's the shit that we be talking about in our music. You know what I'm saying? About everything that we're talking about. So it's like, you know what I'm saying? Don't judge us, disrespect us, and all these women are making a grind out of it. Why hate on it? Fuck you! If they get that thing out of it, why hate on it?
I'm not hating on it at all. I'm just observing.
That's what's feeding your motherfucking family. Fuck that. Fuck what I'm talking about. That's what's feeding your family through your motherfucking thing. Ain't nobody giving shit. You quit talking about it. And now you win, you better keep talking about it.
is the uncle of Orlando Anderson.
Oh, I know King Vega.
Here we go again. Fuck you.
Let's go, asshole. Let's do this. Asshole! Come on, mama. At me. Ah, piece of shit.
That's crazy, bro.
Fancy fuck! Damn it. Let's shoot the... You better get out of here and come! Mine, fucker!
Oh my lord.
Rise, fuckhead. That's foul, yo. Asshole! You wanna feel pain? Jerk. Hell, man.
Bitch, nigga.
I'm gonna fuck you up, ho. Fucking Christ. Dumbass! I'm gonna show you how it's done. Let's rock. Piece of shit.
They got it. We're all good. LJT, logging out.
Thank you for calling. A driver's on the way.
Where do you want to go? Easy.
Take a shit in the shower. I need to wash my motherfucking underwears. I do that shit old school style. Wash that shit.
Okay, not a problem.
What? What? I don't know.
Okay, here we are then.
What? So why is it not just letting me open? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, right on. Hi.
Good morning.
I was like trying to figure out how to create a Zoom link, and I've never done it before, and I was like stumbling all around.
Yes,
So smart.
I was trying to open mine, and I don't know, it made me make a new account, but we got it done.
You did it. We got it done. I realized like I sent a VC link without even checking in like if you've used it before. So I'm sorry to just like throw this all at you.
It's okay. I use it with Miss Lindsay. Yes.
Okay, I didn't know if you used it with Lindsay or not.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
Right on.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm blessed. Yes, ma'am.
You're blessed. Oh,
yes, ma'am.
That's a very beautiful way to think about it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right
How
on.
are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm actually having a pretty productive Monday.
Yes, ma'am.
Which feels nice. The sunshine feels nice. I guess I could say I'm blessed too.
Yes, you are. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I don't know. You start.
Well, I don't know. Skill building. Did Lindsay talk to you about what this is or what it looks like? Or
wait, hold on. Hold on. Wait. I apologize.
Is it working?
It's working, but I just noticed that it's using my computer camera.
Oh yeah, because is it doing two different cameras?
I have a Moretz camera that's right here in front of me that I usually use, but it's using my computer camera that's sitting there, so that's why the angle, and I'm thinking I need to look here. See. Hold on.
Well, it's okay. You can really look anywhere you're comfortable. So did Lindsay talk to you what skill building is at all?
Somewhat, but you can explain if you know.
I don't know if I can. I'll try my best. I guess it's my job. I should be able to explain it. It can really, I think it's hard to explain because it can be anything. It can look totally different for each client. I have a really, it just changed cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
This one's better quality. Nice.
Thank you. But yes, that's the way. Yeah. Oh, all right. But
right on.
Next time it'll be a lot.
You have such a nice setup around you. It's such a nice aesthetic. Like.
Thank you, ma'am. It's my
you look
little
super prepared for
my little man cave inside my man cave. You know.
I like it. I really dig it. I like the space.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So skill building can really. It can be anything. I really just get to pop into people's lives and figure out how to best support them and how to build skills that they think would, I don't know, help them navigate the struggles of life. It can really be anything. I can also just be a person to sit here that you can unload your problems on. It can really be anything.
Yeah. My game is playing. Yeah. Okay. But anyways.
Perfect.
Well, I don't know. Has she told you about me?
She told me a little bit about you, that you're wanting to get out of Oregon, which I don't blame you for. I really don't blame you for. I'm a transplant as well. It's a different place here. It's definitely different.
Very.
So that's really all Lindsay said. So, I mean, is there anything, what do you want me to know about you? That's a loaded question. I'm sorry, that's so heavy. So much pressure to put on you.
Okay. Well, I do understand that she really can't tell you things or whatnot or whatever because of the confidential and whatnot and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So, yes, I do want to get out of Oregon, but I don't really want to get out of Oregon depression is causing the thought of wanting and needing to leave Oregon.
Okay.
But the reality for me is that I'm just fine where I'm at. It's the community and the people around here that make me feel I don't belong here. Outside of the people, I have a home. I have employment. I have things that I like to do and so forth. But it's when I leave outside of my home or when I leave outside of work that anxiety builds, because my saying is this: during the day I feel like an alien, at night I feel like the boogeyman. Yeah. I can't take a simple just walk down the street and like, it's nice outside. I can see outside out my window. It's beautiful. I have a dog that wants to go outside and play. But if we go to the dog park, if we walk in, everybody leaves out. If I go sit at the park and there's people sitting down chilling, they'll look up, see me, and then, you know, might chill for a few moments, but then, okay, it's time to go. If somebody's standing at the mailbox having a conversation with a friend, they look, and now conversation's over. If I get off of work and I want to buy me some food to take for dinner, everywhere is just constant, highly visible, but yet very invisible. Nobody makes eye contact with me. It's, you know, move out the way so they don't walk in me, so we don't walk into each other, but don't look at me. And so I can't be able to say, oh, excuse me, or hello, have a nice day. It's just automatic avoidance and so forth, which, and I live here in this community. I live near campus, and I've been here since May 26th of 2018. Mm-hmm. The only people who know me around here are the mailman, because I'm that type of, I see the mailman, good morning, sir. He knows me by my name. The folks that work at the 7-Eleven, there's a couple that, you know me. But as far as everybody else, every day I come out, it's as if I'm a stranger walking through the neighborhood looking for something. And I'm just walking to the store, or I'm just got home from work and walking my dog because she's been in the house all day while I've been at work. You see people walking their dogs, they look up, it's across the street. People walking two separate ways, their dogs meet, see us, split. It's just like, oh my gosh. So the only life that I have, the only voice that I have, anytime the chance that I get to speak my opinions on anything going on, is at work when I'm behind the register. On my way to work, getting out the car, everybody's avoidance, looking at me when I'm not looking, but then if I look, act like they're not looking. Yes, like, is it a bird? Is it a plane? Oh, Superman. But
you'll get that really awkward white person smile. They'll be like, kind of like.
There's the thing, like I told Miss Litz, it's rare that I'll be walking on the sidewalk and say somebody's walking towards me. It's rare that they'll stay on the same side. But when they do stay on the same side and walk, the thought in my head, hope I make it, I hope I make it, I hope I make it. Whew, I made it. Like they're holding their breath and praying that nothing will happen as we walk past each other. And I'm a person that likes to make eye contact, because eyes are the window to the soul. You can tell a person's whatever, you know what I mean? You can see a person. So when people hide their eyes and so forth, it eats at me. But yet I now walk around with my head down, not because I'm afraid to look at people in the eyes, but because I don't want to see people avoiding looking at me. You know, yeah, and so there's so many other mixed situations about, and it's just uncomfortable. And I don't like making other people uncomfortable. I know it's...
So now it's your burden again.
Yes.
To handle whatever's going on. Like, it's so heavy for you. There's so many assumptions, and like you're having to handle all of these emotions, not only yours, but like navigate other people's. So it's just that is so much to deal with on a daily basis.
A daily and 24/7.
Yeah.
And see, it's it's like a lot of people suggest, oh, don't worry about that. Don't let that bother you. Forget them. That's easy for most to say when they don't have to deal with that. And there's a couple theories I have about it. For one, when you have people, friends and family, it's easy to ignore the folks that you don't know. Yeah. You know what I mean? Because, put it like, when you're a new student at a new school and you first go to the school and you don't know anybody, or like say you go to a school and you know everybody. When you go to the school and you know everybody, like the people you don't associate with, you know who they are, but what they're doing doesn't bother you because there's your group of friends sitting over there. Yep. There's who you're finna sit with when it's time to go on the field trip and so forth. But when you're a new student at a new school and you don't know anybody, you walk into class, you're looking to see what seat is available for you to sit down. And when you're looking to see what seat is available, well, you see the people that's putting something in this seat so you don't sit next to them, or the table that has 4 seats, 3 people sitting at it, but then all of a sudden they're getting up and walking and going to the other table where until you have that person that's like, hey, come over here. Now I don't notice them people getting up. Hey, there you go. What's up? Ooh. So I'm here where I don't necessarily have my circle, my foundation of friends and family. So even though I go out to enjoy the day and do whatever by myself, I still would like to meet people and get to know and, see you weed out who's not the right friends and so forth or whatnot. So therefore, at the same time, without that, I'm just being aware of my surroundings, and I'm noticing all the people that's like, because there is no, like, when I'm at the grocery store shopping, there will not be a, hey, what's up? We went to school together. We did know me. I don't know anybody here. You know what I mean? So therefore, at the same time, when I see people do and react certain ways, I can't do nothing but associate it with the fact you're reacting this way for a certain reason, because it's not because of me. You don't know me. You can't say it's because, oh, I know he or this and that. It's because you have an idea of what a person like me is going to act like, or
they're making an assumption because you're a black man.
Yes, ma'am.
Walking the street.
Yes, ma'am.
I think a part of the problem too is because people don't want to talk about race. Like there's that's another huge issue with this liberal Eugene bubble. Is like everyone thinks they're so elevated and awesome and amazing and so accepting, except everyone whitewashes. No one wants to actually talk about the problems that y'all are facing on the streets every day here, and it's just not. That is such a big part of the issue. No one wants to talk about it.
Exactly. Nobody wants to talk about it, but everybody knows exactly what it is, and it makes it harder for me to deal with when I try to communicate these things to certain, and they act blind to it, or act as if, like, I go through so much at work, and when I go to my boss, to my supervisor, and try to get it, are you sure? I don't think. And it makes me feel dumb. Like, are you serious? Do you think I would lie? And then, like, you are doing this, and there's so many different little things, but number one, a lot of folks out here, their experience with African Americans comes from movie, media, and music.
Which is really distorted.
Very. But whether it's the fear or the intrigue, this is where they get their fear and intrigue from, right? And so when I walk down the street, these are the things they see. And sometimes I'll explain this to somebody, and they'll be like, that's not what I see. You look like a regular person, and you look just fine to me. And now you are lying to me, because I know exactly what I look like, because I know where I come, because I'm 38 years old, but for almost most of my life, I come from that world. I was a rapper and a survivor of the streets and so forth. And so those fellas that you see in the music, I know I look exactly like them. I spent most of my life doing what I had to do to look like one. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but there's so much more to your story. I think part of that is, like, people only see that single story.
They only see the outer shell.
Yep.
They don't.
Yep. And you can only be this, or you can only be that. There's no intersectionality allowed for African Americans in America. Like, it's just not, or Black people in America. It's not available to them. We're one thing or the other.
And
that's how they.
And it's crazy because it seems sometimes as if I'm not allowed to do anything else. Yeah. Like when people see me at work, there's the, oh, hey, but there's also that feel of the vibe. You can, like, what are you doing working here? Like, why aren't you selling dope? Why aren't you trying to pimp? Like, why aren't you, you know what I mean? I roller skate. I go to it's like everything that I'm doing is not what I'm supposed to be doing. You're supposed to be out here causing ruckus. You're supposed to be doing, like, this is what, it's a no-win. I believe in that man upstairs wholeheartedly. I like to go to church. But when I go to church, I like to dress for the Lord. But when I go to church, do they see me as somebody that's dressed for church is Sunday? No. They see, if I'm leaving on my way to work, on my way to church and dress for church, do they see somebody, do they think it's Sunday? Oh, people are going to dress Sunday dressed. No, they see, hurry up, daughter, get over here. Wife, come here. Or, husband, can you It's so objectified is the word, and it's uncomfortable because who you see is not what. It's not me. It's not me. I'm much more than all of that. But it's like I said, like I'm not allowed to be more than that. If I'm more than that, it must be ulterior motives to it. It's not.
Okay.
And so, again, you got if I'm walking on the sidewalk with somebody and they're walking towards me, see me, they'll cross the street. But if I'm walking and there's somebody behind me, they'll speed walk to walk in front of me. So, it's
I can picture the white wolf speed walk. I like see their little hips. I'm sorry. It's so hard for you to deal with, but it's just like I can picture all of them in my head right now.
There's if she's standing at the mailbox or in the grocery aisle or something and has no aware of and looks and sees, then it's hurry up and get away. But if I'm standing in a grocery aisle or something and I'm not aware of them, it's get his attention, see me, because you want the reaction, there's just no genuineness and it just it's so nerve-wracking. It's very, and I'm trying not to say all this because you just, oh my gosh. How about this? There are a lot of fellas like me that would come out here and they would love it. They would be like, bruh, I'm in heaven, bro. And see, that's what a lot of folks out here think that I am, or that it's so forth. You know what I mean? And I don't know. There's a lot of people that feed in to a lot of things. And for me, it's killing certain things about it. Like, it's making me think negatively when that's not the way I grew up. Little back. I'm originally from Fairfield, California. Fairfield, California is in the Bay Area, the Northern California. Yeah. And in Fairfield, it's a little town, but it's a diverse town. Black, whites, and Mexican. At 4 or 5 years old, my best friends was Preston and Pancho. Preston, his mother, Preston's mother was Ingrid, his sister was Cookie, Pancho was Pancho. My white homeboy, my Mexican homeboy, best friends. Like, I left and grew up in Seattle at 12 years old. I had went back to Fairfield at 19 for a visit. Seen Pancho's mom on the humpback and like she knew it was me. Tay, where's your mom? And I'm like dumb grown. I don't know who this lady is. It's me, Francisco's mom, Pancho's. Oh my God! Wow, But in our schools, like I've grew up, so I don't know. I've never had any ill will towards any other races. And I've had racist situations happen. I was chased by the KKK when I was 12 in Florida. I've had experiences of so forth, but not so much as when I moved to San Francisco. That's when things became super visible to me. Like, the walking down the street, and like, because San Francisco has huge sidewalks where, like, you can fit a crowd of 50, like, from the wall to the curb of the sidewalk, you know what I mean? So there's space. So imagine you're walking and like somebody's on the set and they like dang near cross the street but on the same sidewalk. You know what I'm saying? Like you just totally did that whole little wow. And then the realization, I mean, it's a place full of tourists, people that are coming from different countries, different lands. They don't know anybody and so forth. So but that's where I started just really, I'm walking off, waiting for an elevator. The elevator opens. Wow, you've never seen somebody waiting for the elevator to open? Like, no, you have got off the elevator and somebody's been there, but it's me that just made you, person walking around the corner. It's somebody looking at, When I first started working at Winco, they asked me if I wanted to work on the grocery floor. And I said, yes. I go to work on the grocery floor. We got to pull things off and fill the shelves up. I'm pulling the cart. I come around the corner. There's a lady. She's looking at the hamburger helper or whatever. Her basket's right here. She looks and then reaches over to grab her personal cell phone. And I can't help it. I can't help it, but like, if you do any type of I'm a people watcher. I watch and observe and see everything. If you have a natural, like, I don't know, people do things that subconsciously they don't realize they do. And I do know
it's all implicit. It's an automatic reaction, and it's just like you gotta do work to challenge that.
Exactly.
You can't just stay in that racist behavior.
And so I understand that happens, that people have a natural that they don't really realize sometimes what they're doing. But I can't help the fact that it is still offensive. It's still, or not even offensive. It hurts because I'm in full uniform behind my register. You have this 50-pound bag of cat food, cat litter. I'm in full uniform, earning a paycheck. This is heavy. I'm going to put it in your cart for you. Hello, ma'am. How are you doing? I'm fine. Did you bring any bags today? Yes, I did. Like, I'm sorry to have to assert, but once upon a time I lived with some friends, and they had a cat, and their cat, I guess, was in heat. And every time that I'd say something, the cat would.
Really?
And it would move like every time I talk.
Yeah.
And now that's what I saw, because a person can be sitting there taking their groceries out the basket, or they could be talking to the other person they're talking to. But then as soon as I say something, every time, yes, okay, like, and you probably don't notice that you're doing this, but every time I say something, you're grabbing, like, okay, yeah, I'm paying, but you're gonna hold on to it, and then as soon as you're done talking to me, let it go. Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay. What? And how can I continue? Like, I have to take my eyes away and Now the customer service that I was giving to you and looking you in your eyes, I no longer can. Now you're seeing me shake my head and you just like, what?
And that's almost like you begin to reinforce those other negative stereotypes.
Yes.
And it's like they pitbull you. Like you become this statistically validated stereotype, and it's so frustrating. That's why it's like it's not on you. It's on the other white person behind her that sees what she's doing to say something. Like it's not you do not have to educate anyone. It's like you are doing enough by just having the lid and navigate. Like,
gosh, oh my goodness, you don't. It's if sometimes I wish that my actions really spoke, and sometimes I know that they do, but it really doesn't speak enough, I guess, because there's other things that people do that, oh my gosh, is just, I'm sorry, but there's things that, like, dudes that want to show off their girlfriend, or mom and daughters that want to have a competition with each other, or the wife that's not happy with the husband, and like all these things that they want the stereotypical black man to react to. And oh my gosh. And so there's things that, like, I'm helping, you're my customer, I'm helping you. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. How are you? Okay. And your total will be, have a blessed day. Now the next customers, I'm getting ready to, but when I go to say, hey, they're standing there with their back towards me. Where if I wasn't behind this register, they'll be standing behind somebody, or, you know, like, but I'm behind this, so we're gonna stand this, we're gonna act like we're looking for this bread. But what happens when they do the look back to see if where usually, this is the thing, cash registers right here, persons over here on this side. You bag up at this. So the person standing here with their back towards me, they're going to look back this way to see if I'm looking. Well, I would be looking this way if I'm looking. When they look back, what they see is, it's okay, you guys can start loading your stuff on the cart now. And then, oh my God, like, there's the, let me get myself ready. Okay, let me get myself ready. When I don't give that kind of attention, thank you. What? What? Because I'm being respectful? Because I'm not. What am I supposed to do? It's yes. So it's very depressing, and it's very introvert enforcing, and I'm not an introvert. I'm silly. I'm goofy. I have dumb jokes that are, like, not funny.
Those are my favorite kinds of jokes.
I have the kind of jokes that, like, they're not funny to the masses, but because the person knows you, oh, he's stupid. I get it, you know. But when I first started working at Winco, I came in. Good morning, hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hey, have a good shift, have a good shift. But you get those, good morning, good morning. Like, oh, okay, they are not speaking. All right. Now I'm the dude that comes in and I just walk in because I'll have my head up to look and see that you see me coming through the door and you hurry up and look the other way so that you're not looking when I look at you. All right. I'm working on a customer, heads down. You're walking this way and you're looking at me the whole time, but as soon as my head lifts up because I see you so I can say hi, you look the other way. When I'm concentrating and talking to you, you're walking behind me and looking all at me, but you're not saying hello or nothing. And you're walking behind me. Look, it's
exhausting. It's gotta be absolutely exhausting. And I could never imagine what you have to navigate on a daily basis.
It is a beautiful day outside. It's Monday. Other than the allergies that I'm afraid of, they beat me up. So I hide inside from. But besides that, I could put on my dust mask and, survive that. I would love to go outside, but will I? No, because I can't go outside and go sit at the Starbucks table and play on my laptop and just happen to of course I would like to meet somebody and have my person to hang out with and this and that, but I don't go out on the search of, okay, she over there sitting by herself. Hey, what's up with you? You want to hang out? I'm just going out, and if I happen to, because I understand that a lot of friendships and so forth or whatever takes familiarity. People to know each other, to be used. Oh, I see you every day. I've been seeing you every day for the last 2. What's your name? Just walking up to somebody, I don't know you. And so people don't understand. I don't know you, so I can't have a like for you or I don't know anything about you. I don't know how you laugh, or anything. You know what I'm saying? You don't know anything, and therefore I'm gonna have to try to convince you to and that puts pressure and so forth. So I don't go outside with those intentions of I just go out and enjoy, but I can't because everybody's looking at me like I'm out on the prowl. You know what I mean? Oh, it looks like he needs a friend. He's gonna try to come and be our friend. Hurry up, let's leave.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I go to the skating rink when the skating rink was open in Salem every Friday. When Skate Row was open, I was there every day. As soon as I moved out here and I found where Skate Row was, that's where you find me. At the skate with my skates on. And even though you see me come here every session, do the same thing, put my things over at the table, put my skates on and put my headphones on and get on the floor and enjoy myself, yet and still, people I'm on the floor, so don't nobody know whose is what stuff at the table, so people will put their stuff at the table, but then when they see me go off the floor to go sit down take a rest, oh, that's his stuff. Now here they come grabbing their things and they're moving to another table. Wow, it's just I don't know.
How would you feel about having our skill building sessions in public? I would love to go for a walk with you and your dog down the street. I would love to meet you at a Starbucks and have a cup of coffee and talk about this kind of stuff. That is something but I don't want to ever put you in another situation where you're having to navigate more reactions. It's totally up to you. If you want to get out and go do stuff, I would love to meet you every Monday and go out and get to go do stuff.
I would definitely not mind.
Okay.
Definitely. Yes, ma'am. I want to get this stuff out of my conversation. I tell Miss Lindsay, I hate the fact that when I do get a chance to conversate, that this is what I have to talk about. Yeah. Because, for one, I'm an honest person. And so when people ask me, oh, so how do you like it out here? I want to tell you I love it out here.
Yeah.
But the truth is nobody talks to me unless I'm at work behind the register. What? I don't believe that. And then I gotta explain, no, yeah, this and that. And then now people are like, oh my God, he's just talking about problems and it's the black thing. And I don't want to talk about that, but if you wouldn't have, how about I just stay in the house? You know what I mean?
We never have to talk about this if you don't want to. But I also don't want to ignore it because it's your experience, and I want to give you this space to unload and to dissect these issues that you deal with every day. Well, but at the same time, like, we can talk about anything you want. We can sit here and talk about movies or stupid jokes. Like,
I am a movie watcher. I am a movie man. I love movies.
Me too. I consume all media.
I don't know. I don't mind. How about this? It's like there's so many things and topics and situations going in the world that I may not know about offhand, or I may not be very articulate or intelligent to what may be going on, but I might have an opinion or may want to know about. But all of these things, I don't have any idea, or I don't get a chance to speak on, or so forth. The only time I get to, I'm stuck using this app called Live.me, which is a broadcasting app. And I use it to not feel alone, because otherwise, in this apartment of mine, that's what I hear unless I put on YouTube. So I have to put on YouTube to find out what's going on in the world and let them talk to me, and then I'm talking back to the TV or to YouTube. But they don't hear what I'm saying. They don't hear my opinion or my thoughts and so forth. So it can't tell me if that, well, I don't agree with that, or yeah, I understand, I agree, maybe so forth. So I use LiveMe, because LiveMe, if you just talk to them, they won't say nothing or whatnot, but they hit the little stars like if they agree with what you're saying or so forth. So I make it where they're talking to me, this is my opinion. You don't agree? I don't see any stars. You agree? I see stars. Yeah, for real. You understand that? Okay. But at the same time, in my reality, I'm like, this is crazy, because, like, where is the human being? The facial expressions, the communication, I don't know. So,
community is everything. It's so important to be surrounded by people that understand you. Not even understand you, that can just have a conversation with you. You don't have to agree about everything. No, you at least have to be heard, seen, and
you can be able to agree to disagree. And
yeah.
But I'm in a place, or there's a thing that comes with where when you try to talk somebody like this and that, then they'll down talk you, low talk you, but then if you become firm and understanding of what you're saying, and now you're aggressive. Now no, I'm not. I just know exactly what I'm speaking, and I highly understand and believe what I'm saying, and I'm not choppy on what I need to say about it. why is that making me aggressive? Why is that? Oh, there's so much. But thank you for listening to all that. And
hey, this is what I'm here for.
yes.
This is really, I'm here to listen, I'm here to talk. Like, honestly, whatever you need. Like, I want to build a community for you, my goodness. How do I find people?
And I mean, 'cause that's what I am. Like, it kills me. My neighbors, the neighbor under me, I know who he is. He speaks. And I appreciate that so much. But like the rest of my neighbors, if I decide it's nice outside, I'm gonna go sit on my steps and just enjoy the day. If they're walking out and they'll see me on the steps, they'll go back in and go down the back steps. If they're coming in, I'm sitting on the steps, like they won't come out and, excuse me, to go up the front. They'll go up the back way. It's just like total avoidance. Like, so therefore I don't know my neighbors.
Yeah, how are you supposed to make friends with people? How are you supposed to dispel any of their stereotypes or myths that they got going on? They don't even allow the space for interaction.
At all. So, and that's it. It just, like, come on. Like, almost 2 years and you still think, like, has not once. And it's like, do you think that I'm waiting for June 18th, 2025 at 4:03? Yeah, now it's time.
Got him. Tricked him.
Yeah. What? Like, it's the same at work. You don't know how much my bosses and them, like, being that I come from a world where you got to deal with their undercovers and so forth, you know how undercovers and so forth act. And so people act like undercovers and don't even realize that they're doing it and so forth. But you don't know how much my boss, Mr. Dan or Mr. Adam, like, I am under surveillance. And like, every time you're watching me, I'm doing the same thing, doing my best to make a happy customer and taking care of them. Like, there's so many little things I could tell you about, but my thing is this: it's like they're constantly if I'm on check stand number 6, there's somebody that's fixing the bread right there. Like, whatever register I'm in, that just always happens to be where they gotta restock the bread at.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but of course, to everybody else, that just looks like somebody stocking the bread. No, you're keeping your eye, because every time you turn around, you're looking to see the person who's in my line, see how much stuff is in their basket, and so forth. Like, I'm seeing it, and it's like, are they, like, okay, it's my chance now. Money in the register. Yeah, frick this job. Like, no, I'm not. I swear, like, this is my thoughts when I'll be on break and I'm smoking a cigarette, and people getting out their car, walking into the grocery store, like, their focus is on me the whole time. And like, I can see you out my peripheral, and if I lift my head up, then they're looking the other way. And it's just like, you're watching. It's not looking at somebody like, look, oh, see somebody. No, you're watching me, like, as if.
Honestly, yeah. It's like, you see it all the time with these, the videos that are popping up of you're just trying to go about your normal day, trying to get your job done, you're trying to go for a walk with your dog, and it just blows up into this thing just because people are watching you and expecting you, I don't know, to fall in line with their expectations or their assumptions.
There's a basketball court that I love to, like, I would like to, it's a nice day, it's a good day for an outside skate. It's really all I want to do for my day off. It's by luck if I can get there and there's nobody there using it, right?
Okay, yeah.
So when there's nobody there using it, ain't nobody been worried about that basketball court. I get out, start putting on my skates. All of a sudden, here come a whole basketball team. That just lives right across the street. Their window is right there. It's where, you know, when my car pulls up and parks, then all of a sudden somebody's running across the street over there. Like, the type of things that, you know, it's just to interrupt what I'm doing.
Yeah.
This is not what you were just watching Seinfeld, and oh, he about to go skate. Record this show. I gotta go stop him. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, was he enjoying himself? Not on our watch.
Oh my God, you know. Like, yes, I swear, it's, oh my.
I think the only reason is because I didn't grow up in Oregon, honestly. I'm just blessed that I came from a place that, I mean, we had our issues, but we celebrated diversity in some aspect.
Yes.
So.
Well, thank you for understanding. Because, see, at the same time, like, it's weird due to the fact that high school, I went to Chimacum High, which is in Port Ludlow, which is in Chimacum, but I lived in Port Ludlow, which if you, this is in Washington, across the Hood Canal Bridge. I was the only one in the whole high school. I in the whole town. There was no other me's. Yeah, no. But lunchtime came. I didn't know which car I was getting ready to go into because everybody's like, Will, you coming with us? Will, you come? I'm at all the bonfire parties way out in the, bruh, where is you taking me to, bro? Don't worry, bruh, it's a long ass road down these. Like, we just got off the road and now we driving down a long road that's not a road. Like, I don't trust y'all. Oh, it's a party. Okay, all right. Like, this is not my first experience in being. I come from where Caucasian folks are used to, like, even if they live on the other side, in the, like, it's nothing. Hey, hi, or whatever, or just ignore whatever. It, like, I don't know. I've never felt like, I mean, you know what I'm saying?
Oregon has an incredibly racist history.
And that I just found out like 3-4 months ago.
Like, leaders of the KKK have been established here. They say it's like the underground headquarters of where it actually was functioning. Springfield, I think there was an ordinance in Springfield that didn't allow black men out past 8 until like the 90s. Like, I'm serious. That's how racist Oregon is. Like, look at Portland PD. Like, it's just, this state has this gnarly history of the way that we've treated, honestly, a lot, like, people of color. I could just say, like, Native Americans, black people, like, everyone. It's just not. I don't know. It doesn't look like me.
That's what makes it kind of like it hurts even more, the fact that, like, again, I just figured out most of this like 3 or 4 months ago. I was really kind of in the dark still. It was just like, why, man, God, feel like a wolf in a stake full of sheep. And I'm a wolf that I'm a wolf that protects the sheep. I'm not here to eat the sheep. But I just didn't understand why at first, and then I kind of looked it up, and wow, why did I come here? But this is where God told me, this is where God wanted me. And so I truly believe like there's something, there's a purpose, a reason for me, but at the same time, the devil is working hard on making sure that I'm uncomfortable here and that I don't complete whatever it is that God had me come here for. But the thing is that a lot of folks know that the way they're acting is just uncalled for.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, oh my God, there's so many different, okay, say like, walk up to 7-Eleven, car parked in the parking spot, somebody sitting in the car, they listen to their music, it's rap music, boom, 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 look, turn the music down. I'm walking, I stop at the crosswalk, you don't hear a car, you don't hear anything. But then all of a sudden you hear boom, 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 or you hear like all the things to get your attention. But then when it's just, oh my gosh, yes, like, but like if I'm just walking and minding my own business, there'll be some kind of speed racer car that it's quiet, but then as soon as it gets right by you, now it's doing all kind of engine revving and whatever, motorcycles right when they get right by you. You know what I'm saying? That type of thing. But if I'm driving, coming home from work, take pretty much the same route, coming from the Coburg Bridge down, what is that, Broadway, going to Alder. Like, once I come that light at the Coburg Road Bridge, then the light, like, there's the light that's from 7-Eleven to that building over there. You stop there, then you come to the next light that's Hilliard. You come to that light, and then the next light would be the right for Alder Street. Then you turn onto Alder Street, and then now you're at 11th. And then you come to the light that's 13th. So just imagine all those lights. You're the car in front of me. Or no, you're me. I'm the car in front of you. But I'm you and you're me, right? So we're at the light at Coburg. They're running through lights and get onto the certain and speeding. Like, I'm not following you. We're going the same route. It's the same as when I'm walking down the sidewalk and coming back from the store, and if there's somebody that's walking down this sidewalk, and if I turn to come this way, they get to and like it's like there's this thing that I want you to end up looking back and see that I live right here. I'm going to these apartments. I'm not worried about you.
You don't have to prove yourself to any of these people, though. Like, you have the right to just go home. Like, you don't have to prove to them that you weren't following or weren't safe. Like, I'm so sorry that has to be your thought process.
But it feels like I have to prove to them that you don't have to run from me. I'm not. You can continue walking at your normal, relaxed pace. You don't have to. And that's what I want you to see, that I live here. So that way, the next time you see me walking and I'm coming, you can continue walking at your regular pace and don't have to you don't have to stop doing what you're doing because I'm coming. Notice, oh, that's the dude that I seen coming out of them apartments. Oh, that's the green car that he lives in them apartments over there. He's gonna turn that way. Don't think that because I'm sitting in my car and waiting for the light just like you. It's also this, like, because I'm in a Mustang, because, like, why is he doing the speed limit? I'm supposed to, like, no, there's a distance that you're supposed to drive from cars, because if they hit their brakes, I need enough time. But people want to tailgate me because I'm a black dude in a Mustang. Why ain't you driving faster? Get on. Because I like to follow the law. I want to live. I don't want to be in their tail. Like,
those expectations and assumptions that you're constantly having to hold for them.
24/7.
24/7. It's exhausting. Exhausting. So we've had a session for an hour.
Yes, ma'am.
I like as this conversation is tough. But I so value being able to talk about race with you. I think it's such a beautifully wonderful experience to be able to dissect this and actually have a conversation about what your experiences are. Yes. So I really appreciate you sharing your experience. I'm so sorry it is, but appreciate it. Does this time work for you next week?
Yes, ma'am. I'm off every.
Okay, so we can.
I'm off every Monday, so.
Okay, so we'll meet from 10, or was it 11 to 10, or 11 to 12? Yeah. 11 to 12 next Monday. Did you want to do it over VC, or do you want to go someplace? No pressure.
Ladies' choice.
I don't want you to feel uncomfortable. We can. It's really up to you. Whatever you want this to look like. We can go someplace. We can go for a walk. Or we can just meet over VC.
I'd rather be outside. I do like the sunlight.
Okay, let's plan to meet someplace then. We can either meet at a park or walk around your neighborhood, whatever you want.
Okay.
Or you can think about it and text me.
Well, yes, ma'am. Now I come up with somewhere. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. That sounds good. I really look forward to meeting with you again next week. Please try to keep yourself safe.
I got him. He got me.
Yeah.
And I just got to get all that off my chest and so forth.
Good.
So we gonna go and skate. And
I hope you have just a wonderful day off. Enjoy the sunshine. Get your skating in. And we'll connect again next week.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
All right. Have a wonderful day.
You as well. Have a wonderful week.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Bye.
Bye, lady. Oh my gosh, he's so cute. Are you ready to behave? Huh? I do. I want to go skate today. Please let me skate. Wait until... Where's the skate rink was open? Got me, but I can hang out with, man. That's what's up.
Everybody stand up. Lower range.
Count time. Everybody stand up. Be accounted for. Taking accountability of our lives in this free world and country. So, what's up, ladies and gentlemen? What you guys up to? I hope you guys are going to have a good, safe Memorial weekend. And for all you guys that aren't in the U.S., I hope you're having a good day also. And like I said in my community tab, I want to have a special live. I'll stay up to like 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock a.m. my time, just so I'm able to touch base with you guys all across the world. I'm able to be closer to an acceptable time that you might be up, and you know, we can just kick it, man. I ain't forgot about you guys, and I haven't forgot about you guys here in the States either. A quick thank you and appreciate all of you that's been with me from the very beginning on this channel, and the ones just now coming in the door. Because like I said before, it's not expected of you to hit that like, to hit that subscribe, or to even hit that thumbs down if you want to. You know, it's solely your choice. If you perhaps forget about it, you know, you can help your boy out. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's go ahead and smash that like, smash that subscribe. Let's get straight into it. All right, so today we're going to be talking about one of my cellies. Now, this is a series that I started off as interesting cellies, but you know, it just sounds kind of crazy. Nobody wants to hear about interesting cellies. Everybody wants to hear about the muckety mucks and, you know, the craziness that's going on. And I will give it to you, but let's not lose focus about what this channel is about.
You know, it's about using these windows and these experiences so that there might be something that one of you guys are like, hey man, I like these stories, but I don't ever want to experience them myself, you know, detering you away from incarceration. With that being said, let's go ahead and talk about one of my cellies. This was around 2007. My first facility, it was a CCA, Kit Carson. This guy was a GD. And let me go ahead and tell you real fast, anytime I use names, it's not the real names. It's usually like not an acronym, but you know, it's similar, but it's not the real name. I use different names or letters or anything like that to protect the identities of these individuals. So this guy was named Shmeen. All right, because it sounds really similar to his name. And for all of those Colorado guys that's done time.
Hello?
I'm here in the CDOC. It's also to let you know, maybe you know these guys and know who I'm talking about. So it's for you guys also. So his name really didn't look like anything, all right? He looked like, he was about 5'1". He was about 5'1", a GD, and let me tell you something. He always looked like he was up to no good. Like he had one of those faces that was always in like a permanent mean mug or permanent like he was just into no good. You know what I mean? So I don't really remember how we was able to be cellies, but I just remember that we built a rapport. I liked his get down. He liked my get down and all of that. And I had just moved into this pod from getting kicked out of a service pod. And now the service pod was a place to where they train the dogs. And if you've been at the facility for a certain time, you can go there and you can be incentivized. You know, if you've been staying out of the way, being shot free, which is right up free, you can get all types of stuff, PlayStations and all this other stuff. I explained it a little bit before. But anyways, I got kicked out of that pod and went back into the regular mainline pods, E3, something like that, okay? But immediately once I go into this pod, I see my buddy Shmeen, and he was like, hey, P, what's up, man? You finally made it over here. I was like, yeah. He was like, yeah, you come to hang out with us peasants, you know, us regular folk. You know, you was too good for us over there in that service pod, but now you over here again. I was like, hey, man, it is what it is, you know. And, you know, he was just talking shit. You know, I was just talking shit and all that. But anyways, he had a single cell at the time, okay? And to have a single cell, that is wonderful. That's what every inmate, convict is striving to get, but hardly few in between does it ever happen, okay? You just get hit with the luck of the draw, maybe that happens, but guarantee you over a period of time, you will get cracked with a cellie. So sometimes if you see guys, if you have a single cell and you see guys that you know and you have a single cell, usually what people do is get these guys in as their cellies, so that way they don't have to go through the luck of the draw. They know who they're dealing with. They already have a rapport and all of that. Sometimes it doesn't go according to plan. It could have been best buddies, and then the next thing you know, you're fighting in the cell all day and it's turmoil and all this nonsense. But that's something for a different day, all right? I really like this guy, Sheen, and we talked about all types of stuff. He was a military brat. He was a very intelligent dude, but just by looking at him, by him talking, you might have thought that he was thug, which he was. You know, he was a GD from Arkansas, okay? And so anyways, we had good times, man. We were cooking it up and all of this other stuff. This guy had some of the worstest breath ever, though, man. And nothing against you if you ever see this video stream. You know, everybody used to say it, man. Hey, man, you need to brush your teeth with twice the toothpaste, and you know, you got halitosis and all that. But he was a good dude, man. He would just tell me about being raised in a military family. How his dad used to teach him how to shoot from the hip, shoot ARs and all this other type of stuff. We'd be sparring in there. He'd show me. I forgot what that certain type of martial arts is, but it's for the Marine Corps. But anyways, he would tell me all of this stuff. We would talk about ghost stories and stuff like this. But man, he was a good dude. And let me tell you something. He had this weird habit, all right? He was like a midnight snacker. And so what he would do was he would get his little Tupperware bowl and fill it up with oatmeal cream pies. You'll hear a bunch of rappers rustling in the middle of the night, like 2 a.m., and it's him just opening his eyes, rolling over, grabbing an oatmeal cream pie, busting it down, and he'll go right back to bed. And at first it was kind of annoying, but you know, I learned to adapt, and it really wasn't anything, all right? Let me go ahead and get into a day that he got into a fight with another one of these guys. Now, granted, a lot of you guys that watch these prison channels and prison stories and stuff like that, I don't want to say that there's a narrative spun, but people are really about what's pleasant on the eyes or what's pleasant on the ears. It's not about real fact or information, and not all of them, all right? Some of them really are real, but, you know, people think that if you have the most muscles, most tattoos or whatever, you was the, you know, the realest individual in there, you know, and sometimes that's not true. Some of these guys are checking in and have bad jackets and stuff like that also, okay? But this guy's Shmeem looked like nothing, all right? He was 5'2", probably about 150 pounds. And so one of these days he was on the poker player. And now he would also play on the poker table with another one of his GD homeboys. This guy was named, we'll call him Strength, okay? He was another black guy, but this guy was like big and solid. He was about 5'11", 245 pounds, all right? And he had glasses. He looked like one of those intelligent thugs that would just take your whole head off or something like that, all right? So anyways, they get into it over the damn poker table. And so sometimes people, if you're in an organization and you're also doing these certain particular things like being on the poker table, they automatically think that you're supposed to give them some type of leeway or some type of credit or anything like that. But you don't want to do that on the poker table. You know, it's all fair business, because if somebody finds out that you're in cahoots or whatever, that can create a whole bunch of chaos. I was out in the pod, again, doing what I usually do, cooking a freaking hot ramen or something, and I seen everything going on in the day room. You know, they start yelling at each other and stuff like that, which you're not really supposed to do. And they're like, yeah, let's take it to the room. And the guy Strength was telling my cellie, let's go to the room. So he starts walking to our cell, Shmeem's and I's cell, and Shmeem was like, hey, you ain't said nothing, man. We can go in there, folks, because that's how they talk to each other. They call each other G and folk, all right? So if you're ever in prison, you hear that type of language or vernacular of people talking to each other like that, that is they're probably some GDs, okay? So anyways, they start heading to the cell. I grab my bowl and I stand near the TV, next to some of these tables that looks directly into my cell, all right? And you know, it's not my business. Now, if it was just a random individual, you know, I could say anything, but again, this is their politics, you know, and their differences. This is how they're handling it. So it's none of my business, although yeah, it is kind of my business, just for the simple fact, because there's still respect should be on my end. People should understand, hey, it's not just Shmeen's cell, it's my cell. And they kind of made that little respect to me too. You know, a couple of the other GDs was like, hey man, is it cool? You know, we use your cell. There's some other nonsense, you know, going on over there. I was like, yeah man, it's cool, man. Just don't bring no TVs or anything, man. I can't afford it. And you have one of these other GDs, he has the door kind of tilted because he's trying to steer how this fight's gonna go, so that they're not like stomping each other out, stabbing each other, or anything like that. So immediately, Strength starts trying to throw the haymakers, you know what I mean? And he just going in the do. And now Shmeen has been growing up fighting all of his life. He even been taught in the arts of fighting by his own dad, which was a Marine, all right? And keeping that in mind, now, this other guy's Strength, he was known to get down with the MMA in prison also, and he loved to fight and all of this other nonsense. Immediately, Shmeen, you know, puts up, you know, his cover. He puts up his block, you know what I mean? And covers his face. So whenever he does that, what Strength does is he tries to put him in a clinch, which is, you know, in the back of your head. You can either, you know, clinch like this around the head or like this. Keep their head down like that. You know, you can kind of maneuver them around and get them in a position that you want. And usually whenever some people clinch, they'll immediately start throwing their knees. So that's what he was doing. And this is like a Muay Thai type of fighting that they was doing. So Strength had, you know, short little old Shmeen in a clinch, and he was trying to knee him. Granted, Shmeen, he's small, but he still has a little bit of strength himself. Shmeen has Strength pushed up like against the toilet and like up against the wall, so he's trying to get his balance off just a little bit. So he's backed up into the wall. Every time Strength was trying to strike him with those knees while he had him in a clinch, and Shmeen had him up against the toilet, Shmeen was covering, he was blocking, you know. Every time he'd throw those knees, he would push down like that every time he tried to strike, so he wasn't getting anything. So what Shmeen did, he was able to maneuver around Strength and get him around his waist, all right? And you got to understand, short guys are known for their low center of gravity. And that's why I'm trying to tell you, these short guys I've seen beat the crap out of a lot of dudes. You know, I'm talking about some dog fights. They're no punks. So just because you're short and skinny and all of this doesn't mean anything. These guys can still give it to you, all right? So as soon as he gets around his waist and from the back, he kind of like suplexes him. It wasn't a full suplex. It was kind of to the side, but he was able to dip him straight into the damn brick wall. And after that happened, Shmeen mounted him and he started to go for the ground and pound. Strength, he was trying to block, but he was getting hit at the same time, all right? So after that happened, a couple of the GDs went and broke it up, you know, said that was it. But anyways, I believe that Strength, in my eyes, was the one that had it worse, all right? And he had like a little bit of a black eye, and he had a bloody nose, and he was bleeding from the mouth a little bit. I mean, he got beat up, man. What can you say? We all win and lose some. But I guess the point of this story was that, you know, this guy Shmeen looked like nothing, really. And he really handled him, you know, he handled himself good, you know, and he handled that guy good. So anyways, it was just like a big spectacle, and everybody in the pod, after they seen what happened, they was telling Strength, like, damn, you let old Shmeen do you like that, bro? You let Shmeen do you like that? And then you got the other guys giving Shmeen props, like, damn, yeah, that's how you do it, G, that's how you do it, giving them daps and their props and all of that nonsense. But, you know, after that, nobody really gave Shmeen a hard time. I mean, not that he was getting a hard time in general, but people just thought he was a random simp individual, you know. And you even heard one of the other GDs, one of my Celly's boys saying, hey, I tried to tell you guys, Shameem ain't no simp, man. Shameem ain't no simp. I've been trying to tell you guys that. So anyways, that's just a little small fight story with the GDs and all of that. So I hope you like this content. You already know what to do. I'm not even going to say it. But I just hope you guys are having a good time. The COVID situation's getting lifted off little by little. So hopefully you guys can have a sense of normalcy again and go on with your daily lives. Get back to work, get your hair cut, and all of this good stuff. So, you know, and if you're in the U.S., have a good Memorial Day. Do you some grilling and just enjoy yourself. You know I am. I think I'm going to be making a scallion ginger grilled chicken. So I got to do the marinade tonight and let it sit overnight, so that way I just pop it on the Barbie. You know what I mean? It's ready to go. But until next time, ladies and gentlemen, you already know what it is. This is your boy P. Count time.
Everybody stand up. Long range.
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? This is your boy P. Welcome back to another episode of Count Time. A couple of weeks ago, we did a poll on the community tab, and I asked you guys what type of content you wanted to see next out of a prison hack and prison story. You guys chose another prison story, so that's what we're going to do today. Another story time. And now this particular story, I talked about it a little bit in the past, but I've been very vague to talk about it. And so we're going to hit it today. It's about whenever the other car kind of bumped heads with the Texas car. Before we get into today's video, I'd like to ask you guys, go ahead and hit that like. Hit that subscribe for all you guys just now coming in the door. If you like this content, also
Hey everybody, Dixon back. You know, about, 600 years ago, white supremacy wasn't really a thing. 600 years ago, it was just There were human beings in the world. There were just people. Some from Africa, some from Europe, some from Asia. Just people. And then the Europeans began to go exploring. Their ships were able to go all over the world, and so they got greedy as fuck. And they had the musket. And 1455, the Roman Catholic Church made a law, and they split. They gave Portugal the right to the west coast of Africa, and they gave them the right to enslave Africans, to plunder them, to rape them, to rob them, and steal from anything they wanted from them. The Roman Catholic Church started the whole goddamn thing. And then, of course, they gave Spain the right to go out into the New World, conquer, steal gold, land, whatever they want to do, rape, murder. And that's exactly what they did. And that's exactly, it started, over 500 years ago. Today's 2020, and this is 1455. And the first ship, 1526, the first slave ship from Portugal landed in Brazil. And the whole goddamn thing began. And that's how we got where we are. And so, why did white supremacy start? To just justify the greed. Portugal and all these European, France, England, the Netherlands, the Dutch, all these people, the Europeans, decided to proclaim that white people were superior and therefore had the right to imperialize, to colonize, to steal and enslave and rape and murder. And all these things were justified in the name of white superiority. And that we can have dominance over all black and brown people by nature. And that was the myth and the lie that was started to justify the European greed and evil. And that shit's been running for 500 fucking years. Here we are now, 2020. And white people are still a bunch of fucking white supremacists. Not a goddamn thing has changed. The only thing that's changed is the technology. You can see racism now. I saw a video of 25-year-old Ahmaud Arbery being hunted down, tracked, and lynched by 3 racists. That was a mob. That was a lynching. That's a felony lynching. Which is again? It's the law. Now it's against the law. It didn't used to be. The civil rights laws passed. There's something called felony lynching. It's a hate crime. And anyhow, he was murdered. By the way, Ahmaud Arbery was a hell of a warrior. He fought for his life, and he lost that day. But his mom said, I hope his killers get the death penalty. And I don't believe in the death penalty because our justice system's so fucked up. But in this case, let those motherfuckers fry. Because without accountability, without white accountability, without racist accountability, this shit will repeat itself. So there has to be accountability applied to all racists. And I mean all forms, the covert, the overt, the passive. But the thing, whites are, and I've said this many times before, but here we are. And that's the whole thing about white supremacy. Is it all comes down to greed, economics, and privilege, and dominance. That's what white people, That's what this nation, America, was built on. Was that this country was built exclusively for white people. And that's a fact. It always was. They don't say that. They didn't openly state it, but obviously it's true. And that's how white privilege works. A white person today in 2020 can go jogging down the fucking street, can walk into a house in construction, and not be hunted down and fucking lynched in the fucking street. That shit doesn't fucking happen. A 12-year-old boy, Tamir Rice, playing with a little toy gun, if that had been a white kid, the cop would say, "Hey, buddy, what are you doing?" Instead of racing the fucking park, jump out of the car and execute a young child. Emmett Till, going back 40, 50, 60 years ago. All he did was walk into a fucking store and the white lady lied and said he's harassing me. Lynched. This is how white supremacy works. And the other way white supremacy works, and what we're indoctrinated to do from birth, all of us, no matter who you are, if you're white, you are taught this shit, and you're taught it either directly or indirectly, consciously or unconsciously, you're taught it. And you're taught it by all kinds of different ways, all kinds of different messages, but it's taught. And there's all kinds of proof that it's taught. But we're taught to not give a fuck about our brothers and sisters that are black and brown. To not give a fuck about anybody outside of white. That's why that screaming silence you hear, or that you don't hear, from white folks, when there's lynchings and when there's huge, crazy injustices happening. In 2015, black people were 5 times more likely, unarmed black people were 5 times more likely to die from being killed by the police than white people. Today, I think it's 2.5. That's crazy. They're being lynched. If they're not being lynched by the police, they're being lynched by white, Trump-loving Christian white motherfuckers. And by the way, it's always been Christians, white Christians, that's behind this shit. The Roman Catholic Church started the whole goddamn thing. Look it up, folks. They started the whole fucking thing. The genocide, the Black Holocaust, the Atlantic slave trade, the transatlantic slave trade, and the Roman Catholic Church supporting all that shit. And if you look today, look at the people who killed Ahmaud Arbery, Christians, white Christians. They're racist. White Christians are largely racist and fucking hypocrites. White Jesus has been used to kill millions of people. Indigenous people. And it's still going on today. And I'm not against Christianity. I'm against the way Christianity has been used. And I'm against white Jesus. White Jesus is a fucking lie. Even the Bible says Jesus wasn't fucking white. It's all fucking lie. So all you white Christians out there that are racist, fuck you. You fucking low-down fucking hypocrite. Check yourself. Check your fucking racism. And all the other white people in the world that remain silent. You're complicit. You're guilty. The only reason racial injustice and white supremacy thrives is because of the collective silence of fucking white people. White people just like me, that look like me, that won't say a goddamn thing when horrible fucking things are happening to our brothers and sisters. Racial disparities in every fucking institution in our fucking nation, and not a goddamn one of you give a fuck. Not one of you.
I love it.
If you do give a fuck, send in the fucking comment if you're white. But the majority of you, you know you don't give a fuck. You know it to be true. I don't know, is it 95%? Is it not? Is it 99%? I don't know. But it's a lot of you. You don't give a fuck. It's that fucking silence that is consent. That is why innocent people are being fucking killed in the street. Check yourself, white America.
Why is
Once
it
again,
all of a sudden
check
tripping this shit?
yourself. Check your fucking silence. Being not racist is not enough. You have to be anti-racist. Because if you're not, then your silence is getting innocent people killed. Yeah, you want your privilege. Yeah, you're worried about karma because of all the nasty shit we did to black people. You know what we've done to black people, white America. You know goddamn well what we've done. And that's what you're fucking scared of. We've all been indoctrinated and taught as white people. White nationalism. Don't care about black people. Protect your own interests. When I was a little boy, I was told to lock the fucking doors every time I went through the goddamn black neighborhood. So once again, white people. Who's making a movement, who's getting justice for people like Ahmaud Arbery. Him and his amazing crew and his team. Support him. Help him. Do something.
Yes.
Things are not fair in America. They never have been. We are a largely racist nation. Stop the fucking silence. Stop the fucking denial. Stop the fucking projection. Nobody lives under black supremacy. May God help white America.
This is Bryony from Alan Jerome Productions. I was told you might be interested in participating in our online TV streaming live entertainment experience Arena War at the Maze Bank Arena. We're looking for high net worth individuals to buy workshops overlooking the action and participate in our live shows. If you like big vehicles, explosions, bright lights, meaningless fame, and all-out competition, Arena War might be the thing for you. Find us online and join the fun. I'm paid to say that.
Hey, boss.
Hi.
Hey there, boss.
What's wrong with you?
That's just of course. Voila. See you soon.
Goddamn Noel. I can get a job. I can bunch of yoga twerp.
God! Christ!
Nobody want to hear that shit, boy. sit down. Tired of being depressed. It's weird. Depressed but not depressed. But good damn. My shit look rough, bro. Yeah, my shit look rough in a motherfucking boy. I remember when your shit was smooth though. When it did look all like that. Cause you couldn't get a motherfucking beard to grow. Now you can't get this shit the same way. It's just me against the world, baby. Jamie Foxx was in Frisco. It's getting close to the White House, yeah. Man, he make the call. You know that nigga ready to nuke a motherfucking missile at China. If he ain't, let's clear somebody that saying, cause we can't do it. We can't do it. It's really not gonna be right now.
I wonder if you how we should view this pivot towards law and order, or maybe it isn't a pivot. Maybe we'd always expect President Trump to put himself on a strong law and order platform. How well do you see that going for him in November? Do we have any examples of that from history to draw?
Well, good morning, Anna. He's certainly going to press the law and order button. We know that. He's also going to press the China button. We know that too. And a lot of data that as an issue, and Trump is clearly going to target that. But more generally, we look under the bonnet of the data, he's still got a way to go. In the polls, Joe Biden has led in about 47 of the last 50 national polls. Now, even in some of those swing states, yes, Trump's been ahead in a few, but actually overall, it's Biden who seemed to be on the front foot. The key question for Biden, which I do think this crisis plays into, however, is turnout. He's got to get turnout among African Americans, suburban women, and white men without college degrees up dramatically. Will this crisis help that turnout mission? I think that's the open question.
should really get that fixed.